Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Kagami's son, Kazuki. Kazuki, that's great, you're awake. Kazuki slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a girl of about 8 or 9 years old, who was looking at him with a worried expression. Ah, Mikoto, I'm sorry to have worried you. How long have I been asleep? Kazuki got up, shook his head, and gave Mikoto an apologetic smile. How many times have I told you? Call me big sister. Mikoto subconsciously retorted Kazuki. Then, she worriedly said, Kazuki, are you really all right? Father said you fainted because you were too excited when you activated your Sharingan, and your body couldn't handle it at such a young age. You were unconscious for about 3 hours. Hokage-sama and the clan head have already gone back. They told you to rest well at home. Are you feeling better now? Yes, much better. Kazuki reached up and lightly touched his eyelids. His originally pitch-black pupils flickered, turning crimson, and a single black tomo rapidly rotated within them. Unfortunately, it seems to be only a single tomo. In his previous world, many people complained that Sasuke only awakened a single tomo even though his entire clan was annihilated. But now, his biological father had died, and he too only awakened a single tomo Sharingan. If the people from his previous world knew, wouldn't he be ridiculed as trash and shamed on the internet? However, awakening a single tomo Sharingan at the age of 6 was a big deal. Within the Uchiha clan, he could be considered one of the earliest geniuses to awaken his eyes. Soon, he felt relieved. Awakening the eyes too early was not necessarily a good thing for the Uchiha. Take the future Itachi for example. It seemed he suffered from a serious illness because he awakened his eyes too early. And Madara? Even after so many of his younger brothers died when he was 12, he hadn't even awakened his Sharingan yet. As a transmigrator, he was no stranger to the world of Naruto, and transmigrating into the son of Kagami, a well-known person of the Uchiha clan, left Kazuki with mixed feelings. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Kagami had always been committed to fostering harmonious relations between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Even when Tobirama was still alive, Kagami worked hard to express the Uchiha clan's goodwill in front of the second Hokage, and at the same time, he helped Tobirama convey his intentions to the Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly, Kagami was the bridge of communication between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage. With Tobirama suppressing the Uchiha clan, Kagami's work was relatively easy. Tobirama appreciated him, and the Uchiha clan longed for peace, while also hoping Kagami could contend for the position of the next Hokage. That period could be described as a honeymoon phase between the two sides. But ever since Tobirama's sacrifice and Sarutobi Hiruzen taking over as the third Hokage, the situation changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not Tobirama after all. He lacked the power to suppress Konoha, and the Uchiha internal ranks were even more dissatisfied with him. The first Hokage and second Hokage both came from the Senju clan, so no matter what, the third Hokage should have been from their Uchiha clan. The Sarutobi clan was not weak during the Sengoku era and could be considered a prominent clan. Even Madara showed delight when he heard from Hashirama that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were willing to join Konoha. But in the hearts of the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan was not qualified to compare with them. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen be worthy of being the third Hokage? If anyone is worthy, it's Kagami. What the Uchiha clan found difficult to accept, however, was that Kagami, their great hope, was the first to support Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. This caused an uproar within the Uchiha clan. Even if Kagami didn't become Hokage, their clan head should have become Hokage. By what right did Sarutobi Hiruzen become Hokage? It was precisely because of this that a split emerged within the Uchiha clan. One part supported Kagami, hoping he could continue to be the bridge maintaining peace between the village and the clan, while the other part became the Hawks, believing Kagami was a traitor to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan wanted their own Hokage, and for that, they would not hesitate to fight against the Hokage lineage or even stage a coup. Gradually, this formed the Dove and Hawk factions within the Uchiha clan. Kagami had been maintaining harmony between the two sides all these years, and he constantly undertook missions. He would always take the lead in accepting and executing even the most arduous missions. After Kazuki was born, he rarely saw his nominal father, Kagami. He was entrusted to the care of Mikoto's grandfather, the second elder of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, this elder was also currently the head of the peace faction within the Uchiha clan. Not long ago, Kagami sacrificed himself during a mission. This news was personally delivered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kazuki, upon first hearing it, awakened his Sharingan due to excessive stimulation. Of course, this wasn't because Kazuki and Kagami had such a good relationship, but rather because Kazuki was infuriated. As the current strongest member of the Uchiha clan, the only one to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kazuki could barely accept Kagami's sacrifice. But what about those Mangekyo Sharingan? Did they not show any indication at all? Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen not mention it, but the clan had also seemed to have no intention of bringing up those Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he knew that the possibility of him inheriting those eyes was almost zero, and he didn't have the ability to protect them, they had simply ignored him. Kazuki was not foolish. He had always believed that Kagami was merely performing a futile effort. He could not comprehend Kagami's ideology of treating Konoha as his home. He also couldn't understand the clan head and his people. He didn't even know whose hands those Mangekyo Sharingan were in now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, or the clan head. All of these individuals had a high probability of having the Mangekyo Sharingan in their hands. And no matter who it was, they could potentially become his future enemy and opponent. Of course, for Kazuki, he didn't need to consider these things for now, nor could he think about these problems. He needed to possess great strength and rapidly improve under the protection of certain individuals. Only when his own strength is great enough can he determine his own fate. Fortunately, Kazuki wasn't completely without trump cards. With the excellent bloodline he inherited from Kagami, if nothing unexpected happened in the future, awakening a 3-tomo Sharingan would be no problem. After all, Kagami awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his future son, Shisui, also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no reason why he, Kazuki, wouldn't be able to, right? Chapter 2, Combat Arena. Of course, as a transmigrator, Kazuki was not without his cheats. When he learned of Kagami's sacrifice and awakened his Sharingan due to certain stimuli, his cheat also activated. His cheat was very simple, a combat arena. Every month, the combat arena would randomly refresh 5 virtual opponents. As long as he defeated them, he would randomly gain one of their abilities, which could be a ninjutsu, a bloodline, or even a certain talent. If the combat arena couldn't specify challenges, Kazuki would definitely grind Otsutsuki Kagaya from when she was just born. Even if he couldn't get her bloodline in one go, if he grinded a few more times, he would surely get it eventually. Kazuki possessed an excellent bloodline, and with the combat arena, as long as he was given time, he was confident he could grow to the peak of this world. By then, neither the Uchiha clan nor the Hokage faction would be able to threaten him much. Kazuki was not Sasuke. Many people complained about Sasuke's shortcomings, but they didn't consider how Sasuke was treated after the clan's destruction, before he met Kakashi. He didn't even receive the Uchiha's inheritance, nor did he get proper Sharingan training. When using his ocular power, Sasuke mostly relied on brute force to achieve surprising results. Sasuke didn't inherit much of the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, which was quite tragic when you think about it. However, Kazuki was different from Sasuke. As Kagami's son, he had access to some of the Uchiha clan's heritage from a young age. Even though Kagami was dead, he wasn't without guidance. Mikoto's grandfather was a ninja from the Sengoku era, more than capable of teaching him. At the very least, as long as Kazuki properly disguised himself in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, he wouldn't lack benefits. The Hokage faction needed a divided Uchiha. After Kagami's demise, who was the best choice? Naturally, it was Kagami's son. He had received the inheritance of the Will of Fire from a young age, befriended his classmates at the Ninja Academy, and was destined to be a leader of the Uchiha pacifist faction. As long as Kazuki performed well in the future, even if he didn't want to do anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally push him forward. Kazuki didn't plan to be anyone's tool, but before truly growing stronger, he chose to take advantage of those benefits. A single tomo is already amazing. I haven't even awakened my Sharingan yet. Mikoto's eyes flashed with envy as she mentioned awakening the Sharingan. The awakening of the Sharingan is accompanied by pain and loss. If possible, I hope you never awaken these eyes. Kazuki said, having already closed his Sharingan, and spoke to Mikoto with a serious expression. Mikoto pursed her lips. Kazuki's words were completely different from other Uchihas. Even her own grandfather was probably looking forward to her awakening her Sharingan. Mikoto, I'm a bit hungry. Can you make me something? Kazuki then asked Mikoto. Although Mikoto was still young, she already had impressive cooking skills. The bento Kazuki ate at school was always made by her. Wait a moment. I'll go prepare it right away. Mikoto said quickly. Watching Mikoto's hurried departure, a complex look flashed in Kazuki's eyes. In this ninja world, Mikoto was definitely a model of a virtuous wife and loving mother. In the original story, she married Fugaku and eventually died at the hands of Itachi. After he was born, he was entrusted to the second elder's care. It could be said that Kazuki and Mikoto grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Could he tolerate Mikoto marrying Fugaku? Obviously impossible. However, for now, he still needed to research the combat arena. Kazuki immersed his mind in the combat arena, and the 5 candidates for this month quickly appeared in his mind. Knight of the Uchiha clan annihilation, Sasuke. Akatsuki's desperate situation, Yahiko. 4th Great Ninja War, Ino-Shika-Cho. 3rd Great Ninja War, Sumashi. Konoha Gatekeeper, Hagane Kotetsu. Kazuki fell silent upon seeing these 5 options. To be honest, he seemed unable to defeat any of these 5 people except for Sasuke. During Akatsuki's desperate situation. That should be the period when Yahiko was almost wiped out by Danzo and Hanzo. At that time, Yahiko should have been at least a jonin, otherwise, the Akatsuki wouldn't have been noticed by Hanzo. Kazuki didn't have much idea about Ino-Shika-Cho during the 4th Great Ninja War, but she was probably a special jonin or jonin. Kotetsu seemed to be a chunin when he first appeared and later became a special jonin. Kotetsu during his gatekeeper period should be a chunin, at least a relatively strong chunin. As for 3rd Great Ninja War, Sumashi, Kazuki had never heard of him, but he was probably stronger than him, who had just entered the ninja academy. Therefore, among the 5 refreshed candidates this time, only Sasuke could be fought. And Sasuke was also the most worthwhile for Kazuki to challenge. Both of them had just entered the ninja academy not long ago and were both called geniuses of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike Sasuke, Kazuki was exceptionally sensible from a young age. He knew that in this dangerous ninja world, his own strength was key. This body's innate talent was already quite good, and combined with Kazuki's mature soul, it gave him exceptional talent in Ine release. Although he couldn't compare to the Indra Chakra within Sasuke, Kazuki had been training since childhood. If he hadn't wanted to keep a low profile and hide himself, he would have graduated long ago. He had previously shown a genius side, demonstrating strength comparable to Mikoto. Mikoto was now considered a talented woman of the Uchiha clan. Kazuki, being 2 years younger than Mikoto yet possessing such strength, was already quite outstanding. With a thought from Kazuki, his consciousness was transported into the combat arena. Looking at Sasuke, who bore a 70% resemblance to Mikoto, Kazuki's heart felt a subtle stirring. But before Kazuki could say anything, the Sasuke opposite him became incredibly deranged. Itachi, I will definitely kill you. Saying that, Sasuke pulled out 2 shuriken and threw them towards Kazuki. Chapter 3, Indra Chakra. Did he mistake me for Itachi? Kazuki paused, but his movements didn't stop in the slightest. 2 kunai were also thrown by Kazuki, and at the same time, he swiftly moved towards Sasuke. While moving at high speed, Kazuki quickly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, puffed out his stomach, and gathered chakra there. Clang. Clang. 4 kunai collided in the air. Seeing Kazuki rapidly approaching him, Sasuke's heart tightened. He knew what hand seals Kazuki was forming. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu, the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke also knew it. It was just that he didn't use it particularly well. Thinking of his father's disappointed expression at the time, and his evaluation of himself versus Itachi, Sasuke's stubbornness flared up. He formed hand seals, and facing Kazuki's Great Fireball, he also spewed out a massive fireball. However, when Sasuke's Great Fireball and Kazuki's Great Fireball collided, in just a moment, Kazuki's Great Fireball, which was almost twice the size of Sasuke's, engulfed Sasuke's Great Fireball and pressed down towards Sasuke. Seeing his Great Fireball instantly crushed, Sasuke's pupils sharply contracted and he immediately dodged. Fire release, unkillable jutsu, as expected, it didn't disappoint. After all, it was somewhat obstructed by Sasuke's Great Fireball. The fireball grazed Sasuke's body, and Sasuke narrowly dodged it. But before Sasuke could be happy, his expression suddenly changed. His surroundings were actually covered with explosive tags that were about to ignite. Did you think I didn't know that the Great Fireball can't kill anyone? Kazuki sneered. As soon as the Great Fireball Jutsu was used, he had already set up explosive tags near Sasuke with kunai and steel wire. To deal with Sasuke, this was enough. Then, without giving Sasuke a chance to speak, the explosive tags around him exploded, engulfing the unwilling Sasuke. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Sasuke, gaining pure Indra Chakra. Do you wish to merge? As the battle summary appeared, Kazuki's consciousness returned to reality. Killing Sasuke was much easier than he had imagined. However, this was not incomprehensible. After all, Sasuke at this stage was indeed a bit lacking. It was unknown if he had awakened his Sharingan, and even if he had, he wouldn't know how to use it. No one had taught him the lightning release that he specialized in. Compared to fire release, lightning release was clearly more suitable for Sasuke. Even after he grew up in the future, most of Sasuke's supporting ninjutsu were lightning release, not the fire release that the Uchiha clan was proud of. Everything Sasuke knew, he knew. Most of what he knew, Sasuke didn't. Sasuke, who died before even achieving success, was thus ambushed and killed by an old schemer. And through this battle, Kazuki also figured out a way to quickly defeat early-stage opponents. The combat arena did not prohibit the use of explosive tags. Perhaps he could prepare more explosive tags to face powerful enemies in the combat arena. However, explosive tags were strategic materials, and Konoha had some control over individual purchases of explosive tags. It was somewhat unrealistic for Kazuki to want to stockpile a large number of explosive tags. Moreover, explosive tags had some effect when used against ordinary ninja, but if used against powerful individuals, a small number of explosive tags would not have much effect. What Kazuki didn't expect was that this time, the drop was actually Indra Chakra. This was Sasuke's biggest cheat in the future. Moreover, this was pure Indra Chakra. Kazuki didn't need to worry about being subtly influenced by this chakra. If he had the chance to fuse with Asura Chakra, would he be able to awaken the Rinnegan? Kazuki didn't even plan to transplant Hashirama cells. He was just waiting for the combat arena to refresh Hashirama or Naruto as opponents in the future. If defeating them dropped Asura Chakra, that would be even better. Merge. Kazuki quickly murmured to the combat arena. Almost instantly, Kazuki felt a special energy appear within his body. Under the influence of this energy, he felt his ocular power instantly increase by nearly double, and his chakra also increased by at least 50%. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Kazuki could clearly feel that the Indra Chakra would continue to subtly enhance his physique, chakra, and ocular power in the future. It may seem like there's nothing going on with the Uchiha except their Sharingan and their physique and chakra are weak, but that's not true. It's just that they were just not as good as the Senju and Uzumaki clans. In fact, with each upgrade of the Sharingan, the wielder's chakra also increases. An Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan typically has at least twice the chakra reserve of an ordinary jonin. The only downside was that Kazuki could clearly feel that his chakra seemed to have become much colder due to Indra Chakra. Of course, this could all be explained. Generally, after an Uchiha awakens their Sharingan, the chakra within their body also changes. Kazuki, dinner is ready, come eat. As Kazuki was marveling at the power of the combat arena, Mikoto's voice came from the kitchen. Coming. Kazuki quickly got up and walked towards Mikoto. Mikoto's cooking was excellent. In just half an hour, Mikoto had prepared a sumptuous dinner for Kazuki. Beef with scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, braised chicken pieces, these were all recipes Kazuki had told Mikoto about before. Mikoto was indeed a natural-born virtuous wife and good mother, she easily learned these recipes. Watching Kazuki eat with great relish, Mikoto rested her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her lips. It seemed that Uncle Kagami's sacrifice hadn't had too much of an impact on Kazuki. She had worried that Kazuki would undergo a drastic change in personality like other Uchiha. I plan to go back to school tomorrow. I'll have to trouble you with lunch, Mikoto. Kazuki said to Mikoto while eating. Kazuki's words made Mikoto pause. So soon? Aren't you going to rest at home for a few more days? It's fine, Mikoto, I've pretty much recovered. Kazuki shook his head slightly. He didn't tell Mikoto that he didn't have much affection for Kagami. Some things. Just understanding them in his heart was enough. Chapter 4, Who Killed Kagami? Kazuki, you're back. Yesterday, the teacher said you took leave because something happened at home. Did something happen? The next day, when Kazuki returned to the classroom, a classmate curiously inquired. Although he was an Uchiha, Kazuki was different from those arrogant Uchiha. As a successor of the Will of Fire, Kazuki's usual performance was impeccable. He wasn't like other Uchiha who held their heads high and looked down on others. Whether it was with children from other clans or civilian students, Kazuki could get along with them, and if someone came to ask Kazuki about training, he would patiently teach them. Of course, Kazuki couldn't reveal clan ninjutsu. On one hand, the clan would never allow it, and on the other hand, the village wouldn't approve. The village still needed to use ninjutsu to control civilian ninja. If they didn't show kindness, how would they remember the Hokage's good deeds? This was also a means of winning over people's hearts. Kazuki could get along with his classmates, but he couldn't do the Hokage's job. Upon learning that something had happened to Kazuki's family, his classmates came to express their concern for Kazuki. The civilian students didn't know the exact situation at first, but the children of the ninja clans knew the crucial details. Kagami, a top-ranked Konoha ninja, had sacrificed himself. Would Kazuki truly not be affected? Don't worry, I'm fine now. Kazuki waved his hand indifferently, feeling the worried emotions of the surrounding classmates. He smiled and said, my father sacrificed himself to protect the village and his comrades. He never regretted it. I will inherit his will and carry on the Will of Fire. Everyone, rest assured, I will not wallow in grief. Kazuki's words touched everyone, especially the young blonde boy sitting in front of him, who looked at Kazuki with a hint of something different in his eyes, a touch of knowing, or perhaps a hint of shared ideals. Indeed, Kazuki, like himself, was a man who had grasped the will of fire. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, inside the Hokage office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage advisor Danzo, and elders Hamura and Koharu were watching this scene through a crystal ball. It seems this child, Kazuki, has very well inherited Kagami's will of fire. Koharu, for some unknown reason, looked at Kazuki's image with a strange expression, and only after a long time did she sigh with emotion. Hamura glanced at Koharu, and then said, however, it's a bit strange that he got over Kagami's death so quickly. There's nothing strange about it. You can't say that Kazuki doesn't value emotions, can you? If he didn't care about Kagami, and was a cold-hearted child, he wouldn't have awakened his Sharingan. Don't forget Tobirama-sensei's research on the Sharingan. Koharu frowned, but still spoke up for Kazuki. Hamura looked at Danzo beside him. Danzo was staring at Kazuki's figure, his gaze incredibly profound, but he didn't say much, and just remained silent. Ahem. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to speak. Alright, there's no doubt that Kazuki is the successor of Kagami in the Will of Fire. Our main focus this time is that Uzumaki girl. As for Kazuki, we just need to observe if awakening the Sharingan has had any negative effects on him. Moreover, even the Sharingan may not pose any harm to Konoha. Don't forget, even when Kagami awakened that legendary eye, he still loved Konoha, and ultimately sacrificed his life for Konoha. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over Danzo again. There were some things he ultimately didn't say, but a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. On that mission, Danzo and Kagami had gone together, accompanied by many root members. In the end, Kagami told Danzo to bring Kushina back, while he himself covered their retreat. Everything seemed reasonable, and even Kushina could testify for Danzo. In order to retrieve Kagami's body, Root almost suffered complete annihilation, but the Mangekyo Sharingan was nowhere to be found. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Danzo's friend, was the one who understood Danzo best. He remained suspicious of Danzo. However, what concerned him even more was that, based on Kagami's corpse, his final fatal injury came from an incredibly powerful fire release, which made him inevitably suspect the Uchiha clan. Currently, in the ninja world, when it came to fire release intensity, Sarutobi Hiruzen could definitely rank among the top 3, but he was more skilled at using 5-element ninjutsu. Besides that, there was Kagami himself, and other members of the Uchiha clan. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply distrustful of the Uchiha clan, especially the main family line. Kagami was his classmate and a bridge of communication between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to trust Kagami. Although he wouldn't give Kagami much power, when it came to dealing with the Uchiha clan, he was willing to provide 100% support. As long as Kagami was there, the Uchiha clan would not pose a great threat. He had high hopes for Kazuki, but Kazuki was still too young. It was because of this thought that even if Danzo might have taken Kagami's eyes, he did not pursue it. It was better for Danzo to take them than for the Uchiha clan to take them. If Kagami's eyes were still there, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't know how to handle them. Monkey is right. Kazuki is, after all, Kagami's son. In the future, we will need his strength to appease the Uchiha, so we need to give him some help. Koharu's words left Hamura speechless. If he were to voice any opposition at this moment, it would seem heartless. Regardless of the relationships between these people, at the end of the day, they were comrades who could entrust their backs to each other. Kagami had also saved his life more than once. Why not entrust him to me? I guarantee I will train him to be Konoha's strongest ninja. Danzo, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. This is also the best for him. Within the root, he will receive the best resources and training, and he won't have to worry about the Uchiha clan harming him. Chapter 5, Uzumaki Kushina. Impossible. Hiruzen rejected Danzo's suggestion without a second thought. Once he enters Umbu, how will he gain influence within the Uchiha clan? He must live in the sunlight. Even without that reason, just the suspicion that Kagami's eyes might be in Danzo's hands was enough for Hiruzen to never hand Kazuki over to Danzo. Hiruzen, after Kazuki graduates, find him a good teacher and arrange for him to join Umbu. Hamura pondered for a moment and offered his advice. Hiruzen nodded noncommittally. Although there were almost no Uchiha in Umbu, Kagami was once an Umbu captain. If Kazuki could meet his requirements, his entry into Umbu would not be a problem. He could even allow Kazuki to bring some Uchiha into Umbu to raise Kazuki's prestige within the Uchiha clan. However, it was still a bit too early to talk about these things now. How about letting Orochimaru take Kazuki as his disciple? Koharu seemed to have thought of something and suggested. At this stage, Orochimaru was definitely considered an exemplary disciple. Both Hiruzen and Koharu highly regarded Orochimaru. Although no one had explicitly mentioned it, in their hearts, Orochimaru had a very high chance of inheriting the Hokage position in the future. Having Orochimaru take Kazuki as his disciple would ensure that Kazuki remained part of their Hokage faction. This would be both a protection and a way to win him over. Of course, at this stage, no one had considered grooming Kazuki to be Hokage. Hiruzen believed he was still young, and his abdication would be at least 20 years away. By then, Kazuki would not be very old. No one knew what Kazuki would become in the future, but until the Uchiha clan's issues were resolved, it was impossible for an Uchiha to become Hokage. Tsunade is also a possible option. Hamura suggested, frowning, proposing Tsunade. Orochimaru was very likely to become Hokage, so he wouldn't be the best choice to be Kazuki's master. In Hamura's view, they could, and should, offer assistance to Kazuki, but they shouldn't be too close. Tsunade was Hashirama's granddaughter and had no prejudice against the Uchiha clan. She was also Hiruzen's disciple. Having Tsunade take Kazuki as her disciple could, on one hand, provide Kazuki with protection, and on the other hand, it could annoy the Uchiha clan and further divide them internally. The Uchiha clan's top genius becoming a disciple of the Senju clan, won't that annoy them? As for Kazuki's wishes, does it matter? In Hamura's opinion, it didn't. And for their Hokage faction, this was the most cost-effective choice. Hiruzen gave Hamura a deep look before speaking. We'll discuss this later. It's too early to bring it up now. Even if Kazuki is to graduate early, he must receive at least 2 years of education at the Ninja Academy. Otherwise, I will not agree to his early graduation. Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain at these words. On the surface, Hiruzen seemed to care a lot for Kazuki, but in terms of genuine affection, there might not be much. Ultimately, wasn't it just about observing and brainwashing Kazuki for another 2 years? Waiting until Kazuki grew into a qualified tool before considering how to treat him. Thinking of this, Danzo closed his eyes, knowing that he couldn't get Kazuki into his hands. However, shouldn't you observe that girl more closely? Koharu then asked with a worried tone. After all, she is going to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. She's only been in Konoha for 3 days. Letting her enter the Ninja Academy now might be a bit too soon. This is Mito-sama's wish, to help Kushina integrate into Konoha faster. Hiruzen disagreed. Compared to being with Mito, the Ninja Academy was more suitable for him to observe Kushina. He didn't have the guts to observe Kushina while she was with Mito. Even though he was the Hokage and Mito stayed indoors and deliberately weakened her influence, Hiruzen still didn't dare to monitor her. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the others fell silent. Even Danzo dared not openly defy Mito's wishes. Just before class started, Kazuki's homeroom teacher, Sarutobi Saikairo, walked into the classroom with a small girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with red hair. The girl's arrival quickly attracted many people's attention. Although Land of Whirlpool and Konoha were allies, the Uzumaki clan rarely came to Konoha. Mito had even confined herself to her home, and ordinary Konoha citizens had almost never seen an Uzumaki clansman. Most people were seeing someone with red hair for the first time. Not to mention others, even Kazuki himself was seeing it for the first time. Upon seeing Kushina's arrival, a hint of surprise flashed in Kazuki's eyes. Kushina. When he found out that he and Minato were in the same class, Kazuki had already prepared himself to be classmates with Kushina in the future. However, he had no intention of interacting with Kushina. Kushina was cute, and if he could become friends with her, the benefits would be immense. But he was an Uchiha. Even though he was Kagami's son and a successor to the Will of Fire, would Hiruzen allow an Uchiha to interact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? This wasn't a matter of trusting Kazuki or not, but rather that human nature couldn't withstand such a test. Let alone Kazuki, even Kagami might not have been allowed to interact with the Ninetales. As for why Mikoto could become best friends with Kushina in the original story, Kazuki stated that he temporarily couldn't understand. Putting aside their identities, Mikoto was also 2 years older than Kushina. They not only knew each other but also became good friends. All Kazuki could do was temporarily keep his distance from Kushina, but sometimes, the more you don't want something to happen, the more it does. After entering the classroom, Kushina continuously scanned the room, as if searching for someone, and finally fixed her gaze on the back row of the classroom, her eyes lighting up. Chapter 6, Standing Up for Kushina. Are you looking at me? Kazuki's sensory ability was quite good, and after integrating Indra Chakra, it improved by another level. He keenly felt that Kushina seemed to be focusing her gaze on him, but fortunately, she wasn't too excessive and quickly shifted her gaze. He quickly thought of some possibilities. Perhaps Mito had instructed her to stay away from the Uchiha clan, and she needed to scout first, find the Uchiha in the classroom, and then she could stay away from them. Alright, please introduce yourself first. Saikairo said to Kushina in the kindest possible tone. As a special jonin of the Sarutobi clan and Hiruzen's nephew, his entry into the Ninja Academy was naturally not just for teaching. Hiruzen had already informed him of Kushina's identity. He had to make Kushina feel the warmth of home, but he also couldn't help her too much. He still needed to observe Kushina's character through some tests. Hello everyone, I am Uzumaki Kushina. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Please take care of me. Kushina took a deep breath, mustering her courage to introduce herself. However, Kushina's self-introduction did not receive support or welcome from everyone. Instead, a group of little brats openly started mocking her. Look, she has red hair. How strange, how can someone have red hair? We don't have anyone with red hair in Konoha. Is she a red-haired demon? She's clearly a chili pepper, this is the color of a chili pepper. The mocking words of her classmates filled Kushina with unease. Not long ago, she had lost her home. Uzushi-Gakure was destroyed by an unknown force. She was fortunately rescued by a Konoha ninja, and Konoha paid a huge price to save her. She subconsciously looked towards Kazuki. Would this boy protect her like that uncle did? Feeling Kushina's pleading gaze, Kazuki immediately became stumped. Kushina, why are you looking at me? I don't want to get involved with you. However, Kazuki still spoke in a faint voice, the Uzumaki clan, that is the family of the first Hokage-sama's wife. As far as I know, Mito-sama also has red hair. By speaking of people with red hair in such a way, are you not offending the first Hokage-sama's wife? Also, as far as I know, there are quite a few people with red hair in Konoha, and many in the Akimichi clan also have red hair. Kazuki's words made everyone pause. No one had expected Kazuki to directly bring up Mito. This is a prominent figure written into textbooks. And if they said red hair was ugly, if it were scrutinized, wouldn't that mean Mito's hair was ugly? Those mischievous children who had spoken ill of Kushina were now trembling with fear. They didn't say anything bad about Mito. Not to mention others, even Saikairo was speechless at this moment. He found Kazuki's method of leveraging authority impressive. He even involved Mito. In the future, probably no one in the school would dare to provoke Kushina. Despite his speechlessness, Saikairo still said to Kushina, Kushina, please find an empty seat and sit down. Thank you. Kushina surveyed the classroom again, noticing that the gazes of her classmates towards her were no longer filled with the same barrier as before. This made her inwardly sigh in relief, and then she walked towards Kazuki and sat down not far from him. Seeing this, Kazuki raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Kushina merely sat near him, and he had nothing to say. Could he possibly forbid her from sitting near him? This scene was witnessed by Hiruzen and the others, which made the four of them look at each other. This child seems to have a slight fondness for Kazuki. Hiruzen was silent for a long time before sighing softly. At the same time, he looked towards Danzo not far away. At this moment, it was up to Danzo. Kushina was also brought to Konoha by Danzo. As for Hamura, he could offer advice, but if it came to actually implementing something, he would not take the initiative. He always sought to avoid getting his hands dirty. Danzo looked at Kazuki's figure in the crystal ball, his gaze deepening, and then he let out a soft chuckle. Kagami saved Kushina and also blocked several fatal crises for her. It's only natural for her to be grateful to Kagami. She went to the Ninja Academy earlier than expected, probably after hearing about Kazuki from Mito. But that's the future Ninetales Jinchuriki. Hamura frowned. Even if Kazuki was considered one of their own, he was still an Uchiha. Even if Kazuki was confirmed to be trustworthy in the future, they could not allow him the opportunity to come into contact with the Ninetales. There was no other way, that battle was simply too terrifying. Making Kushina the Ninetales Jinchuriki is just our idea. It has not been approved by Mito-sama. Whether Kushina will become the new Ninetales Jinchuriki is not up to you, not up to me, and not up to Monkey. Only Mito-sama's word counts. Danzo glanced at Hiruzen and slowly said, before Mito-sama decides to change the Jinchuriki, none of us can rush this matter. Otherwise, no one can bear the responsibility. Moreover, Kushina is the most suitable candidate to become the Jinchuriki, but she is not the only candidate. Hiruzen nodded in silence. Mito rarely came out, and she could even be described as a recluse. However, Hiruzen held immense respect for her and would not normally go against her wishes. His attitude towards Mito was also very complex. Mito was his greatest assurance now. As long as she was alive, Konoha would not fall into chaos. But as the Hokage, who would like to have a supreme ruler above their head? Actually, it might not even require Kushina. Suddenly, Danzo's tone became like a demon, tempting everyone present. Chapter 7, Would Release Experiment. Danzo, you need to know that other villages have encountered the problem of tailed beast rampages, but Konoha has not. This is because we have Mito-sama. Kushina possesses chakra comparable to Mito-sama, which can suppress the nine tails, and she is the best choice. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and said earnestly. Hiruzen, you need to know that what restrains the nine tails is not just the Uzumaki clan's chakra and sealing jutsu, but also the Sharingan and would release. Danzo hinted meaningfully. Kushina may not truly acknowledge Konoha. Her talent is so great that if one day she can control the nine tails' power like Mito-sama, and she wants to leave Konoha, what can we do? Danzo's words silenced everyone present. Trust Kushina. But they all distrusted this girl. After all, how long had they known her? They had rescued Kushina from the destroyed Uchiha, and if it weren't for them, Kushina would have already died, but it was still very difficult to make her feel a sense of belonging. Previously, they had planned to let Kushina form bonds in Konoha, which could serve some purpose, but if she could truly control the Nine-Tails' power, she would be able to perceive good and evil. It was hard for them to guarantee what their true attitude towards Kushina was. As for limiting Kushina's growth, that was almost impossible. Putting aside everything else, Mito herself would train Kushina as much as possible, and this was not something they could obstruct. Therefore, Kushina was not the best choice for a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Sharingan is the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan, while wood release belongs to the Senju clan. Tobirama-sensei had researched wood release back then and made some progress. If not for the outbreak of the First Great Ninja War, it would probably have been successfully researched. I propose restarting the wood release research experiment. Setting aside the Sharingan, wood release is the most effective in restraining the Nine-Tails. Danzo looked at Hiruzen with burning eyes. Moreover, you should have noticed that all countries are upgrading their armaments. A great ninja war could happen at any time. This time, the destruction of Uchiha may well be those ninja villages testing our attitude and strength. They must have also obtained some of the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu. After this, tailed beast rampages will likely decrease, which is not a good thing for Konoha. In the future, we must also be prepared to counter tailed beasts. As he spoke, Danzo's eyes were filled with coldness. For a war maniac like him, those ninja villages attacking Uchiha were tantamount to slapping his face. The existence of Uchiha was of great benefit to Konoha. As long as they were there was no need to worry about Kirigakure attacking Konoha from the sea. It could become Konoha's maritime fortress. The Uzumaki clan was also a good fighting force, but now that Uchiha was destroyed, once war occurred, Konoha would need to expend considerable effort to guard against Kirigakure. Sometimes, Danzo would sigh, the first Hokage was a smart person, distributing 8-tailed beasts and acquiring a considerable sum of money. In these years, those villages had been greatly troubled by tailed beasts, while only Konoha could rest easy. But now, thinking that other villages might be able to control the power of the tailed beasts, Danzo imagined scenes of tailed beasts attacking Konoha, and he felt that the first Hokage's mind might not have been very sharp. Why did he distribute the tailed beasts back then? Hearing Danzo's suggestion, Hiruzen fell silent. Restarting the wood release experiment, there was no problem with that. After all, it was originally initiated by Tobirama, and those cells and experimental data were still preserved. Even Mito didn't come out to stop it back then. Thinking that a great ninja war could happen at any time, and the prospect of facing tailed beasts, Hiruzen's heart could not remain calm. He looked deeply at Kushina and Kazuki in the crystal ball, narrowed his eyes, and took several drags from his pipe before he finally spoke. Since that is the case, restart the wood release experiment, but no human experimentation shall be conducted before we have full assurance. Hiruzen, once the experiment begins, human experimentation is unavoidable. Danzo was originally happy that Hiruzen supported the wood release experiment, but upon learning that human experimentation could not be conducted, he showed a displeased expression. He didn't just want to create a few wood release experimental subjects. If possible, he himself wanted to transplant Hashirama cells. This operation made him fully realize his shortcomings. If it weren't for Kagami covering their retreat, he might have fallen as well. And his current strength was very difficult to improve. He could only place his hopes on the wood release experiment. The wood release experiment is too dangerous. Hiruzen hesitated. How could he not understand these principles? It was just that as Hokage, could he make such a decision? We can first experiment with criminals and rogue ninja, and once we have some assurance, let Konoha citizens voluntarily participate in the experiment. Danzo looked at Hiruzen meaningfully and said, although the Senju clan has now disbanded, if there is hope of obtaining wood release, they will not refuse. Who else is more suitable for wood release experimentation than them? At this, Hiruzen fell silent. He understood what Danzo meant. Using the wood release experiment could eliminate some members of the Senju clan, weakening the Senju clan's influence. However, they were not deliberately targeting the Senju clan. Whether to participate in the experiment was their own decision. If they succeeded in the experiment, then they would be an inheritor of wood release. This wasn't Hiruzen being heartless. He would still take good care of Tsunade, Nawaki, and respect Mito. It was just that as Hokage, he needed to take some action. The one who targeted the Senju clan the most was not Hiruzen, but Tobirama. When the Senju clan disbanded, many people didn't even take many ninjutsu with them. They were forbidden from inheriting the surname, and were even forbidden from mentioning it to future generations. Compared to that, some of their methods were simply not worth mentioning. Then what about Kazuki and Kushina? Koharu looked at Kushina, who was constantly peeking at Kazuki, and asked hesitantly. We don't need to interfere with what happens to them later. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment and said, Kushina's affairs at the academy cannot be hidden from Mito-sama's eyes. Since even Mito-sama has tacitly approved, what else do we have to say? Moreover, don't forget, although Kazuki is an Uchiha, he is also an inheritor of the will of fire. If Kushina stays by Kazuki's side and becomes infected with the will of fire, isn't that even better? Chapter 8, The Uchiha Are So Kind. During the morning class, Kazuki felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, clearly sensing Kushina's gaze falling on him every 3 or 4 minutes. This made him feel a sense of dread, like, oh no, she's coming for me. If he could, he really wanted to shout at Kushina, stay away from me. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have helped Kushina solve her problem. Being targeted by Hiruzen was one thing, as he could still act like a normal person, but if Danzo took an interest in him, wouldn't he be doomed? He still needed time to grow. With the nourishment of Indra Chakra, Kazuki was confident he could grow into a top-tier expert. Through the combat arena, he could also fight against various powerhouses, and he would not lack combat experience in the future. Last night, he used up his remaining 3 challenge opportunities, only to find helplessly that he couldn't defeat anyone at the moment. A Jonin was not someone he, at his current age, could contend with. Even Kotetsu, an experienced Chunin, managed to defeat Kazuki after a prolonged fight, mainly due to his superior experience. And after failing the challenges, the combat arena also lost the challenge opportunities for those individuals. Kazuki knew how treacherous Danzo was, and there was a high probability that he was also his father's killer. He just wanted to pass his student days peacefully. Why was it so difficult? The morning classes finally ended. Just as Kazuki was about to look for Mikoto, Kushina quietly approached him. He could clearly sense a hint of nervousness from her. Is there something you need, Kushina-san? Kazuki sighed inwardly and asked. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Kushina mustered her courage and looked at Kazuki earnestly. Kazuki looked towards Minato not far away and saw him observing them with a joyful expression. Look, keep looking, and you won't have a wife, all right. We're all classmates, and besides, I merely spoke the truth. Kazuki waved his hand indifferently. Is that so? Kushina nodded thoughtfully. Kazuki was as gentle as his father. Just as Kushina was about to say something, a familiar figure walked into the classroom carrying a bento. Mikoto was clearly surprised to see Kushina not far from Kazuki. She walked up to Kazuki and smiled sweetly. Kazuki, it's time to eat. Kazuki nodded slightly, then looked at Kushina beside him. Kushina-san, if there's nothing else, we should have lunch. Lunchtime is only an hour. If we don't hurry and eat, we'll have to wait until after school in the afternoon. The Ninja Academy's lunch break wasn't long, but classes ended early in the afternoon, before 3 o'clock. Of course, some diligent students would train in the school's training grounds. This was somewhat like happy learning. Whether one could truly become an excellent ninja depended entirely on self-discipline. Lunch. Kushina's face stiffened. She seemed to have forgotten to bring her lunch. What should she do? Go home to eat. But with the travel time there and back, plus eating lunch, 1 hour simply wasn't enough. Did you forget your lunch, classmate? If you don't mind, I can share my bento with you. Mikoto noticed Kushina's predicament and gently invited her. Is that okay? Won't you go hungry? Kushina's gaze lingered on the 2 bento boxes for a moment. They seemed to contain many delicious foods. Even she couldn't help but swallow. Before Uchiha-Gakuru's destruction, Kushina was a princess, but what a princess ate wasn't necessarily gourmet food. Ultimately, Uchiha-Gakuru was just a small island nation. Eating fish was no problem, but when it came to mountain delicacies, Kushina hadn't eaten much. Mikoto noticed Kushina's small actions and found it amusing in her heart. This classmate seemed very genuine and cute. It's fine, I always make extra every day. It's enough for both of us. Okay, then I won't be polite. Kushina's face showed a moment of hesitation before she looked at Mikoto with gratitude. Indeed, Konoha still had many good people. This girl should also be from the Uchiha clan. Kagami, Kazuki, and Mikoto, what a warm family this was. When she was in Uchiha-Gakure, Kushina had heard of the Uchiha clan's reputation. Some even called the Uchiha clan an inherently evil clan, supposedly a private complaint made by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama that was overheard and spread. But hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Kushina had no ill feelings towards the Uchiha clan, and now she had met 3 good Uchihas. Perhaps, it wasn't the Uchiha who were evil, but the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Indeed, people's prejudices are like a great mountain. Delicious, truly delicious. Mikoto, did you make this? I've decided, you're my best friend for life. Facing such a ravenously eating Kushina, Kazuki and Mikoto couldn't help but exchange glances. Kushina seemed as if she had never been full before. This was a bit too exaggerated. Even Kazuki shared some of his lunch with Kushina, which made her impression of Kazuki and Mikoto even better. They were all good people. She was determined to be lifelong friends with Kazuki and Mikoto. For Kushina, who was new to Konoha, a bit of care and some help were invaluable. Just like in the original story, the relationship between Minato and Kushina was not without this aspect. Thinking of this, Kazuki sighed faintly. He couldn't deliberately distance himself from Kushina. That would be too obvious and would instead attract attention. Moreover, giving such a girl the cold shoulder was not something he could do, it didn't align with the will of fire at all. Forget it, he'd take it one step at a time. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was under Hiruzen's control. At this stage, they hadn't yet decided to make Kushina the Jinchuriki. She was still just a candidate. Chapter 9, What about Naruto and Sasuke? Uzumaki and Konoha were allies, and when Uzumaki was attacked, Konoha did indeed send experts to help. Kagami, Danzo, and almost the entire route, such a lineup was enough to fight a small war. To annihilate a small country, apart from an anomaly like the Land of Rain, they would face no pressure. The help Konoha provided to Uzumaki could not be called small, and even Mito had nothing to say. What's more, the existence of Uzumaki and the Land of Whirlpools itself was not welcomed by other countries. If the Uzumaki clan was both the village leader and the daimyo, how would the daimyos of other countries view it? If you ninja are all going to become daimyos, then what about us daimyos? Do you really think you have the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths? Even without the sealing jutsu matter, the Land of Whirlpools would sooner or later be targeted by other countries. Leaving aside other things, the Land of Fire's daimyo might not even welcome Uzumaki. It can be said that the destruction of Uzumaki was laid at its very foundation when it was established. Konoha also didn't expect that by the time they arrived at Uzumaki, it had already collapsed, and the strength of those ninja of unknown origin was beyond imagination. Even Kagami and more than half of Root were lost there, so being able to bring Kushina back was already incredibly difficult. It could also be considered fulfilling their duty as allies. It was unknown if Mito planned to let Kushina become a Jinchuriki. If she became a Jinchuriki, she would receive Konoha's best protection, not needing to go out on missions like other ninja, which would also be a form of protection for Kushina, and in the future, it would allow the Uzumaki clan to leave a legacy in Konoha. However, Hiruzen was worried that Kushina would grow to an uncontrollable extent in the future and had no intention of letting Kushina become a Jinchuriki. After finishing the meal, Mikoto packed up the lunchboxes and left, but after this one meal, Mikoto and Kushina had already become good friends. Humans don't require long periods to get along. Sometimes, if you click, you become friends in an instant. For Kushina, Mikoto was clearly a good friend. The afternoon classes ended quickly. Neither Kazuki nor Mikoto stayed at the school to train. Unlike ordinary civilians, those from ninja clans like them would more often choose to return to their clan for training. The training environment there was much better than at school. Some clansmen would even provide guidance to them, which was one of the reasons why ninjas from ninja clans were often stronger than civilian ninjas. Kazuki, Mikoto, we'll see each other tomorrow. The three arrived at the school gate, and Kushina bid them farewell. Kushina lived in the Senju clan's ancestral home. If she could, Kushina wished her way home could be a little longer. See you tomorrow, Kushina-san. See you tomorrow, Kushina. I'll bring you lunch. You're too kind, Mikoto. It's nothing, just cooking a bit more, it won't increase my workload. Mikoto smiled with narrowed eyes. After Kushina left, she spoke to Kazuki in a quiet tone. Kushina-san is very cute, don't you think? Kazuki. The word Kazuki at the end made Kazuki shiver involuntarily. However, he still changed the subject. Didn't you two get along very well before? He recounted what had happened in class. I didn't expect her to pay so much attention to me because of that. Mikoto frowned. Are you sure she's approaching you because you helped her, Kushina? That's highly probable. It's not like she fell in love with me at first sight, right? Kazuki fell silent after saying this. He thought of a possibility. His father had just sacrificed himself on a mission, and Kushina had been brought to Konoha these past few days. The news of Uzumaki-Kyo's destruction was no longer a secret. These days, some villagers were even clamoring to find those who had destroyed Uzumaki-Kyo and avenge the Uzumaki clan. It's just that the higher-ups didn't seem to want to start a war because of this. The destruction of Uzumaki-Kyo was probably participated in by all the major villages except Konoha. Once Konoha made a move, the second great ninja war would occur. No one wanted such a thing to happen. Is it because of Kagami? Using his life to bring a daughter-in-law. By the way, if he were to win over both Mikoto and Kushina, what would happen to Naruto and Sasuke in the future? Would they be his children? Ahem, here Kazuki had to say something for Hiruzen. Many people said he was an old schemer, and that he and Danzo conspired to destroy the Senju clan. But in reality, the Senju clan was disbanded by Tobirama. Most of the Senju clan merged into Konoha's civilian population, and a portion of the Senju clan went to the daimyo's mansion. Hashirama's son married the daimyo's daughter and gave birth to Tsunade and Nawaki. Currently, he is leading that portion of the Senju clan and living at the daimyo's mansion. This could be considered diversified investment. Ver underestimate Tobirama's political wisdom. Unlike the Uchiha, who focused solely on the police force and didn't even know when they were being plotted against. If the Uchiha had truly made preparations outside, they wouldn't have been annihilated. Unfortunately, the path to the daimyo's mansion is temporarily impassable for the Uchiha, at least for now. Alright, let's go back. Grandpa still needs to teach you how to use the Sharingan today. Seeing that Kazuki seemed to realize something, Mikoto smiled, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Previously, Kazuki's strength was not much different from hers, but ever since Kazuki awakened the Sharingan, she was no longer a match for Kazuki. As a talented woman of the Uchiha clan, Mikoto found it hard to accept such a thing, especially not wanting to be left too far behind by Kazuki. On the other side, Kushina walked into Mito's room with light steps. Grandma Mito, I'm back. Oh, it's Kushina. How are you getting along with your classmates? Mito motioned for Kushina to sit beside her, asking with a benevolent expression. It seemed the destruction of the Uzumaki clan had not caused the old woman too much sadness or grief. Chapter 10, Tatsuya's Training. At first, some people laughed at me, but someone helped me. Kushina stroked her red hair and murmured, Grandma Mito, do you know? Kazuki and Mikoto are both very, very good people. Then Kushina chattered on, recounting everything that had happened that day. Mito did not stop Kushina from continuing. Instead, she patiently listened to Kushina's narration. The Uchiha clan had produced several very, very good people. Mito was somewhat bewildered, but more than that, she was happy about it. Because of Hashirama, Mito was not as hostile towards the Uchiha as other Uzumaki and Senju clansmen, even though Hashirama's death was inextricably linked to Madara. But even until his death, Hashirama felt that he had wronged Madara. As an observer, how could Mito not know that Madara had been forced away by Tobirama? If one were to truly consider it, Tobirama might very well be the culprit. Even Tobirama himself had once said that as comrades, the Uchiha were more reliable than anyone else. And Kagami was clearly that kind of trustworthy Uchiha, so would Kazuki be the next one? Mito looked at Kushina with deep eyes. Originally, she had wanted Kushina to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which would also be a form of protection. But if that were the case, Kushina would clearly not be suitable for too much contact with the Uchiha clan. However, could she keep Kushina away from Kazuki and Mikoto? Clearly impossible. Kushina had finally made friends. Perhaps she needed to find an opportunity to meet Kazuki. After Kushina finished speaking, Mito comforted her with a loving expression. In a few days, Tsunade and Nawaki will be back from the daimyo's mansion. You can interact with them more, and if anything happens in the future, you can tell your Tsunade. Tsunade. Kushina hesitated. She hadn't met these two before. Although they were relatives, Mito was her great-aunt, and Tsunade and Nawaki were indeed her older cousins. Since they hadn't met, Kushina's heart was still very anxious. Yes, Kushina, starting tonight, we will practice sealing jutsu for 2 hours every evening. Mito then continued, you don't want others to have to save you when you go out on missions in the future, do you? Kushina thought of the scene where her parents entrusted her to Kagami and his team, and then remembered Kagami covering their retreat for her. She nodded with determination. Huff, huff, huff. On the other side, Kazuki was panting heavily, his eyes fixed with determination on the second elder, Tatsuya, not far away. His single Tomo Sharingan stared intently at Tatsuya, his chakra almost depleted. Tatsuya, standing opposite with his arms crossed, commented, your talent is excellent. You are indeed the earliest to awaken the Sharingan. In terms of overall strength, you are already stronger than an average genin, but your experience is still a bit lacking. He paused, then continued to add, however, don't get too arrogant. When Madara was your age, although he hadn't awakened the Sharingan, his strength was still superior to yours. He started killing at the age of 3. Kazuki felt somewhat speechless. Tatsuya was indeed someone from the Sengoku era. Having followed Madara, his combat experience was not something an ordinary ninja could compare to. However, comparing him to Madara was giving him too much credit. Even though Kazuki now possessed Indra Chakra, Kazuki found it difficult to guarantee that his talent was not inferior to Madara's, or even better than Madara's. Madara was someone who had fought from birth until death. Although the final boss of Naruto was Otsutsuki Kagaya, the sense of oppression Kagaya gave was not comparable to Madara's. Little did he know, Tatsuya's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Kazuki. Although Kazuki only had a single Tomo Sharingan, the feeling he got was that its ocular power was in no way inferior to a 2-Tomo Sharingan. He had taught Kagami before and could clearly feel that Kazuki's ocular power surpassed Kagami's. This discovery made Tatsuya even more excited. This child, Kazuki, has even more potential than Kagami. In the future, he might be able to awaken that pair of eyes. However, he couldn't reveal this matter yet. He couldn't let Kazuki become arrogant, and he also needed to worry about others who might wish Kazuki harm. Like Kazuki, Tatsuya also harbored suspicions about the Uchiha clan head and Danzo, but he couldn't do anything. Despite being the Uchiha clan's second elder and the leader of the peace-loving faction, he was ultimately just an elite jonin. With increasing age and hidden ailments, his strength as an elite jonin was likely even diminished. He could do nothing. In the future, it would have to depend on Kazuki himself. I still have a lot to learn. Kazuki gave a self-deprecating laugh, recalling how he couldn't even defeat the gatekeeper in the combat arena, which he felt was shameful. It's best that you understand that. Seeing Kazuki act like this, Tatsuya nodded in satisfaction. From now on, after school every day, come here for my training, especially regarding the use of the Sharingan. You still have a lot to learn. Yes, thank you, second elder. Kazuki said gratefully. Regardless of the other party's strength, he was ultimately a veteran of countless battles, with too much for him to learn. This was the difference between Kazuki and Sasuke. Kazuki had a complete system to learn from, while Sasuke could only go forward on his own. Even though Kakashi's reputation with the Sharingan was great, when it came to using the Sharingan, Kakashi could only be considered an amateur. Over the next month, Kazuki maintained his daily routine of attending classes, having lunch with Kushina and Mikoto, and being trained by Tatsuya in the evenings. He could feel his strength improving at a visible rate. If Kazuki were given another chance to challenge the Kotetsu, he might not lose. As for the other two jonin, Kazuki currently had no such thoughts. Finally, after training at Tatsuya's house that day, the combat arena finally refreshed. Chapter 11, Battling Nawaki. Second Great Ninja War, Senju Nawaki. Puppet Master, Elder Chiyo. Rebellious Youth, Sarutobi Asuma. Chunin Exam, Beautiful and Useless Sakura. Seeing these four options, Kazuki's lips curved into a smile. This time, at least there were a few characters he could actually defeat. Sakura during the Chunin exams was utterly useless. As long as she didn't bring her strongest summoned beast, Naruto, he felt he could easily dominate her. At this stage, Sakura hadn't yet become Tsunade's disciple. At most, she had excellent chakra control and a bit of genjutsu talent. And regarding Sakura's genjutsu, from beginning to end, the only genjutsu she ever cast was on herself, the illusion that she had caught up to Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura had never displayed any other genjutsu. If it were Sakura from the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kazuki certainly wouldn't be her match, but from the Chunin exams. Of course, calling Sakura beautiful and useless was well-deserved. In his previous life, when watching Naruto, everyone disliked Sakura, but in the original setting, Sakura was indeed a beauty. Rock Lee even fell in love with Sakura at first sight. To be honest, Kazuki wasn't entirely confident of victory against Nawaki from the Second Great Ninja War. After all, he was Hashirama's grandson, Tsunade's brother, and Orochimaru's disciple. His background was even better than Kazuki's. If he hadn't been killed by those strange explosive tags, it wouldn't have been a problem for Nawaki to grow into an elite jonin. As for further advancement, it wasn't impossible either. Against the current Nawaki, Kazuki had a chance of victory. Nawaki and Mikoto were in the same age group, and their strengths were similar, so it wouldn't be too difficult for Kazuki to defeat him. He wondered how much Nawaki would grow in the coming years. As for Chiyo, Kazuki didn't even consider her. She was a Kage-level expert now, and no matter how old she wasn't someone his current self could challenge. As for young Asuma, it seemed he might not be unbeatable. This time, he should be able to get some good items. After a moment of hesitation, Kazuki chose Sakura first and entered the combat arena. Looking at the pink-haired girl not far away, Kazuki immediately threw 3 kunai without a word. Sakura, in a panic, quickly pulled out her kunai to block, but unfortunately, she encountered the unique throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. After blocking 1 kunai, she was hit by the remaining 2 kunai, 1 in the shoulder and 1 in the abdomen. Before Sakura could react, Kazuki quickly approached her, drew a short sword from behind, and slashed across her throat. The next moment, Kazuki's consciousness withdrew from the combat arena. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Sakura. You have obtained Sakura's chakra control talent. Do you wish to merge? Merge. After merging Sakura's chakra control talent, Kazuki's lips curved into a smile. He had underestimated Sakura before. Sakura, who could be taken as a disciple by Tsunade and trained with such effort, had some talent. Kazuki had considered his chakra control to be excellent, but after merging Sakura's talent, his chakra control improved even further, by at least a third. This was already a very significant improvement. Next, Kazuki looked at Nawaki. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively chose to start the battle. Entering the combat arena and seeing Nawaki, who was clearly less than 12 years old, Kazuki's thoughts became complex. This must be Nawaki from before his death, meaning he was 2 years older than the current Nawaki. And his chakra reserve was even larger than his own, even about a third more than Kushina's. This showed how excellent Nawaki's talent was. No wonder some people suspected that Nawaki's death was related to Hiruzen and Danzo. Nawaki's other talents were also very good. It was not impossible for him to grow to Kage level in the future. However, such an opponent was much more interesting. Kazuki's lips curved into a smile. His single Tomo Sharingan activated, and he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, a massive fireball was spewed from Kazuki's mouth, rushing towards Nawaki. Nawaki calmly formed hand seals. Just as the great fireball was about to hit him, he gathered a large amount of chakra in his mouth and spat it out. This chakra quickly formed a rotating circular water wall, blocking Kazuki's great fireball. The scorching flames met the water wall, creating a large amount of steam. It was Tobarama's water release, water formation wall. A look of surprise flashed in Kazuki's eyes. He hadn't expected Nawaki to have learned this technique. Other people's water formation walls were created by pouring chakra into the ground to form a water wall, while Tobarama's created all-directional protection. No doubt, this was modified specifically to counter the Uchiha's fire release. Indeed, most of Tobarama's ninjutsu were designed to counter the Uchiha. Thinking this, Kazuki quickly approached Nawaki again, forming hand seals once more. Lightning release, wave of inspiration. Terrifying currents gathered in Kazuki's hand, touching the water formation wall that enveloped Nawaki. Water conducts electricity, and the water formation wall was quickly conducted by the lightning release, forcing Nawaki to end the water formation wall and retreat backward. After creating distance from Kazuki, Nawaki looked at him with lingering fear. If his reaction hadn't been fast enough, he would have been affected by the lightning chakra. Since when did Uchiha clan you stop studying fire release and start researching lightning release instead? Kazuki, seeing this, showed no impatience. He bit his finger, slid it across the seal on his arm, and a giant shuriken, as tall as a man, appeared in his right hand. He then threw it towards Nawaki. Damn it! Nawaki cursed under his breath, pulling out a kunai with his right hand to block the spinning, flying giant shuriken. Explode. But before Nawaki could make his next move, Kazuki let out a low shout. Only then did Nawaki realize that the giant shuriken was actually tied with a large number of explosive tags. Are the Uchiha this devious? Boom. A violent explosion engulfed Nawaki. Did he use substitution jutsu? Kazuki quickly pinpointed Nawaki's location. The previous explosion had engulfed Nawaki. Even though his substitution jutsu was timely, he was still affected by the explosive tags. He had no time to tend to his injuries and had to face Kazuki's slash, which had already reached him. Chapter 12, Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha Bloodline. Kazuki rarely displayed his body flicker technique. To be precise, he almost never revealed his body flicker technique in front of outsiders. Compared to fire release, lightning release, and a series of Uchiha-style methods, Kazuki dedicated more energy to researching the body flicker technique. Kazuki's talent in the body flicker technique was quite good. After all, his son, Shisui, had the nickname Shisui of the body flicker. Kagami's body flicker technique was also quite famous. It was a body flicker technique that Kagami had improved based on his own circumstances, under the guidance of the ninja world's fastest, Senju Tobirama. Kazuki had already learned and integrated the body flicker technique into his daily combat a year ago. He rarely showed it outside, but in the combat arena, he had no such reservations. The explosive power brought by the terrifying body flicker technique, combined with Uchiha-style swordsmanship, was all about suddenness. Under Nawaki's slightly stunned gaze, Kazuki's long sword pierced through his abdomen. However, Kazuki was quickly dumbfounded. Before he could pull the long sword out of Nawaki's abdomen, Nawaki suddenly exerted force, making the sword pierce further into his abdomen. Nawaki's arms tightly embraced Kazuki, and at the same time, he was clutching several ignited explosive tags in his hands. Is he that ruthless? Kazuki was shocked. An ordinary ninja, if pierced through the abdomen like this, would certainly lose their combat ability. But Nawaki, relying on the terrifying vitality of the Senju and Uzumaki clan, stubbornly held him back, wanting to engage in a mutually destructive battle. Fortunately, in this past month, Kazuki had grown considerably. He decisively abandoned his long sword and quickly formed hand signs. Although I'll never see my sister again, and I can't become Hokage, even if I die, I'll send you to the Pure Land. Nawaki whispered softly as he leaned close to Kazuki. At this moment, Kazuki really wanted to curse Nawaki for not playing fair. What deep-seated hatred was this? I just wanted to kill you once to get a reward. Do you need to fight so desperately? Boom. The explosion of the explosive tags engulfed both Kazuki and Nawaki. At the same time, Kazuki's figure turned into mud, and his true body appeared not far away, gasping for breath. Earth Release, Earth Clone, one of the few Earth Release ninjutsu that Kazuki used well. In such a scenario, it was very useful. Afterward, Kazuki's consciousness returned to his body. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Nawaki. You have obtained Nawaki Senju and Uzumaki mixed blood physique. Do you wish to merge? Merge. As Kazuki's thoughts moved, he felt as if his body was being torn apart, and a terrifying energy was reshaping his body. Acquiring Nawaki's physique made Kazuki very happy, as even without Asura Chakra, this would provide him with a huge boost. But this cellular tearing caused him unbearable pain. Just as he was about to faint, a warm sensation surged from his eyes, quickly neutralizing the pain. His Sharingan activated unknowingly. The single tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, and soon, the single tomo in those eyes quickly split, with two tomo appearing in each eye. Under the influence of Nawaki's physique, Kazuki's Sharingan upgraded once again, becoming a two-tomo Sharingan. Just as Kazuki thought the Sharingan might advance further, upgrading to three tomo in one go, the tearing sensation on his body subsided, and the rapidly spinning two tomo also stopped rotating. Hoo. The merging process was short yet long, leaving Kazuki looking as if he had just been pulled out of a bathtub. However, this merger significantly boosted his strength. His chakra doubled, his physique also improved considerably, and with the two-tomo Sharingan, Kazuki was confident in facing Kotetsu again and thought he could win. The combination of Uchiha bloodline with the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The improvement is significant, but the process is brutal. Kazuki covered his eyes. He did not continue to challenge others. With his current strength, challenging young Asuma should not be difficult, but he needed to summarize the previous battle. Before the battle, his strength was already superior to Nawaki's, and he successfully killed Nawaki in the end. But his combat experience was still a bit lacking, unlike Nawaki, who had probably been active on the battlefield for some time and was a seasoned veteran. If Nawaki wasn't too important, Kazuki wouldn't mind dying together with him. He wanted to know if dying together could bring him rewards. If that were the case, he could use some extreme methods to defeat opponents in the future, such as strapping explosive tags to himself to blow up the opponent. Next, he needed to pay more attention to this aspect. Before he can activate Susanoo, he will be a glass cannon, and he needs to be cautious when necessary. Potential is ultimately just potential. Sometimes, a single explosive tag is enough to be fatal. In ninja combat, it's quite normal for the weak to defeat the strong. This summary lasted for over an hour. Kazuki then challenged Asuma. This young Asuma, probably around 14 or 15 years old, had a similar strength to Nawaki and was quickly dealt with by the upgraded Kazuki. After the battle, Kazuki also gained Asuma's wind release mastery at that stage. Kazuki hadn't really studied wind release before. He usually focused on fire release and lightning release, which were his innate chakra natures. But after merging Asuma's wind release mastery, Kazuki's proficiency in wind release immediately improved, in no way inferior to his current fire release and lightning release. Indeed, he still had to rely on the combat arena to cheat. Unfortunately, Chiyo was unbeatable right now. If he could obtain Chiyo's poisoning techniques and combat experience, that would be awesome. For the next few days, Kazuki was constantly familiarizing himself with and adapting to his newly surged strength. Kazuki, do you know? Something big happened at school today. That day, just as Kazuki sat down, Kushina mysteriously said to Kazuki. Not long ago, Kushina managed to move her seat next to Kazuki, which made Kazuki feel helpless. What happened? Not only Kazuki, but even Minato and others in front turned to look at Kushina. Chapter 13, An Opportunity to Get a Good Teacher. Hee, I heard from Tsunade-ne-san that Hokage-sama is coming to the Ninja Academy today. It seems like he's going to observe combat training, and those who perform well will receive guidance from excellent ninja in the village, perhaps even becoming their disciples. Kushina didn't keep them in suspense, then added, putting aside Tsunade-san and her teammates, some famous jonin from the village, like Jonin Sakumo, are also coming. Kazuki was surprised to hear this, not expecting such a thing. Why was there no news within the Uchiha clan? Kazuki scanned the other classmates in the classroom and found that, apart from Kushina, everyone else seemed unaware of this matter. It seems Tsunade gave Kushina a private lesson. It looks like Kushina is doing quite well living with the Senju clan. Becoming a disciple of those powerhouses. Kazuki's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Minato in front of him. Perhaps Minato seized this opportunity, caught Jiraiya's eye, and eventually became his disciple. Nawaki is also in the Ninja Academy now, and he will become Orochimaru's disciple. As for Kushina, she doesn't lack inheritance. Mito, the strongest hidden ninja in Konoha, is currently diligently teaching Kushina. There are combat classes in the Ninja Academy, and Kazuki could clearly feel Kushina's strength rapidly increasing. When she first arrived in Konoha, she was actually not as strong as Mikoto, but now, Kazuki felt that Mikoto would find it very difficult to defeat Kushina. As for saying Kushina is stronger than Mikoto, that's not necessarily true. In ninja battles, intelligence and on-the-spot performance are all indispensable. Kazuki thought of many things at this moment. Is it because the second great ninja war is about to begin, and Hiruzen and his team want to gauge the students' abilities and cultivate the new generation of students early? Speaking of which, he and Kushina have been together for over a month, but Hiruzen and his team haven't shown any reaction. Even Mito seems to have ignored his existence. Also, I'll tell you quietly, Hokage-sama intends for Tsunade and her team to take on disciples. Nawaki has already been internally selected by Orochimaru. Then, Kushina said in a voice only the two of them could hear, when the time comes, tell Mikoto to perform well and graduate with Nawaki. She might also become Orochimaru's disciple. Kushina has been in Konoha for over a month and has learned quite a few things. The benefits of an excellent teacher are immense. Orochimaru had never taken a disciple before, and no one knew if he would teach disciples, but he was the third Hokage's disciple and a standout among the younger generation. Moreover, he was a teacher Tsunade personally found for Nawaki. Could such a teacher be bad? Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Kushina had met them before. Compared to Jiraiya, Orochimaru was indeed much more reliable. Orochimaru. Kazuki was a bit moved. The future Orochimaru would be very unreliable, and even someone to be wary of as he was always fixated on the Sharingan. But Nawaki isn't dead yet, is he? Goku relied on Krillin's sacrifice to transform into a Super Saiyan. Orochimaru similarly relied on Nawaki's sacrifice to henceforth believe in science. The only thing to worry about is that Nawaki has too many uncertainties. If becoming teammates with Nawaki means facing many dangers, can Mikoto still survive? If one day she steps on an explosive tag together with Nawaki, wouldn't she be gone? Then, should he also try to become Orochimaru's disciple? Kazuki did intend to finish Ninja Academy before graduating, but reality wouldn't allow it. War could happen at any time, and the village couldn't just watch Kazuki and others continue studying in the Ninja Academy. Moreover, excellent teachers won't always wait for you. Once war truly comes, these excellent ninja will all go to the front line. Where would they have time to take students? Early graduation is inevitable. 2 years is enough time for Kazuki to grow. Orochimaru at this stage is still worth befriending. By the time Orochimaru has problems, he will have already fully matured. As for Jiraiya, forget it. He has been thoroughly fooled by the toads of Mount Myaboku. If he were to become Jiraiya's disciple, it would be extremely dangerous. But Tsunade, he. If it were before, Kazuki wouldn't have thought Tsunade was suitable to be his teacher, but now, having fused with Nawaki's physique, Kazuki felt he was already very much like a Senju. Also, Kazuki, you must perform well later. I've already told Tsunade. She said that if you perform well, she will introduce you to a good teacher. Kushina looked at Kazuki with eyes full of anticipation. Don't worry. Kazuki smiled confidently. It seems he needs to be a bit more serious about this. Just as Kushina said, before class even began, Saikairo walked into the classroom and solemnly said, "Today is combat class. You all must perform well. Hokage-sama will be here to observe your performance." After speaking, he particularly lingered his gaze on Kazuki, Minato, and Kushina. These 3 children were ones he favored. He needed to discover talents for Hiruzen in the school and provide some assistance. Kazuki and Kushina, needless to say, both have inheritances. But Minato appears to be a civilian ninja, at least on the surface. Currently, in terms of strength, Minato might not be as strong as those clan heirs, but his talent is among the best in this class. Whether it's his superior reaction ability, combat analysis ability, learning ability, or diligence, Saikairo highly regards them all. In terms of improvement speed, Minato is the fastest. He had previously mentioned Minato to Hiruzen. This time, Hiruzen's visit also had the intention of testing Minato. If he could seize this opportunity, he might make a surprising breakthrough. Hearing that it was indeed as Kushina had said, the students in the classroom became excited. Hokage-sama. Most of them had only seen Hiruzen at the entrance ceremony. To be able to see him and be noticed by him was a dream come true for them. Chapter 14, Minato's Challenge. Kazuki, I want to challenge you again today. Minato turned his head and looked at Kazuki with sincere eyes. For Minato, Kazuki was both his confidant and his rival. Although he knew there was a huge gap between him and Kazuki, every time he sparred with Kazuki, he could find his own shortcomings and learn some small tricks from Kazuki. This was extremely rare for Minato, who came from a commoner background. Sometimes, Kazuki himself would give Minato some advice, which greatly benefited Minato. And so, Minato came to schedule a match with Kazuki. All right. But it will have to be a little later. Kazuki didn't refuse. It was inevitable that Minato would be noticed by Hiruzen. Perhaps he had already been reported to Hiruzen by Saikairo. If it weren't for unearthing talent, how could a jonin like Saikairo come to the ninja academy to be an elite class teacher? You could say Hiruzen was an old fox, as many clan heirs were more or less suppressed by him. But during his time as Hokage, he was quite good to civilian ninja. Under Saikairo's leadership, Kazuki and his group arrived at the training ground. Putting aside their grade, even the previous and the one before that were also there. Kazuki quickly found Mikoto's class. They had already begun sparring practice under the teacher's guidance. However, the first to train were some weaker students. Afterward, Kazuki found the older students in the higher grade. The current ninja academy was a 4-year system, meaning the class was this year's graduating class, and the Hyuga clan head's 2 sons, Hayashi and Hisashi, were in that class. In addition, there was also Hiruzen's eldest son, Shinosuke. This was also currently the strongest class in the academy. Of course, the 3rd-year class with Mikoto was also very strong, including Nawaki, Mikoto, and this generation's Ino-Shika-Cho, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Comparatively, there were fewer strong individuals in the 2nd year, but it did have future Konoha mainstays like Aburame Shibi. The future clan head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, had just graduated from the Ninja Academy last year. Alright, stop looking. Our class's sparring practice is about to begin. All of you, perform well. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of so many people. Saikairo led his students to their assigned training ground and earnestly instructed them. Later, students from other first-year classes might challenge us. Don't lose to them. Kazuki was in Class 1, the so-called elite class. In scenarios like this, they were eligible for a sparring ground, while other first-year classes could only challenge them to gain attention. Yes. Good, the first group to spar is Shimura Masaki and Narakawa. As Saikairo's words fell, 2 students stepped onto the training ground. After making the seal of opposition, they began to fight under Saikairo's command. On the other side, Hiruzen arrived at the Ninja Academy, accompanied by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. With their strength, if they didn't want to expose their whereabouts, the students in the academy naturally wouldn't notice them. Sage of 6 Paths, isn't that your son? He looks just like you. Jiraiya pointed at Shinosuke, who had already stepped onto the training ground, and teased. Hiruzen gave Jiraiya a speechless look. Calling him the Sage of 6 Paths was too disrespectful. He wasn't even 40 yet, so how was he the Sage of 6 Paths? However, when Shinosuke was mentioned, Hiruzen's eyes were filled with appreciation. Although Shinosuke's talent was slightly inferior to Orochimaru's, he was still superior to most people, and he had inherited his 5 chakra natures. In the future, when he inherits his 5 nature release, Shinosuke will become a pillar of Konoha. Indeed, his bloodline was very powerful. His gaze swept over the 2 brothers, Hayashi and Hisashi. According to Shinosuke, both brothers were very strong and weren't weaker than him. As expected of the Hyuga clan, but it was a pity they were from the Hyuga clan, as they were too feudalistic, making it difficult for the Hokage to interfere in the Hyuga clan's affairs. The existence of the caged bird curse seal, and the main and branch families, left Hiruzen helpless. Sometimes, when the power of the Byakugan was needed, he had to negotiate with the main family. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about the Byakugan being obtained by other villages. Thinking about other villages possibly obtaining the sealing jutsu inheritance of the Uzumaki clan, Hiruzen felt a pang of sadness. He didn't want to see the Uzumaki clan wiped out. If the Uzumaki could move to Konoha as a whole, he couldn't imagine how strong Konoha would become. Orochimaru, how are you doing finding Nawaki's teammates? Tsunade saw Nawaki in the distance, a smile gracing her lips. Her younger brother had a very good reputation. It was a pity that this generation's Ino-Shika-Cho couldn't be arranged as Nawaki's teammates. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about Nawaki's safety. Not yet. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, his arms crossed. He had no dissatisfaction whatsoever with Tsunade entrusting Nawaki to him for training. On the contrary, he liked Nawaki very much. His talent was very good and he had great talent in both earth release and water release. It was precisely because of this that he needed to be cautious when choosing teammates for Nawaki. How about choosing an Uchiha? Hiruzen suddenly stared at Orochimaru and said. Uchiha. Orochimaru frowned. Although Nawaki wasn't named Senju, he had Senju bloodline. If an Uchiha was added, his team would be quite interesting. Hiruzen's gaze deepened as he looked towards Mikoto. Since Kagami's sacrifice, there has been considerable turmoil within the Uchiha. We need to help the faction close to Konoha grow quickly. Mikoto is the granddaughter of the second elder and represents the new generation of the Peace faction. Taking her as a disciple would benefit both Konoha and the Uchiha. Then, Hiruzen continued to add, and also this child, Kazuki, I hope one of you can take him as a disciple. His talent is not inferior to Kagami's, and he also inherited the will of fire. He needs someone to protect him. Chapter 15, Tsunade's students, Kazuki and Kushina. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all Hiruzen's disciples, and he trusted them greatly. Now that the three of them had grown into capable ninja, it was time to give them more responsibilities, and some things needed to be explained to them. Kazuki. Kushina seems to have a good relationship with him. I heard Kushina mention him before. But is that kid really that talented? Can he really compare to Kagami-senpai? Tsunade also knew Kagami. An Uchiha who could be recognized by the second Hokage, who was hostile to the Uchiha, was indeed a good person. As Hokage, Hiruzen couldn't lead them on missions, so many of those missions were led by Kagami. During that time, Kagami taught them a lot. Hiruzen nodded slightly, looking at Kazuki, who was chatting with Kushina and Minato, and said, "This child, Kazuki, is the youngest Uchiha in history to awaken his Sharingan. He has already achieved good mastery in fire release and lightning release. Even without the Sharingan, he has the strength to graduate early. If he hadn't applied for early graduation, your record of the fastest early graduation might have been broken by him. As for now, I suspect he might already have Chunin level strength." "Oh. A 6-year-old Chunin." Orochimaru looked at Kazuki with interest, his snake-like tongue licking his lips. Hiruzen reminded with a light cough, "I'm just saying he has strength comparable to a Chunin. As for whether he can become a Chunin, he still needs to pass the assessment. Moreover, since he didn't actively apply for early graduation, I won't proactively make him graduate either." Tsunade followed his gaze and looked at Kazuki. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity from this child. What's going on with this Uchiha? "Tsunade, are you interested in becoming his teacher?" Hiruzen asked, pointing at Kazuki. "Me, become his teacher?" Tsunade blinked. She had just been wondering why Kazuki gave her such a familiar feeling, and now Hiruzen gave her such a proposal. "Although my surname isn't Senju, I still have the Senju bloodline in me. He's an Uchiha." Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and said with a chuckle, "What's the problem with that? Didn't Tobirama-sensei also take Kagami as his disciple? First Hokage-sama even allied with the Uchiha to establish Konoha. Now the Senju clan has disbanded, and the Uchiha are also a part of the village. This child, Kazuki, is also a part of the village. Why can't you take him as a disciple? This might even become a beautiful tale. He needs you to protect his growth." In fact, he could have easily let Kazuki become Orochimaru's disciple, but after a moment of hesitation, he still chose Tsunade. Hiruzen subconsciously still favored Orochimaru to become the next Hokage. If Kazuki were to become Orochimaru's disciple, Kazuki might become a Hokage successor then. Nawaki's talent would likely struggle to compare with Kazuki's. Of course, if you add the Senju's fundamental support, Kazuki wouldn't be a match for Nawaki. The villagers of Konoha would be more willing to support the Senju clan. But in that case, the Uchiha would likely become even more chaotic. Having Tsunade become Kazuki's teacher would eliminate this problem. To compensate Kazuki, Mikoto could become Orochimaru's disciple, thus giving the Peace faction two main pillars, led by Kazuki and supplemented by Mikoto. Then Kazuki would be from the Hokage faction but would find it difficult to become Hokage. In Hiruzen's view, this was the best outcome. It wasn't that Hiruzen was prejudiced against Kazuki or scheming against him. It was simply that the Uchiha were not suitable. As friends and comrades, the Uchiha were very reliable, but if an Uchiha became Hokage, who knew what would happen? Believe it or not, if an Uchiha became Hokage, they would dare to declare war on the ninja world on the second day, and then Konoha would be gone. Tsunade was silent upon hearing this. Once Kazuki became her disciple, the Uchiha clan would likely be in turmoil again, especially the anti-Hokage faction members, who would view Kazuki as a thorn in their side. Kagami became Tobirama's disciple because Tobirama's strength was sufficient, but what did she, Tsunade, have? Moreover, Tsunade inwardly admitted that she wasn't the most suitable person to teach Kazuki. Orochimaru was. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade simply ignored him. Think about it carefully. This child's situation is quite difficult right now. Hiruzen sighed and said, "If you take Kazuki as your disciple, I can allow you to take Kushina as your disciple later as well." Kushina. Tsunade showed surprise. She was somewhat aware of Kushina's possible future fate. Tsunade originally thought Kushina might never leave Konoha in her lifetime. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen actually agreed to let her take her as a disciple. Kushina is a good child. She has found her bonds in Konoha. As her older sister, you can't just ignore her, can you? Moreover, you are the most suitable person to teach her, aren't you? If she can learn Mitosama sealing jutsu, as well as your super strength and medical ninjutsu, even if she only becomes a ninja, she can still stand on her own in the future. Hiruzen was also very satisfied with the children in the ninja academy now. Shinosuke, Nawaki, Mikoto, Kazuki, Kushina, Hayashi, Hizashi, plus the new generation of Ino-Shika-Cho, these were all the cream of the crop among Konoha's new generation. As long as they grew up, Konoha's future was promising. Tsunade was tempted. She knew Kushina, her cousin, who had been brought up by her grandma, very well. Regarding her talent in sealing jutsu, Mito said Kushina's talent was no worse than hers. And the Uzumaki clan's physique and vitality would allow Kushina to learn super strength and medical ninjutsu, which would likely be a permanent solution. Thinking of this possibility, Tsunade was very tempted. At this moment, Minato had already stepped onto the training ground. His opponent was a member of the Sarutobi clan. In this battle, Minato showcased his solid fundamentals and his ability to seize opportunities to the fullest, defeating his opponent with great rhythm. "Sensei, that blonde kid, do you know him?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw Minato. As a ninja from a civilian background, Jiraiya naturally had a fondness for civilian ninja. In Minato, Jiraiya saw a reflection of his past self. This child is like me. Chapter 16, Jiraiya's interest in Minato. This child is Minato, a ninja born to civilians. He possesses excellent reaction ability, combat analysis ability, and learning ability. In less than a year after enrolling, he grew from the class's lowest performer to an upper middle level, and he is no less than some ninja from established clans. When Hiruzen mentioned Minato, his words were full of praise. Oh, and his theoretical knowledge is overwhelmingly first place, the kind that gets full marks. Full marks? Haha, this child is just like me. The story of an underdog's comeback struck Jiraiya's heart. He loved nothing more than scenarios where underdogs overcame geniuses. Moreover, Minato got full marks in his theoretical classes, wasn't that just like him? Idiot. Orochimaru swept a scornful glance at Jiraiya. What the hell do you mean, this child is like you? When you first joined our team, weren't you still the lowest performer? Although Jiraiya's potential was later proven, Orochimaru found it difficult to understand why Hiruzen chose Jiraiya in the first place, as he wasn't particularly outstanding. Of course, the current Jiraiya had already proven his worth. Jiraiya, if you are interested, you can observe Minato closely. Hiruzen's heart stirred. Originally, he had planned for Minato to be the last member of Orochimaru's team. But if Jiraiya was interested, it wouldn't be bad for Minato to become Jiraiya's disciple. Among his 3 disciples, the one he most favored was Orochimaru, and the one he liked the most was Jiraiya. His foundation is quite good. A very intelligent child. Look, now he's challenging Kazuki. Jiraiya watched as Minato defeated a child from the Sarutobi clan and then challenged Kazuki. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The mentality of daring to challenge a strong opponent was exactly like his own. He loved it. Perhaps Minato wasn't the most outstanding performer on the spot, but he was the one who best suited Jiraiya's taste. Orochimaru and Tsunade both turned their gaze to Kazuki, wondering what this young man would show. According to Hiruzen, his strength far surpassed his opponent's, so at this moment, would he, like other Uchiha, crush his opponent to display his power, or would he give his opponent more opportunities to show their abilities? This was related to a person's character. Of course, it couldn't be said that either choice was wrong, just as Orochimaru would defeat his opponent without hesitation. Kazuki walked onto the battle arena and said to Minato with a smile, "I didn't expect you to challenge me so soon. I know my own limits. I'm not a match for you and Kushina-san." Although Minato said this, he showed no sign of inferiority. Instead, he frankly stated, "If I were to fight anyone else, I wouldn't even have the right to challenge you." Is that so? Kazuki formed the confrontation seal with Minato, waiting for Minato to make the first move. Not to mention that his relationship with Minato was usually good, there was no need to establish his strength by quickly defeating Minato. Moreover, he was the inheritor of the Will of Fire, how could he be so ruthless? After forming the confrontation seal with Kazuki, Minato quickly approached Kazuki as usual, kicking towards his face at an extremely fast and tricky angle. Snap. However, Minato's attack was easily caught by Kazuki. With a gentle flick of his hand, he sent Minato flying. Minato's body spun in the air, landing steadily on the ground. Immediately after, he calmly formed hand signs, taking a deep breath. Wind release, great breakthrough. A high-speed swirling storm was expelled from his mouth, attacking Kazuki. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Kazuki formed hand signs much faster than Minato, spewing out a huge fireball to meet Minato's storm. Such fast hand signs. This scene made Tsunade let out an involuntary gasp of surprise. She herself was not a ninja known for her hand sign speed, and Kazuki's hand sign speed just now had already surpassed hers. Of course, it might even be faster than Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Hiruzen nodded slightly, praising, the speed of hand signs does not represent the strength of a ninja, and truly powerful ninja can even simplify hand signs, just like first Hokage-sama and Tobirama-sensei. But Kazuki's hand sign speed has already surpassed most ninja. I heard from Saikairo that he is also training single-handed hand signs. I haven't seen him use it. I wonder if he has trained it successfully. Jiraiya picked his nose and said, "Isn't it just single-handed hand signs? It's nothing at all. If you've got the guts, do hand signs with both feet like me." Tsunade and Orochimaru's faces instantly darkened. Who uses both feet to make hand signs? If you've got the guts, use your toes to make hand signs. However, Minato is indeed very talented. He has almost done everything he can. Orochimaru looked at Minato with eyes full of praise. He felt that Minato was the same kind of person as him. If he could have some opportunity, he would definitely seize it and then make a name for himself. With Hiruzen's guidance, he would surely become a strong individual. Hiruzen watched Minato, who was fully displaying his abilities with Kazuki's cooperation, and nodded with satisfaction. Kazuki's strength was within his expectations. He even suspected that his own son, Shinosuke, might not be a match for Kazuki. And Minato was rapidly progressing during his battle with Kazuki, which was extremely commendable. Such a smart child, entrusting him to Jiraiya might be a bit of a waste. Or, should he entrust him to Orochimaru? However, judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, he clearly had no intention of competing with Jiraiya. Forget it, let fate decide. Tsunade stared intently at Kazuki. The more she looked at Kazuki, the more familiar she felt, a feeling similar to facing Nawaki. But Kazuki was not Nawaki. She could only attribute the reason to Kazuki's unique charisma. Tsunade had seen this in others before, such as her grandfather, Hashirama. But Kazuki was an Uchiha. Tsunade, what do you think? Kazuki is very good, isn't he? Have you decided to be his master? Hiruzen asked when he saw Tsunade staring intently at Kazuki. Tsunade said with a complicated expression, "I can't teach him much. Is it really okay to entrust such a genius to me? Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru are more suitable for him than I am." "No, you are the most suitable. You are a Senju, he is an Uchiha. Although this might bring some trouble, this is what's best for him." Hiruzen looked at Tsunade earnestly. Chapter 17, Have you seen Konoha at 4 a.m.? Tsunade looked at Kazuki on the training ground with complex emotions, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I'll try, but I need to interact with this kid first. If he can't meet my requirements, I won't hinder his growth." Tsunade lacked confidence in teaching Kazuki. If she could teach him well, that would be fine, but if she ended up hindering him, then she would be misleading a promising talent. Tsunade held no ill will towards the Uchiha. She had even completed missions with Kagami in the past, so she naturally didn't want Kazuki to be hindered by her. As a teacher, not only do you help them get stronger, but more importantly, you pass on your experience to them and protect their growth, and you are not lacking in this area. In the current Konoha, very few people are stronger than you all. Hiruzen was naturally very satisfied with his 3 disciples. Tsunade's style was different from his own, but she still became his disciple, didn't she? However, with Tsunade leading Kazuki on missions, as long as they didn't encounter an insurmountable enemy, Kazuki would certainly be able to grow safely. To say that Hiruzen was not good to Kazuki would be false. He assigned the ninja world's top medic to escort Kazuki, and Kushina also had the potential to become a top medic. If he still couldn't grow safely like this, then it was Kazuki's fate. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. Isn't it just about protecting them? She was best at that. If she hadn't treated them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru would have died long ago. I understand. Tsunade took a deep breath and agreed, while also considering what kind of third person to prepare for the Tsunade squad. Kazuki, the most talented student in the Ninja Academy, and Kushina, whose sealing jutsu talent was comparable to Mito. She wondered if Kushina had awakened the Uzumaki clan's terrifying sensory abilities. If so, they would also have a sensory ninja. Kazuki's combat analysis skills were excellent, making him a candidate for the future team's strategist. So, the last choice. Hiruzen felt a bit troubled. He really wanted to assign a civilian ninja, but a civilian ninja simply couldn't keep up with the other 2. Let Shinosuke join. Hiruzen quickly dismissed this idea. He planned to send Shinosuke to Umbu for training, concealing Shinosuke's existence. This was a form of protection for Shinosuke. Otherwise, hostile ninja villages would target Shinosuke. If Shinosuke really joined the Tsunade squad, this team would probably make the Kage of other villages want to personally deal with them. Soon, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon another clan, the Hyuga clan. It wasn't that he was eyeing Hayashi and Hisashi, but rather other Hyugas. Since it was difficult to find a child comparable to Kazuki and Kushina, then assigning them a scout wouldn't be bad. As for whether this would allow Tsunade to gain the support of the Uchiha and Hyuga, affecting his own position, Hiruzen didn't care at all. If it were Nawaki, he might worry a little, but Tsunade was the party in question here. Among his 3 disciples, Tsunade was the least interested in becoming Hokage. Jiraiya had a greater chance of becoming Hokage than Tsunade. Moreover, the Hyuga clan was also a subordinate of the Senju clan back then. Even without this matter, would the Hyuga not support Tsunade? Orochimaru's team could be assigned a Hyuga. Even Hayashi would be acceptable. As for Jiraiya, besides Minato, he could be assigned some clan geniuses, and also some civilian geniuses. This would depend on Jiraiya's own ideas. He could only offer suggestions. To be honest, Hiruzen actually wanted Jiraiya to form an all-civilian squad. Even if they eventually trained 2 special Jonin, it would still be a good thing for Konoha, as they would be trusted retainers of their Hokage faction. As Hiruzen began to plan, the battle between Kazuki and Minato had already reached a fever pitch. Minato continuously attacked Kazuki. With not much chakra, he primarily used taijutsu. Minato was constantly researching taijutsu. Without ninjutsu, he was indeed suited for this path. Coupled with his excellent learning talent, he was already a standout in his class. Spinning, leaping, blocking, kicking, no matter how Minato attacked, Kazuki appeared to be at ease. Are you ready? Suddenly, Kazuki, feeling it was about time, spoke abruptly after blocking Minato's attack. Are you finally getting serious? Minato didn't feel discouraged. He had always known the significant difference between them, but he would close the gap. He had already caught up with the other clan members. Next were Kazuki and Kushina. Then let him see how many moves he could withstand from Kazuki now. Kazuki thought, you are a top genius, that's true, but sorry, I'm cheating. Minato's talent was visibly excellent. Jiraiya had said that anyone would pale in comparison to Minato. If it weren't for the Sharingan, Kakashi might be able to compare. But this refers to ordinary ninja, not someone like Kazuki who was cheating. Kazuki clenched his left fist and struck towards Minato's face with lightning speed. Minato quickly used his other free hand to block. However, something that shocked Minato happened. He had clearly reacted, but his body was a beat too slow. His face had already been struck by Kazuki, and then, a sense of weightlessness came over him. It turned out that Kazuki had followed up with a sweeping kick, knocking him to the ground. This sudden defeat caused a moment of daze within Minato. Why did it feel like the gap between himself and Kazuki hadn't narrowed, but rather widened? But soon, his gaze became firm again. No, it wasn't that the distance between them hadn't closed. It was just that he hadn't seen Kazuki's full power before. He still needed to work harder. His teacher called him a genius, but Kazuki was also a genius. If he didn't work hard, how could he close the gap? How was it? Are you all right? Kazuki pulled Minato up, asking gently. I'm fine. You were very measured in your attack. Minato gave a self-deprecating laugh. I don't know how you, a monster, train. I need to work even harder in the future. Have you seen Konoha at 4 a.m.? I have. Young man, you still need to keep working hard. Kazuki patted Minato's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Chapter 18, Visiting Kushina's Parents. Konoha at 4 a.m. Minato murmured. At that time, he was still resting in bed. Soon, Minato's eyes became firm again. Someone stronger than him was working so hard. It seemed his own training wasn't diligent enough. From now on, he would wake up 2 hours earlier every day, sleeping from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m., which should be enough. When he got tired, he would practice his hand sign speed. Kazuki's hand sign speed was also much faster than his. I understand. Kazuki, I will work even harder. Minato looked at Kazuki with gratitude. Perhaps Kazuki wanted him to grow quickly so that he wouldn't be lonely. After the two formed the seal of reconciliation, Kazuki scanned the surroundings again and said loudly, next. Kazuki's performance made the students look at each other in dismay. Minato's previous performance was already very good, but Kazuki defeated Minato with seemingly no effort. Not to mention others, even Kushina had no desire to challenge Kazuki at this moment. Saikairo sighed inwardly as he watched this scene. Kazuki was now far ahead of his classmates. They were almost losing the courage to challenge him. This might not be a good thing. Fortunately, Kazuki had already caught the eye of Hiruzen, so there was no need to worry about him not having opportunities to showcase his abilities. Seeing that no one challenged him, Kazuki sighed helplessly and stepped off the training ground, giving the opportunity to other students. He then looked towards the fourth-year students in the distance, in the direction of the Hyuga brothers. There was no one in the academy who could fight him anymore. If the Hyuga brothers combined forces with Shinosuke, they might barely qualify to fight him. Of course, this was still just barely qualifying. Before the establishment of the ninja villages, ninja battles were generally one-on-one. After their establishment, the focus shifted to squad cooperation and combat experience. Therefore, the individual combat abilities of ninja before the establishment of the ninja villages were generally stronger. Of course, it cannot be said that ninjas became weaker after the establishment of the ninja villages. Sometimes, teamwork could unleash even greater strength. The Hyuga brothers, combined with Shinosuke, definitely had the strength to fight him. However, there was no need for that. He still had at least a year to grow, so how would Hiruzen arrange things for him? Heh, this little guy is really interesting. He's even setting his sights on the upperclassmen, Jiraiya said with a teasing tone. As for Konoha at 4 a.m., Jiraiya saw it every day when he stayed in Konoha, but that was on his way home to rest. Indeed, there's no one in the Ninja Academy who can match him now. Hiruzen glanced at Shinosuke. Kazuki probably wanted to challenge his son. It seemed Shinosuke was not bad after all, even attracting Kazuki's desire to challenge him. However, Shinosuke was probably no match for Kazuki. This child's talent was too outstanding, he must be guided well. Orochimaru did not continue to observe Kazuki. Instead, he looked at Mikoto, who was currently fighting Nawaki, and a look of keen interest flashed in his eyes. The strength of the two was not much different. The Senju and Uchiha were quite interesting. This was a good opportunity to observe the awakening process of the Sharingan. At this moment, Orochimaru was more curious about the Sharingan, especially Kagami's eyes, which far surpassed ordinary Sharingan. If he could cultivate a Mangekyo Sharingan, that would be very interesting. Tsunade-ne-san, you saw Kazuki, right? How was it? Do you have any thoughts on guiding Kazuki? At dinner, Kushina looked intently at Tsunade, who was sitting across from her. I saw him. He is indeed a genius. Hiruzen-sensei wants me to take him as a disciple. Tsunade looked at Nawaki with complicated thoughts. Kazuki made her feel a sense of kinship. Mito stopped eating and looked at Tsunade with interest. As an experienced elder, she immediately understood Hiruzen's intention, and she also supported it. Tsunade was not suitable to become Hokage. Not just Tsunade, Nawaki was also not suitable to become Hokage. If Nawaki became Hokage, wouldn't the position of Hokage become the private property of their Senju clan? The Uchiha were suitable, after all, Konoha was established by the Senju and the Uchiha, and this land of Konoha was the land of the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha's character was a bit too flawed. Until the Uchiha's problem was resolved, the Uchiha were not suitable to produce a Hokage. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have been Hiruzen, but Kagami. If there truly was an Uchiha who could solve the problems between the Uchiha and Konoha, and completely integrate the Uchiha into Konoha, then they would be suitable to become the new Hokage. Of course, the Uchiha were not the most suitable. Konoha now needed a Hokage from a civilian background, so that it could give civilian ninja hope, at least ostensibly a civilian. Konoha was not the Konoha of the great clans, but the Konoha of all Konoha people. Hiruzen taking Jiraiya and Orochimaru as disciples had such intentions. Orochimaru was indeed a good candidate. Then, Tsunade-nichan, will you take Kazuki as your disciple? Kushina's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Tsunade was one of Konoha's strongest. If Kazuki could receive Tsunade's guidance, his strength would likely improve significantly. A hint of a smile flashed in Tsunade's eyes. I'm still considering it. Oh, and sensei also plans for me to be your teacher. Tsunade-ne-san is my teacher, and Kazuki too. Kushina's eyes brightened. She immediately walked to Tsunade's side, linked her arm through hers, and pleaded, Tsunade-nichan, I beg you, please be both my and Kazuki's teacher. Heh, we'll see how you perform later. Kushina's behavior brought a smile to Tsunade's lips. She had already decided to take Kazuki as a disciple, but it was rare to see Kushina act this way, so she had to test her cousin properly. Mito watched this scene, her eyes filled with relief. It seemed that even after her passing, Kushina would have family in Konoha. She had an idea and said to Kushina, Kushina, find an opportunity to bring Kazuki home. Let this old woman also meet this child. Grandma Mito. Kushina was surprised. Was this like meeting the parents? Chapter 19, Jiraiya's Test for Minato. On the Ninja Academy's training ground, Minato finished his training for the day, panting from exhaustion. He was about to pick up his backpack and go home when he noticed a white-haired, burly man sitting cross-legged next to his bag, arms crossed, looking at him with amusement. Surprise flashed in Minato's eyes. Soon, he remembered what Kushina had mentioned that morning. Could it be that he had been chosen? Thinking this, he approached with trepidation and asked, Are you waiting for me, ninja-sama? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiraiya's eyes. How are you sure I'm waiting for you? I heard the teacher mention it before. I suppose my performance has earned your approval, ninja-sama. Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, his face turning grim as he looked at Minato, and he said coldly, Then you're mistaken. Your talent, young man, is too exceptional, so I must eliminate you, lest you become an enemy of Tsunagakure in the future. As he spoke, Jiraiya pulled out a kunai, ready to slice across Minato's throat. However, faced with Jiraiya's sudden attack, Minato remained completely still, quietly watching Jiraiya. Just as the kunai was about to touch Minato's neck, Jiraiya stopped his movement, then looked at Minato with dissatisfaction. What, kid? Are you scared stiff? Can't move your legs? No, if you wanted to kill me, ninja-sama, you could have done so long ago. I probably wouldn't even have had time to react. Why wait until after my training? Minato looked at Jiraiya with a calm expression. He admitted there was an element of gamble involved, but he was willing to trust his judgment. Moreover, the opponent's strength was far superior to his own. Even if he tried to escape, he would be instantly killed. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, you're good, kid, really good. This Jiraiya-sama approves of you. How about it? Interested in becoming my disciple? I'm the Hokage's disciple, you know. Jiraiya realized he had truly struck gold. Not only was the other party exceptionally talented and a quick learner, but his observation and analytical skills were comparable to Orochimaru's. This was practically a combination of himself and Orochimaru. If he could teach a disciple even better than Orochimaru, wouldn't that mean he was better than Orochimaru? Jiraiya-sama. Minato was stunned for a moment, then bowed with pleasant surprise. Jiraiya-sensei. You're a good kid. Come on, Jiraiya-sensei will treat you to a meal. I'll start teaching you how to train tomorrow afternoon. Jiraiya's large hand pressed down on Minato's blonde hair. And honestly, it felt quite nice. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's eyes were filled with joy. He hadn't seen Jiraiya truly fight, but he believed the other party was a strong individual, and also the Hokage-sama's disciple. So, he should be able to quickly grow stronger under his guidance. As for the other party deceiving him, Minato didn't think there was any need for that. Lies always get exposed eventually. Besides, Kushina seemed to have mentioned the name Jiraiya before. It should be correct. Days flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Kazuki had not received any guidance from so-called experts. His strength continued to progress at a steady pace. Through the combat arena, Kazuki realized his shortcomings. He needed a powerful ninjutsu. Currently, within the Uchiha clan, there was no inheritance for fire release, great fire destruction or fire release, great fire annihilation, not even the fire release, dragon flame release song technique. Kazuki had once subtly probed Tatsuya and learned that some ninjutsu were only accessible to the clan head and others of their status. These were not recorded in ninjutsu scrolls but passed down orally. When Madara left Konoha, he did not leave those ninjutsu behind. This left Kazuki quite regretful. Ordinary fire release was clearly inferior to fire release, great fire destruction. He wondered if these ninjutsu would drop when he encountered Madara in the combat arena in the future. Of course, if fire release, great fire destruction really did drop, Kazuki would probably cry himself to death. Wouldn't Madara's ocular power and dojutsu be better than these ninjutsu? Kazuki set his sights on Chidori. He could naturally research Reiznon as well, but he had never seen a tailed beast bomb, making it inconvenient to research Reiznon. But Chidori was different. However, researching Chidori was not an easy task. It might seem like Kakashi developed a ninjutsu like Chidori at just 12 years old, but in reality, Tsukumo himself was an excellent lightning release ninja. Kakashi had probably already mastered Tsukumo's lightning release insights and then used them to develop Chidori. Kazuki needed to work harder to achieve this, but fortunately, he still had plenty of time. However, Minato's changes did not escape Kazuki's notice. His strength was progressing very quickly. It was clear without even thinking that Minato had met Jiraiya. This was already within Kazuki's expectations. Minato was just such a person. He possessed excellent talent, and as long as someone could provide him with the right platform, Minato would grow rapidly at a visible pace. On this day, Kazuki and Mikoto were meeting up, intending to go home and continue researching lightning release nature transformation, when Kushina called out to them, "Kazuki, Mikoto, my grandma wants to invite you two for dinner. Are you free today?" "Your grandma? Is it Grandma Mito?" Kazuki hadn't expected this. Kagami himself had only met Mito a few times. Of course, this could also be due to the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Yes, Grandma Mito wants to see you too. After all, you're my friends, and she cares about me quite a bit." Kushina felt a bit strange about them meeting her family, but she also hoped Kazuki and Mikoto would go meet her family. Kazuki and Mikoto exchanged glances, then nodded. Kazuki said to Kushina, "Then we'll trouble you." Kazuki felt it would be better not to tell his family about meeting Mito. It was hard to guarantee that those in his family wouldn't get some unnecessary ideas. It would be better to talk about it after meeting Mito. To be honest, Kazuki felt a bit nervous about meeting Mito. He wondered if she would be able to sense the Indra Chakra within him. Chapter 20, Mito's Test. Ever since he integrated Indra Chakra, Kazuki felt his chakra become increasingly cold. This improved somewhat after he integrated Nawaki's physique, but his chakra was still considerably colder than that of ordinary Uchiha. Mito could probably detect it. If Karen could do it, there was no reason Mito couldn't. Fortunately, he currently only had a 2-tomo Sharingan. If he were to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, he suspected he would be instantly killed by Mito the moment he stepped into the Senju clan's territory. Madara had left too deep a shadow on Konoha. Kazuki believed that no matter how good Mito's mentality was, she would never allow a second Madara to appear in Konoha. Kazuki and Mikoto followed Kushina all the way to the Senju clan's territory. Near Mito's residence, Kazuki could clearly feel a large number of Umbu members monitoring the area. However, upon entering the gate, this feeling of being watched disappeared. This was normal. Mito was not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki but also Hashirama's wife. Unless Hiruzen had a death wish, would he dare to monitor Mito? If it were exposed, his position as the third Hokage would likely become unstable. The three of them arrived in the backyard and met this almost legendary female ninja. In the hearts of many, Mito, who controlled the Nine-Tails' power, was the strongest ninja of this era. Tsunade was flipping through scrolls next to Mito with a helpless expression. Upon seeing Kazuki and the others arrive, she rolled her eyes before continuing to read the scrolls. Mito-sama. Kazuki and Mikoto quickly stepped forward to bow. Good, good. Sit down. When Mito saw Kazuki, a trace of daze appeared in her eyes. She wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her. She actually saw the shadows of Madara and Nawaki on Kazuki. This made Mito somewhat hesitant. These two were completely unrelated. It wasn't that Mito looked down on Nawaki, but Nawaki wasn't qualified to be compared to Madara. If Nawaki's strength could be even 1/10 of Madara's, she could die with a smile. Soon, Mito figured out the reason. She probably mistook Hashirama for Nawaki. Upon closer inspection, Kazuki's vitality was indeed superior to Nawaki's. While it naturally couldn't compare to Hashirama's, it was much more vibrant than that of other Uchiha. After a careful examination, Mito quickly relaxed. Kazuki's temperament was vastly different from Madara's. It seemed she had worried too much. On the contrary, she felt a natural sense of closeness to Kazuki. Moreover, the other party had no ill will. He was a naturally kind Uchiha, unlike Madara. Even before he defected from Konoha and when he had an excellent relationship with Hashirama, Mito could feel a strong sense of hostility from Madara. It was as if she had stolen his beloved. She had heard many reports about Kazuki before, and combining that with what she saw, she could almost conclude that Kazuki was a good child. As for Mikoto, she was also a very gentle child. These two children were different from typical Uchiha. If all Uchiha became like this, Konoha would be stable. Yes. Kazuki led Mikoto to sit obediently not far from Mito, quietly waiting for Mito to speak. This time, I called you over, partly to thank you for taking care of Kushina during this period. It is precisely because of your care that Kushina was able to integrate into Konoha so quickly. Mito looked at Kushina with a loving expression. This is what we should do. Since Kushina came to Konoha, she is naturally a part of Konoha, and she is also my friend now. Kazuki said earnestly to Mito. Regardless of their future relationship with Kushina, they were indeed good friends now. Mito nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Tsunade beside her, and then gazed at Kazuki. I want to ask you, how do you view the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha? Kazuki was stunned. He hadn't expected Mito to ask him this question. He was just a child under 6 years old. However, he still spoke, the relationship between a clan and a ninja village should be mutually beneficial. The village, to a certain extent, provides shelter for the clan, protecting its members. Similarly, clan members are also part of the village and also need to protect the village. As long as the village does not betray the clan also needs to bear the responsibility of protecting the village. Facing Mito, Kazuki believed he had no ability to lie in front of her. He earnestly expressed his thoughts. Of course, Kazuki also left himself an out, such as when the village betrayed the clan, they would rise up in resistance. Like in the later period of the Uchiha, Danzo was already scheming against the Uchiha. If they didn't resist, then Kazuki might as well hang himself. He remembered that Shisui was schemed to his death by Danzo. If there's a chance in the future, he should scheme to kill Danzo first. Anyway, no matter the truth, Kagami's death could be related to Danzo. Mito nodded slightly. She didn't hear any falsity in Kazuki's words. As for the assumption Kazuki made, Mito didn't see it as a problem. The village wouldn't betray the Uchiha. Could there really be some big idiot who wanted to destroy the Uchiha? A bit of suppression and division, that's normal, but betrayal, that won't happen. How do you view the Hokage? Immediately after, Mito continued her test. Tsunade, on the side, also perked up her ears to hear Kazuki's answer. It's not that the person who becomes Hokage gains everyone's approval, but rather the person who gains everyone's approval becomes Hokage. Some people in the Uchiha were wrong from the very beginning. Mito nodded in satisfaction. No matter what Kazuki did in the future, he would strive for everyone's approval, and that was enough. This was not like Madara, who was a tyrant. If you were to become Hokage, what would you do? Mito then asked. If I were Hokage, I would suppress all enemies in the world. Anyone who threatens Konoha's safety and stability, whether they are family or friends, would be my enemy. Chapter 21, Officially Becoming Tsunade's Student. Kazuki's words made Mito feel a trance again. She had heard similar words from Hashirama. Back then, Hashirama had killed Madara with that very mindset. As for Kazuki saying that if he became Hokage, he would suppress all enemies, there was no problem with that either. When Hashirama was alive, didn't he also suppress the entire era, making it so that other villages didn't even dare to think about starting a war? If Kazuki truly possessed immense strength and could suppress the village's enemies, what would be the problem with that? Absolutely none. On the contrary, it greatly pleased Mito. If Kazuki could truly grow to Hashirama's level, the ninja world would be stable. As for whether Kazuki would do anything irrational at that time, or what would happen after an Uchiha became Hokage, Mito wasn't worried in the slightest. Once his strength reached that level, it would be almost impossible for him not to become Hokage, even if he didn't want to. Unless Konoha could produce someone who could contend with Kazuki. Mito gazed at Kazuki with a complex expression for a long time before finally speaking. Are you willing to become Tsunade's disciple? I think you should understand what this apprenticeship means. It's not just about Tsunade being your squad leader after you graduate. There's a difference between a squad leader and a true teacher, just like how Kakashi was Naruto's squad leader, while Jiraiya was his true teacher. I understand. Kazuki looked at Tsunade, who was currently observing him. I am willing to become Tsunade's disciple. For me, this is also a huge opportunity. Tsunade huffed, crossing her arms, and instructed Kazuki. Little brat, do you really think I want to take you as a disciple? But I need to make it clear to you, I will not get involved in your Uchiha internal affairs, and if you compete for the Hokage position in the future, I will not support you. The Senju clan had disbanded, but Tsunade's influence was still significant. If Tsunade explicitly supported Kazuki becoming Hokage, it would be difficult to guarantee that some troublesome things wouldn't happen in the future. As long as Tsunade-sensei doesn't stop me from becoming Hokage in the future, that's enough. Kazuki didn't mind this. Sometimes, to compete for the Hokage position, what was needed more was an identity. If you weren't from the Hokage faction, it would be incredibly difficult to become Hokage. To be honest, Kazuki's desire to become Hokage wasn't as deep as imagined. As a transmigrator who knew what kind of god-level battles the future ninja world would entail, he was more concerned with his own strength. As long as he reached 6 paths level, or even surpassed it, would becoming Hokage still matter? At that time, it wouldn't be Kazuki being proud of becoming the Hokage, but rather the Hokage gaining prestige due to Kazuki's existence. Heh, calling me sensei already, you little brat. Tsunade pouted, but ultimately didn't stop Kazuki from calling her that. Being able to teach such a talented disciple was quite an interesting thing for her. Mito's eyes filled with a smile upon seeing Kazuki's demeanor. Other Uchihas wouldn't be so direct in acknowledging a teacher like Kazuki. Some arrogant Uchihas would even feel insulted when faced with such a request from her. This was truly a unique Uchiha. She wondered to what extent Kazuki would grow in the future. Let her provide the necessary assistance before he fully matured. Mito did this not entirely because of Kushina. She treated Kushina like her own granddaughter, but Kushina alone wasn't enough. It was more for Hashirama. Hashirama had felt guilty about Madara, and before his death, he had said more than once that if he had firmly supported Madara becoming Hokage back then, perhaps the later events wouldn't have happened. And the Uchiha clan might become an unmanageable problem in the future. Tobirama had placed his hopes on Kagami, but Kagami sacrificed himself. Now, it was up to Kazuki. This could also be considered Mito fulfilling Hashirama's last wish. Starting tomorrow, come to me every day after school, and I will guide you. Tsunade said, rubbing her hair. To be honest, I'm not very suitable to teach you. If you're interested, I can teach you super strength and medical ninjutsu. Of course, I'm not sure if you're suitable for these. The Uchiha's fighting style had always been very flashy, they were skill-oriented. Tsunade was different. She combined the Senju clan's chakra burst methods with Hiruzen's fighting style to develop her own super strength, which was about overwhelming power. Tsunade was very worried that Kazuki would be led astray by her teaching. However, Kazuki wasn't worried about this at all. With Nawaki's physique, he wasn't afraid of being unable to master super strength. He certainly preferred the skill-oriented approach, but if he could combine it with super strength, it seemed to have even greater deterrence, much like Madara. Setting aside the Otsutsuki clan, Madara's strength was among the top in ninja world history. Sasuke, the later reincarnation of Indra, also awakened the Rinnegan, but in terms of strength, he was still not comparable to Madara. Kazuki following Madara's template was correct. However, he had a combat arena, and he would be stronger and more well-rounded than Madara. I will study hard. Kazuki said with a confident smile. If you have any questions, I can also give you guidance. I just don't know if you're interested in sealing jutsu. Mito said at this point. Then she looked at Mikoto beside her. Mikoto, you come along too. Me. Mikoto pointed to herself in disbelief. She knew that since Tsunade had taken Kazuki as a disciple, it was impossible for her to take her, but she didn't expect Mito to still be willing to guide her. You are Kushina's friend. I hope you can be good friends for life. Moreover, the future of the Uchiha will also depend on you all. Mito said, looking at Kushina with loving eyes. As for how much Mikoto could learn, Mito couldn't guarantee it. Although she seemed to have a lot of talent and a good chance of becoming an elite jonin, it would be quite difficult to catch up to Kazuki. Mito could clearly feel Kazuki's rich vitality. Perhaps the fighting styles of the Senju and Uzumaki clan would be very suitable for Kazuki. With the legacies of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans combined within him, no one could imagine what heights Kazuki might reach in the future. Chapter 22, Lightning Release Notes. As if he had thought of something, Kazuki asked Tsunade, does Sensei have any research on lightning release? Lightning release. Tsunade frowned, putting down the scroll in her hand. She had originally thought she would be teaching Kazuki fire release, and had been cramming on fire release these past few days. She hadn't expected him to ask about lightning release. Tsunade felt like she had been careless. Who would have thought an Uchiha would want to learn lightning release? Regarding lightning release, the Senju clan has some training notes, but not many. If you want them, Tsunade can look for them tonight and give them to you tomorrow. Mito said slowly, picking up her teacup and taking a sip. Mito naturally knew about her granddaughter's intention to teach Kazuki fire release, and she smiled without a word. The Uchiha started with fire release. Madara's fire release was once a nightmare for countless people. Kazuki wanting to research lightning release was unusual. Then I'll trouble you both. Kazuki breathed a slight sigh of relief. Tsunade and Mito's willingness to show him their training notes clearly meant they genuinely wanted to train him. The Senju clan's development of lightning release should be more extensive than the Uchiha clan's, and he could use this to further his own development. Some profound ninjutsu training notes are almost the core of a clan's heritage. Now, Mito was willing to give them to him. It seemed Granny Mito was a good person. After having dinner at Mito's place, Kazuki finally took Mikoto home. Not long after they left, Hiruzen came alone to the Senju clan compound and met with Mito privately. I've troubled you this time, Mito-sama. Hiruzen looked at Mito with utmost respect. Apparently, Kazuki's visit to Mito this time also had Hiruzen's intentions behind it. It's nothing. Mito shook her head slightly. Kazuki is a good child. If you treat him sincerely, he won't do anything to harm Konoha. Perhaps the hidden danger of the Uchiha clan will be resolved in Kazuki's hands. After a pause, Mito continued, this is a child who can understand the meaning of Hokage at 6 years old. Hiruzen's pupils suddenly constricted. He understood what Mito meant. Kazuki was not only exceptionally talented, having comprehended the will of fire, but his political awareness was also outstanding. What was this? A happy dilemma. If Kazuki could truly resolve the Uchiha clan's problem in the future, then letting Kazuki become Hokage was not out of the question. However, that would be decades later. Perhaps he himself would no longer be around by then. Hiruzen hoped such a thing would happen. He would not deny the Uchiha clan's hidden danger, nor would he deny their strength. War was about to erupt, and he needed the power of the Uchiha. This child, I'll trouble you, Mito-sama, to pay more attention to him normally. Hiruzen took a deep breath and entrusted Kazuki to Mito. The Uchiha mission was one he had given to Kagami. He hadn't expected Kagami to sacrifice himself there, making Kazuki an orphan. Hiruzen felt he needed to take responsibility. In the end, he couldn't even retrieve Kagami's eyes. He wanted to make up for Kazuki in some way, more or less, in his heart. Moreover, if Mito could guide Kazuki onto the right path, it would be a good thing for both Kazuki and Konoha. What? You've been taken in as a disciple by Tsunade. After returning home, Kazuki immediately told Tatsuya about it, and he was utterly shocked. Yes, Mikoto is also allowed to train with Tsunade-sensei. Kazuki nodded slightly. This is a good thing for us. Tatsuya stood up, pacing back and forth several times before speaking, but this marks you as being on that side. The first elder and clan head might cause trouble for you because of this. So what? Kazuki shrugged dismissively, are they going to expel me from the Uchiha or something? Or strip me of my Uchiha bloodline? Don't think of them as too formidable. Decades ago, they weren't much either. Ultimately, those guys are just opportunists. Kazuki's words silenced Tatsuya. It seemed to be true. What did the current clan head rely on to rise to power? Wasn't it betraying Madara? To be honest, their positions were indeed ill-gotten. The Uchiha clan has always respected strength. Previously, the strongest was Kagami. If Kagami were still alive, after a few years, the current clan head might not have been able to hold on to his position securely. So, you want to stand with the Hokage? They might not truly be good to you. Tatsuya rubbed his temples, asking Kazuki. Although Tatsuya belonged to the peace faction and also hoped for peaceful coexistence between the village and the clan, he also didn't want the village to interfere too much in clan affairs. This was a very contradictory feeling, also related to him being born during the Sengoku era. I know, but I also need their help, don't I? Kazuki looked at Tatsuya with burning eyes. Only by becoming one of them will I have the qualifications to compete for the Hokage position in the future. Hokage. Tatsuya's heart was stirred. Whether it was the peace faction or the war faction, they all had an obsession with the Hokage position, especially Tatsuya. He once thought Kagami had a chance, but he hadn't expected it to benefit Hiruzen. Now, were they going to give Kazuki this opportunity? He could also be considered a true-born heir. Tatsuya sighed softly. From now on, you and Mikoto should train well with Tsunade. Leave the rest of the matters to me. I'm not so old that I can't walk anymore. If those people have objections, I'll bear the burden for you. But you also need to show more of your abilities later, at least surpass Fugaku. Currently, Fugaku, the young clan head of the Uchiha clan, had only recently graduated and had already joined the Konoha military police force to build up his resume. It was said that he had already awakened his Sharingan, and his strength was no less than that of a typical Chunin. Before Kazuki displayed his talent, Fugaku was considered the top genius of this generation, and it was not impossible for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Tatsuya wondered when Kazuki would surpass Fugaku, and he held expectations for Kazuki. I will. Kazuki smiled confidently. Not to mention the future, even now, Fugaku probably couldn't compare to him. Chapter 23, Creating Chidori. Chirp. 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 Lightning continuously flickered in Kazuki's hands, and the violent lightning chakra sounded like thousands of birds chirping. Kazuki looked at the lightning in his hand, a smile appearing on his lips. It had taken him 3 months, under the guidance of Tsunade and Mito, to develop the Chidori. Is it complete? Tsunade, with her arms crossed, scrutinized the lightning in Kazuki's hand. Mikoto, Kushina, and Nawaki also looked on with curiosity. They had personally witnessed Kazuki propose the theory, consult a vast amount of Senju clan data on lightning release, and then, with the guidance of Tsunade and Mito, complete the ninjutsu. It's pretty much complete. Kazuki nodded slightly. With an acceleration, he rushed towards a distant dummy at a speed far exceeding what a Chunin could achieve, easily piercing through it. Afterward, Kazuki spoke, for me, the ninjutsu is complete, but it will be very difficult to popularize it. This ninjutsu requires a rapid charge towards the opponent during an attack, and one might lose sight of the enemy due to the excessive speed, leading to a counterattack. It needs to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan to achieve its maximum effect. However, very few within the Uchiha clan possess lightning release chakra nature. Most are primarily focused on the single fire release. While lightning release chakra nature can be acquired later, it ultimately cannot compare to innate chakra nature. It's better to focus on fire release instead. At least you succeeded, didn't you? If you used this ninjutsu on me, I'd probably die instantly. Nawaki, standing to the side, glanced at the destroyed dummy, gulped, and then said, the power of this ninjutsu must already be comparable to a B-rank ninjutsu, right? No, this is an A-rank ninjutsu. Mito declared definitively. Her gaze towards Kazuki was filled with admiration. The best ninjutsu is one that suits oneself. Similarly, the same ninjutsu will have different effects in different people's hands. For example, your Uchiha clan's fire release, Great Fire Destruction, in the hands of other Uchiha, is just a fire release stronger than the Great Fireball, but in Madara's hands, it becomes incredibly lethal, requiring dozens of ninjas skilled in water release to simultaneously act to even have a chance of stopping it. This ninjutsu of yours is almost the ultimate in lightning release nature transformation, and it also has some shape transformation. You can continue to research this lightning release ninjutsu. I think it still has great potential for development, and in the future, it might even rival the Reikichi's lightning release chakra mode. Madara's fire release, requiring dozens of ninjas skilled in water release to simultaneously act to even have a chance of stopping it. Tsunade was curious about Madara at this point. Previously, Mito had privately lamented more than once that Kazuki's talent was no less than Madara's back then, but Tsunade's understanding of Madara was ultimately limited. She didn't even know how strong her grandfather truly was, thinking he should at most be a bit stronger than Hiruzen and Tobirama, right? Yes, Hashirama said that Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan's technique might be able to enhance the power of ninjutsu. The power of the ninjutsu he uses is stronger than that of ordinary ninja. Mito sighed when mentioning Madara. Sometimes, Mito would question whether Tobirama's actions to prevent Madara from becoming Hokage were right or wrong. If Madara hadn't left, would Hashirama still be alive now? If Hashirama hadn't died, would Tobirama also not have died? Would the Uzumaki clan also not have been annihilated? If they had followed Madara's suggestion back then and unified the entire ninja world, would the ninja world have achieved peace? While Madara did many wrong things and was a crazy person, his pursuit of peace was undeniable by anyone. Is that so? It's hard to imagine how strong he truly is. Tsunade said, then stepped forward and patted Kazuki's head. Kid, you've done very well. You truly are my disciple. Creating an A-rank ninjutsu at 6 years old is unique in the entire ninja world. Kazuki smiled shyly. If it weren't for Tsunade-sensei and Grandma Mito helping, I might not have been able to develop it even if I researched it alone for 5 or 6 years. You brat, well done. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't in vain that she had inquired Tsukumo about lightning release chakra nature transformation for this kid. This kid still has a good conscience. Have you thought about what to name this ninjutsu? Mito thought even more highly of Kazuki. It was a pity that Kazuki was more than 10 years younger. Otherwise, being her grandson-in-law wouldn't be bad either. Let's just call it Chidori. It just so happens that when using it, there's the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Kazuki had no intention of changing the name of Chidori. He didn't know if Kakashi's Chidori was the same as his, or if his technique was the same as the original Chidori, but since Mito had acknowledged his Chidori, then his was the most authentic. Chidori, a good name. Mito nodded in approval. From now on, it will be called Chidori. Ah, it's a shame, I don't have lightning release chakra nature, so I can't learn it. Nawaki said with his hands behind his head, full of regret. After 3 months, Nawaki and Kazuki had become familiar with each other. Before, he had even challenged Kazuki, only to helplessly discover that he couldn't compare to Kazuki, his junior apprentice nephew, who was 2 years younger than him. This greatly disheartened Nawaki, but fortunately, he was an optimistic young man. Since he couldn't defeat Kazuki now, he would just train harder. Nawaki. Tsunade looked at her younger brother with helplessness. Chidori was not that easy to learn. Mastering the kind of nature transformation would surely give one Chunin-level strength, and even ordinary Chunin couldn't control it to this extent. Her silly younger brother still had a long way to go. Even if Kazuki really taught Nawaki Chidori, Nawaki wouldn't learn it without several years. It would be better to study Tobirama's water release and Orochimaru's earth release. Those were most suitable for Nawaki. Why research lightning release when there was a clear path to follow? Alright, now that you've developed Chidori, next, I'm going to start teaching you chakra-enhanced strength. Are you ready? Tsunade decided that Kazuki absolutely had to learn chakra-enhanced strength, otherwise, wouldn't she appear to be a useless teacher? After this period, she discovered that although Kazuki was an Uchiha, his physique was in no way inferior to their Senju, and he also had terrifying chakra control abilities. Even if he wasn't an Uchiha, he was suitable to be her disciple. Why would Kazuki bother with the Sharingan when it's so much better to follow her and use chakra-enhanced strength? Chapter 24, Thoughts on Graduation. Uchiha Bloodline plus Indra Chakra plus Nawaki's physique plus Sakura's chakra control talent. It's a good thing Tsunade didn't know about Kazuki's situation, otherwise she would probably shed tears of envy. Over the past 3 months, the combat area had refreshed 3 times, but in these 3 instances, Kazuki's luck wasn't as good as it was initially. First time. Newly awakened Kamui, Obito. Final battle, Kimimaro. 5th Reikage, Darui. Otogekyu Sound 4, Tatsuya. Kazuki had to admit that his strength was still a bit lacking. Even Obito, who had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, was not someone he could contend with at present. Darui was, after all, the 5th Reikage, and he similarly couldn't defeat him. When fighting Kimimaro, Kazuki had planned to stall for time. He remembered that during this battle, Kimimaro was already gravely ill, so as long as he prolonged the fight, he might be able to win. However, Kazuki ultimately overestimated himself and underestimated Kimimaro. Kimimaro was capable of participating in battles with Orochimaru and the 4th Kazekage. He was not someone Kazuki could deal with at his current stage. Even though he tried his best to stall, he was still easily defeated. Kazuki strongly suspected that Kimimaro very likely possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Tatsuya was easily defeated by Kazuki, but what he gained was merely the combination jutsu, for Black Fog's formation, which was useless to him. Putting aside the fact that he wouldn't use it, even if he needed to, Kazuki could learn it from Mito, a master of sealing jutsu. In terms of sealing jutsu, few people in the entire ninja world's history have been more outstanding than Mito. Second month. Night of the Uchiha clan annihilation, Itachi. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Chunin exams, Gaara. Tragedy of the era, Senju Itama. Itama was Hashirama's youngest brother, who was apparently surrounded and killed by 5 adult members of the Uchiha clan, and he was even tortured. Even Kazuki had to admit that the Uchiha of that era had many psychopaths. They wouldn't even spare children from their own clan. Hikari was a microcosm of the Uchiha of that era. Of course, it wasn't to say that only the Uchiha had problems. If it were the Senju, facing Uchiha children, they would also act without hesitation to eliminate them. Kazuki was naturally no match for Itachi, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The gap between them was too great. This Tsunade in question was the Tsunade from the period of the Sanin's famous battle, which was Tsunade a few years in the future. By that time, Tsunade had already been tempered on the battlefield, and her strength had greatly improved, making her someone Kazuki could not contend with. Itama, on the other hand, was easily defeated by Kazuki, but unfortunately, he did not acquire Itama's physique. Instead, he gained Itama's chakra reserves, which slightly increased his chakra. Kazuki then went on to lose to Gaara during the Chunin exams. If it were just Gaara, Kazuki could handle him, and even eventually win. However, when Gaara saw that he couldn't defeat Kazuki, he released the One Tail, which was not something Kazuki could contend with at his current stage. 3rd month. Chunin exams, Inuzuka Kiba. Descendant of the Yuki clan, Haku. Chunin exams, Hyuga Niji. Akatsuki, Puppet Master Sasori. Defeating Kiba allowed Kazuki to gain an affinity for canines. Haku, on the other hand, allowed Kazuki to master one-handed hand signs. Kazuki not only grasped the essence of one-handed hand signs but also significantly increased his hand sign speed. Defeating Niji took some effort for Kazuki. Niji during the Chunin exams was essentially a plot kill by Naruto. If Naruto hadn't unleashed the Nine Tails' power, he would have been no match for Niji at all. Fortunately, Kazuki's strength was greater than that of an average Chunin. After some effort, he defeated Niji and acquired Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. If Hizashi and Hayashi knew that Kazuki, an Uchiha, used Gentle Fist better than them, who knows how they would feel. However, Kazuki found it difficult to use Gentle Fist. Without the Byakugan's cooperation, the full power of Gentle Fist could not be unleashed. Kazuki planned to integrate Gentle Fist into his own combat system and research his own combat techniques. He clearly remembered that Naruto and Momoshiki both used traditional martial arts. Momoshiki used standard 8 trigrams palms, and Naruto used many Wing Chun movements. One regrets not having learned enough when it's time to use it. 6 paths level battles are this unpretentious. Kazuki deeply regretted not having learned these things before his transmigration. Otherwise, with traditional martial arts, the chakra system, and his cheat, wouldn't he be even more invincible? As for Sasori, Kazuki was instantly defeated. A Kage-level master was not someone he could challenge. In the original story, Chiyo and Sakura teamed up to defeat Sasori, but it was more because Sasori himself didn't want to live. Otherwise, for their combination to defeat Sasori. That's dreaming. It would already be good if they didn't directly hand 2 heads to Sasori. However, not gaining too many good things from the combat arena did not mean Kazuki's strength didn't improve. In fact, he was still growing at a visible rate. Not only did he research Chidori, but he also learned many combat techniques from Tsunade. Even Mito didn't hide much from him. As long as he asked, she would patiently answer him. Mito even taught Kazuki some of Madara's combat techniques. The person who understood Madara the most was not Izuna, but Hashirama. The second most knowledgeable was Tobirama. Tobirama's study had no less than 100 different approaches to counter Madara. As for whether they would be useful, that's up to individual interpretation. In any case, Madara was already dead, so there was no possibility of verification. Mito, through immersion, also learned many of Madara's combat techniques, all of which were taught to Kazuki one by one. As for whether Kazuki could grow into a second Madara, Mito herself wasn't sure. Anyway, helping Kazuki become stronger was enough. Kazuki, are you planning to graduate early? Nawaki suddenly asked Kazuki out of the blue. Nawaki's question made Tsunade and Kushina turn their heads, wanting to see if Kazuki was willing to graduate early. Maybe, but I plan to graduate next year. Why? Are you planning to graduate early? Kazuki didn't hide his thoughts. My strength seems pretty good right now, but I'm still only 6 years old, and there's still a lot of potential to be unearthed. Chapter 25, Chakra Enhanced Strength. I plan to have Nawaki graduate early this year. Orochimaru will take him on missions then. The ninja world hasn't been peaceful lately. War could erupt at any time. If you and Mikoto don't apply for early graduation, you won't even have time to adapt. Graduating early will give you at least some time to familiarize yourselves with missions. Your strength is also at a point where you should be undertaking missions and growing through combat. As for Mikoto, if she applies for early graduation, she can be arranged into Orochimaru's team. Once the war begins, I can arrange for your teams to carry out missions together, as Orochimaru and I likely won't have time to lead you then. Tsunade said seriously, her gaze subtly sweeping over Mikoto. If Mikoto didn't seize this opportunity, she might not be able to continue as Orochimaru's disciple afterward. If she waited until next year to graduate, Mikoto would need to report to the Konoha military police force to avoid the battlefield, but such a Mikoto would inevitably leave a much worse impression on Tsunade and the others. After all, when war happens, Nawaki will also go to the battlefield. The Senju clan dislikes war, but they have never feared it. Join Orochimaru-sama's team. Mikoto exclaimed upon hearing this. Orochimaru is currently the face of Konoha's young generation of ninja. Even when Tsukumo was still performing missions in Anbu, Orochimaru was considered the top genius in the public eye. Mikoto hadn't expected that she would have a part in this. Although the Uchiha are arrogant, they also admire the strong. Of course, there are also many Uchiha who are unconvinced by Orochimaru. During her time at Tsunade's home, Mikoto had met Orochimaru before and even received some guidance from him. She never thought he might become her team leader. Yes, if you are willing to graduate early, Orochimaru will take you as his disciple. Your strength is similar to Nawaki's, and you have already met the requirements for early graduation. Of course, if you are unwilling, I won't say anything more. Tsunade said to Mikoto with a smile in her voice. She truly hoped that Mikoto could become Orochimaru's disciple. Mikoto is a very cautious and intelligent girl, who can perfectly balance Nawaki's impulsiveness. This would prevent Nawaki from accidentally getting blown up. Tsunade didn't doubt Nawaki's talent. With abundant resources and ninjutsu provided, it was enough for Nawaki to become a strong ninja. But she worried about Nawaki being targeted in various ways. A Senju who constantly talks about becoming Hokage is not a good Senju, my foolish younger brother. Once the war begins and Orochimaru and she goes to the battlefield, Kazuki and Nawaki can also perform missions together, which will ensure their safety. Kazuki already has Chunin level strength. If his strength can grow quickly, then she won't need to worry. Mikoto looked at Kazuki beside her. Seeing him nod, she said with a firm expression, I am willing, Tsunade-sama. Before, Mikoto had been troubled about whether to join the ranks of Mission Ninja or the Konoha military police force. But since she could become Orochimaru's disciple, becoming a Mission Ninja seemed like a good option too. She could also go on missions with Kazuki later. Refusing would be too ungrateful. Kazuki then turned his gaze to Kushina and asked, will you also graduate early, Kushina? She won't graduate early, but she will experience missions with you. After the team disbands, Kushina needs to return to school to continue her studies. I might as well tell you, the other person in my team is Hyuga Hayashi. It's very likely that you will join Orochimaru's team as an individual. Of course, there's also a good chance that two teams will perform missions together. This will depend on everyone's personal wishes and sensei's thoughts. Tsunade had also considered the idea of simply pulling Mikoto into her team. Unfortunately, to Uchiha, that was clearly unrealistic. Kushina lowered her head, looking disappointed, but she didn't throw a tantrum at Tsunade, apparently having known about this beforehand. I will graduate early. Kazuki thought for a moment and agreed. Do I apply after we go back? Kazuki didn't refuse the idea of Hayashi joining his team. Although the Hyuga clan was a bit rigid, the Byakugan was indeed useful. It was a pity that Hayashi didn't join Nawaki's team, otherwise Nawaki wouldn't have been blown up by an explosive tag. Just apply in 3 months. Sarutobi-sensei will agree very quickly. Tsunade waved her hand. During these 3 months, I will teach you the chakra-enhanced strength. I hope you can master the basics within these 3 months. And Mikoto, you can also try learning it. Even if you can't master it, it can still train your chakra control. In fact, she didn't believe anyone could master chakra-enhanced strength in 3 months. I will work hard. Over the next 3 months, Kazuki grew at a pace that left Tsunade in despair. 3 months. Do you know how she got through these 3 months? Kazuki actually mastered chakra-enhanced strength from scratch, even integrating it into his own combat style, which made Tsunade start to doubt herself. She prided herself on having been called a genius by many, but how come compared to Kazuki, she wasn't so outstanding anymore? And looking at Mito's expression, it seemed she had long expected Kazuki to perform this way, which made Tsunade wonder if perhaps true geniuses were all like this. Compared to ordinary ninja, she, Tsunade, was indeed a genius, but compared to true geniuses, she was nothing. Little did she know, Kazuki had still given Tsunade face. If he hadn't held back, learning the strength of 100 seal in 1 month would have been more than enough. Fortunately, when Tsunade later taught Kazuki medical ninjutsu, she regained her pride. Medical ninjutsu, wasn't it just a matter of simple study to learn? Why did Kazuki need to be so serious and diligent? Indeed, in terms of medical ninjutsu, no one was her match. She easily became the best in Konoha, and very likely the best in the ninja world. And although Kazuki was a genius, he still couldn't compare to her. In reality, Kazuki's speed in researching medical ninjutsu was already very fast, but his focus wasn't on it, and his talent in that aspect wasn't particularly outstanding. Chapter 26, Sword of the Thunder God. In the 3 months before graduation, Kazuki's strength improved significantly. Not only did he integrate his monstrous strength into his combat, but he also gained some good things through the combat arena. Defeating the young Minato, he acquired Minato's spatial talent. Defeating Lee during the Chunin exams, he gained Lee's combat experience, which significantly improved his combat skills. Unfortunately, he didn't get the 8 inner gates. Defeating Kamizuki Izumo, Kazuki had a relatively tough fight. Izumo was, after all, a decent Chunin and would become a special Jonin in the future. It took some effort to defeat Izumo and then he obtained his sword techniques, which was better than nothing. Defeating Tenten during the 4th Great Ninja War, he gained Tenten's ninja tool-throwing ability. Of course, this wasn't very useful for Kazuki, as when it came to throwing technique, who could surpass the Uchiha clan? Defeating the Tiger Mask Dumbu ninja, he gained his stealth techniques. Defeating Eureka, he gained her cipher decoding ability. Defeating Uzumaki Fuso, he gained her Uzumaki clan physique, which further enhanced his physical constitution. Defeating the young Fugaku, he gained Fugaku's 2-tomo Sharingan ocular power. With the support of this power, combined with Kazuki's increasingly excellent physique, his Sharingan awakened to 3-tomo in one go. It could be said that before graduating from the Ninja Academy, Kazuki was already stronger than most Chunin. After accumulating enough mission experience, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take the special Jonin examination. Of course, Kazuki didn't plan to reveal his full strength yet. At 6 years old, having Chunin level strength was already astonishing. If he had special Jonin level strength, it would be too shocking. If other villages found out, he would likely be placed on their kill list. At Tsunade's request, the early graduation applications for Kazuki, Mikoto, and Nawaki were simultaneously submitted to the Hokage office. "How is it, Sarutobi-sensei? Hurry up and form our team. Orochimaru and I still need to lead a team then," Tsunade said, sprawling casually on the office sofa, urging Hiruzen. Hiruzen took 2 deep puffs from his pipe before saying with a helpless expression, "I can approve these 3's early graduation applications. I also have no objection to Kushina temporarily leaving the Ninja Academy for you to train. But there's a problem with Hayashi's side." "What?" "They don't agree." Tsunade frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. She was, after all, Konoha's elite Jonin, the first Hokage's granddaughter, and the true princess of the Land of Fire. "What? Is your Hyuga clan so impressive that you're better than me? The international situation has been too chaotic recently. Everyone can see that war could occur at any moment. Hayashi is, after all, the heir to the Hyuga clan, and they don't plan to let him go out on missions. However, to express their apologies, they are willing to send a girl from the Hyuga clan to join your team and have Hisashi join Orochimaru's team." Hiruzen sighed. He wanted Tsunade to take the future Hyuga clan head as her disciple, which would further stabilize the Hyuga clan and facilitate better communication on many matters in the future. Unfortunately, they were unwilling to let Hayashi go on missions, but offering a girl from the Hyuga clan and Hisashi already showed great sincerity. "Does the Hyuga clan currently have anyone of suitable age?" Tsunade's expression improved slightly. The Hyuga clan was a very exclusive group, with an extremely limited number of members. Even Hisashi was relegated to the branch house. She hadn't expected there to be a suitable aged member of the main family. "Here is her information," Hiruzen handed a document to Tsunade. "This child has always been trained by the family and hasn't attended the Ninja Academy. Her talent is quite good, so there's no need to worry about that. They wouldn't possibly send a child with insufficient talent to appease you. Moreover, based on my observations, Hisashi's talent might even subtly surpass Hayashi's. It's a pity he became a branch house member." He wasn't the only one who noticed this, Danzo also noticed it. Danzo even thought about using this to sow discord between Hisashi and Hayashi, and even incite conflict between the branch and main families. At first glance, this plan seemed very feasible. They didn't ask for much, only for the main family to lose control over the branch house, and to not be able to punish the branch house arbitrarily. For the branch house, this would definitely be a good thing. However, for the Hyuga branch house to contend with the main family was almost impossible. Unless the main family made a mistake, they had no way to deal with the Hyuga clan. Rinka, 8 years old this year, possesses excellent chakra control and has already mastered the gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. It really seems she's a good genius. She might even be able to learn some medical ninjutsu from me. Tsunade remarked with a strange sense of emotion. I also think this child might be suitable for you. Perhaps they also believe your team is relatively safe. Hiruzen sighed. Many people regarded Tsunade as a medical ninja, but forgot her terrifying combat power. Of course, being with Tsunade was indeed relatively safer. How is your ninjutsu research coming along? Hiruzen then asked Tsunade. It's still a bit short, it needs some more refinement. It will be completed in half a year at most. Tsunade said confidently, by then, I will change the landscape of medical ninjutsu. Hiruzen opened his mouth. He really wanted to say that it was her, not medical ninjutsu, and that not every medical ninja was her. But seeing his disciple like this, Hiruzen ultimately didn't speak the truth. I'll give you another half a year. Konoha is doing its best to avoid war now, but all the countries are restless. Even the Land of Rain is frantically stockpiling war materials. According to the intelligence Danzo gathered, Hanzo wants to make the Land of Rain the sixth great nation. War is imminent, and we don't have much time left. Hiruzen earnestly warned Tsunade. If you need any help, tell me anytime. I understand. Tsunade seemed to recall something and said to Hiruzen, oh, by the way, my granduncle's sword, it seems to be with you, right? We didn't take it as a memento back then. You mean the sword of the Thunder God? Hiruzen's expression was subtle. He hadn't expected Tsunade to bring up that sword. Do you want to give the sword of the Thunder God to Kazuki? Chapter 27, Flying Thunder God Technique. Didn't I tell you that brat developed an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu? Recently, he plans to develop this ninjutsu further, which requires a good weapon. But chakra metal, where is it so easy to find? The Senju clan's previous inventory was all donated to Konoha, and this time, that brat needs quite a lot of chakra metal. I asked him what kind of weapon he wanted, and he wanted a sword, so I thought it wouldn't be bad to give him the sword of the Thunder God since no one else was using it. Tsunade said nonchalantly. But that's Tobirama-sensei's personal sword. Is it really alright to just give it away like that? Hiruzen felt a twinge of pain. If Tobirama knew his weapon would fall into the hands of an Uchiha, he would probably use Edo Tensei to drag himself out of the Pure Land and then curse them, his unfilial disciples and grand disciples. Tsunade, however, shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to care about? In the end, it's just a sword. Actually, it doesn't have that much symbolic meaning. Hasn't my granduncle's greatest legacy already been inherited by you all? Or rather, you yourselves are his legacy. Seeing you all make Konoha flourish and grow, he probably wouldn't have any objections. Tsunade's words made Hiruzen feel a surge of comfort. He and the others were indeed Tobirama's legacy. It was because of his teacher's sacrifice that they were able to survive. For all these years, Hiruzen had always wanted to prove that his teacher's choice of him was not wrong, and he had always worked diligently. If one looked closely, he had already started to get white hair. Now, hearing Tsunade evaluate him like this, Hiruzen naturally felt incredibly gratified. Tsunade thought for a moment before reminding Hiruzen. Anyway, the sword of the Thunder God is just gathering dust, so why not give it to Kazuki? It can also be a kind of statement from you. I've observed Kazuki, he's a very easygoing person. At least if you treat him well, he'll remember it and you don't need to worry about raising an ungrateful person. His mind is also very stable, not like the Uchiha you talk about. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe before speaking. The sword of the Thunder God is still in the Hokage office. You didn't take it back then, and it's the second Hokage's personal sword, so it's not good to just give it to him directly. How about this? You have Kazuki write the Chidori into the scroll of seals. That way, I can use the sword of the Thunder God as an incentive. All right. Tsunade didn't refuse upon hearing this. Chidori itself was completed under her and Mito's guidance. If Hiruzen truly wanted it, he could have just asked them. This ninjutsu is practically useless without the Sharingan, and there are only a few powerful lightning release ninja in the village. In fact, this was tantamount to indirectly giving the sword of the Thunder God to Kazuki. Oh, right, I also want the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade said to Hiruzen, as if she had just thought of something. Flying Thunder God technique. Does Kazuki have spatial talent? Hiruzen immediately frowned. He hadn't noticed that Kazuki had such talent. Tobirama had made all of them practice the Flying Thunder God technique back then, but none of them, who had now grown into Kage level and elite Jonin powerhouses, managed to learn it. Hiruzen had originally thought that the Flying Thunder God technique would be lost, but he didn't expect that Kazuki might be able to learn it. I discovered it a while ago when I had Kazuki sign the summoning contract. His talent in spacetime ninjutsu is excellent, possibly not inferior to my granduncle's. Tsunade said. Kazuki was simply too smart, and his talent was too outstanding. There wasn't much more she could teach Kazuki now. Could she ask Kazuki to spend the next few years struggling with medical ninjutsu? If that were truly the case, even Tsunade would have to admit that she was misleading a promising talent. It would be better to let Kazuki become stronger sooner. By giving Kazuki the Flying Thunder God technique, Konoha's most difficult ninjutsu to learn, surely it would keep him busy for a few years, right? Once Kazuki became famous, she could proudly tell people that she was the one who taught him. Is that so? Then let him try. I also studied the Flying Thunder God technique back then, but unfortunately, I didn't learn it. Oh, right, Kagami didn't learn it either. Hiruzen didn't forget to add Kagami, to prove that his own talent was not the issue. If Kazuki can learn it, it will be a good thing for the upcoming war. However, learning the Flying Thunder God technique not only requires spatial talent but also excellent reaction ability and powerful eyesight. Otherwise, even if one teleports, it would be suicide. Besides that, it also requires a solid foundation in sealing jutsu. None of these can be accomplished in a short time. If what you say is true, why not let him continue studying at the Ninja Academy for a few more years? He can use that time to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. No, that won't be necessary. If that brat continues to stay at the academy, it would simply be a waste of his talent. Tsunade refused without hesitation. In her opinion, the Flying Thunder God technique was merely icing on the cake for Kazuki. Didn't her grandfather and Madara also not have the Flying Thunder God technique? Didn't they still become peerless powerhouses? Her grandmother also didn't know the Flying Thunder God technique, but didn't she become the strongest person in the ninja world today? Her teacher, Hiruzen, didn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but wasn't he still one of the 5 Kage, waving his big stick and defeating the 3rd Kazekage back then? Alright, since you think so, give him the Flying Thunder God technique. Remember to tell him that the Flying Thunder God technique is very dangerous, and not to try it recklessly without full confidence. Hiruzen pondered for a long time before agreeing to Tsunade's request. Hiruzen was already feeling immense pressure. Konoha was very likely to face a one-on-many situation, so where would he have time to worry about what to do after Kazuki grew up? He wished Kazuki would become stronger and stronger. Okay. I'll take the Sword of the Thunder God too. I'll have Kazuki submit a copy of Chidori later. Tsunade stood up, waved her hand, and walked out. Looking at the closed door, Hiruzen sighed softly. A great ninja war could erupt at any time, and all he could do was delay it as much as possible, giving the new generation time to grow and for the would-release experiments. Konoha was not without trump cards. The destruction of Uzushio-Bakura might have contained an element of testing Mito. If they really came knocking, Mito could definitely make those people suffer. But that should be the last resort. As a junior, Hiruzen did not wish for such a thing to happen. How wonderful it would have been if the first Hokage had unified the ninja world back then. Chapter 28, Tsunade's Gift. When Tsunade returned home, Kazuki, Mikoto, Nawaki, Kushina, Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others were already waiting there. Minato, as Jiraiya's disciple, was also brought here today, which was a rare occasion. In the past 6 months, Minato's strength had increased at a visible rate. Jiraiya was indeed very talented at helping people build foundations, and Minato was also excellent enough. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Minato's current strength was already considered outstanding among his grade. Although he was still far from Kazuki, and even far behind Kushina, he still caught up with those students from ninja clans and even surpassed them. Moreover, everyone was optimistic that Minato would meet the graduation standard in his 2nd year. As for whether he would apply for early graduation, that would depend on Minato and Jiraiya's own wishes. As for applying for early graduation along with Kazuki, that was impossible. The current Minato had not reached the standard for early graduation, and Hiruzen would not allow him to do so. Minato was momentarily surprised by Kazuki's application for early graduation, but he quickly came to terms with it. He knew there was a significant gap between himself and Kazuki, but he would catch up. Brat, this sword is for you. Tsunade greeted the others, then tossed the Sword of the Thunder God to Kazuki. Is this the 2nd Hokage's Sword of the Thunder God? Jiraiya exclaimed upon seeing the sword. He had coveted this sword back then and even asked the Sage of Six Paths for it, but the Sage of Six Paths was stingy and unwilling to give it to him. Yes, it is indeed the Sword of the Thunder God. Tsunade said proudly with her arms crossed. Oh, by the way, this Sword of the Thunder God was nominally exchanged for Chidori. Remember to submit a ninjutsu scroll of Chidori to the Sage of Six Paths. Yes, I understand. As expected, Kazuki showed no aversion to giving up Chidori. Instead, he was fiddling with the Sword of the Thunder God, unable to put it down. He injected chakra into it, and lightning instantly burst from the blade. It's this sword. Mito instantly recognized the Sword of the Thunder God and said with a look of reminiscence, I remember Tobirama forged this sword to solve his problem of not being proficient in lightning release. 2nd Hokage-sama wasn't proficient in lightning release. Orochimaru looked at Mito with curiosity. His idol was not the strongest first Hokage, nor was it his teacher Hiruzen, but Tobirama. He just didn't expect that Tobirama was not proficient in lightning release. Later, Tobirama did develop lightning release, but in the early days, he was not very proficient in lightning release. Moreover, this Sword of the Thunder God was forged with many special materials, making it incredibly sharp. Aside from a few other weapons in this world, this Sword of the Thunder God is one of the best. Mito looked at the sword of the Thunder God with nostalgia. Kazuki, try injecting lightning chakra into it. Yes. As Kazuki injected lightning chakra into it, the lightning on the sword of the Thunder God intensified by at least twofold. Lightning release can enhance the power of the sword of the Thunder God, and the sword of the Thunder God can even easily block some ninjutsu. Mito explained when she saw this, however, at the end of the day, it is just an external object. Don't overly rely on it later. Becoming strong yourself is the key. I understand, Granny Mito. Kazuki said, then formed the Chidori hand seal with one hand. In an instant, Chidori chirped, and its lightning wrapped around the sword of the Thunder God, further enhancing the lightning, causing everyone to look on in surprise. It was clear without a doubt that the sword of the Thunder God was even more compatible with Kazuki than they had imagined. Kazuki also showed a satisfied expression. He hadn't yet developed Chidori Stream, but with the sword of the Thunder God, Chidori Stream was indirectly completed. And with this, Kazuki also had the qualifications to challenge Special Jonin. Even against some veteran Jonin, Kazuki was not afraid at all. By now, he had initially grown, but it was not yet time for him to become arrogant. Putting aside the strong individuals from other villages who might want to eliminate him as a hidden danger, Madara, who was secretly active, was also a problem he had to face. Before Madara's death, Kazuki still needed to be even more low-key. At the very least, he couldn't display strength beyond Madara's control. It seems the sword of the Thunder God suits you very well. Don't let this sword down. Tsunade looked at Kazuki with such an expression, full of relief. If her granduncle saw this scene, he would probably be smiling in his grave, right? I will, Tsunade-sensei. Kazuki knew that the sword of the Thunder God was not omnipotent or invincible. At least Naruto and Sasuke had destroyed the sword of the Thunder God. They could break the sword of the Thunder God, let alone other strong individuals, so he still needed to get stronger. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, how is your squad doing? Tsunade then asked Orochimaru. I heard Sarutobi-sensei say that Hisashi will be in your squad. Orochimaru nodded indifferently. Hisashi, Nawaki, Mikoto, this squad lineup was quite good. It would allow him to conduct better research on the Senju and Uchiha. He was probably the first person to lead a squad with such a lineup. Moreover, the Hyuga clan was not bad either. They were a prestigious clan that had existed for thousands of years, and possessed one of the three great dojutsu. The Byakugan's strategic significance was immense, and coupled with Mikoto's meticulousness, it could perfectly compensate for Nawaki's impulsiveness. You guys are going to lead students, unlike me. Jiraiya scratched his hair in annoyance. Minato, that brat, clearly can't graduate early this year, and finding teammates who can cooperate with him is unusually difficult. Minato smiled awkwardly. He felt bad for holding back Jiraiya. Isn't that your own problem? Minato, that brat, can barely graduate early if he really wants to. You can keep leading him then. Don't think we don't know your little schemes. Tsunade said with her arms crossed, looking disdainful. Jiraiya wanted to form a class entirely of civilian ninja, and Tsunade wouldn't stop him, as many civilian ninja still had Senju bloodline. This was also what her grandfather and granduncle wanted to see, but civilian ninja were inherently lacking in some aspects. Jiraiya had even raised the requirements to Minato's standard. It would be strange if he could find anyone. Chapter 29, The Hyuga's Secret. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly. There's nothing I can do about it. You guys have picked almost all the excellent youths. It's not easy to find students who can walk alongside Minato. Besides, I never thought that civilian ninja would fall behind ninjas from clans. What they lack are resources and opportunities. Jiraiya's words made Kazuki purse his lips, but he didn't flare up. These words indeed made a lot of sense for ordinary ninja and ordinary clans, and Jiraiya and Guy had reached the peak of ordinary humans. After Jiraiya entered Sage mode, he was stronger than an average Hokage. As for ordinary ninjas, it's difficult to reach that level, especially the cheat-like strength of the Uchiha and Senju. Of course, even the Senju and Uchiha, if they didn't have Indra and Asura Chakra, might not necessarily be much stronger than ordinary ninja. Those not-so-small clans seem powerful, but in reality, they rely more on their heritage. Ordinary secret techniques are very dangerous. Jiraiya was confident that Minato would not be inferior to the geniuses of those clans. Even Kazuki might not be impossible to catch up to. If Kazuki hadn't cheated, perhaps it would truly be as Jiraiya thought. Minato, at his peak, could still win even against the Mangekyo Sharingan. But Kazuki was no longer an ordinary Uchiha. He was confident that in the future, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Madara, or even surpass him. For an ordinary Uchiha, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was already incredibly difficult, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was even harder. But Kazuki had the combat arena. If he could defeat a few more Uchiha, it wouldn't be impossible for him to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. In fact, as long as Kazuki continuously perfected his physique, he could also be like Indra, possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan that wouldn't go blind, and even at the Mangekyo Sharingan stage, his ocular power would be comparable to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuki suddenly blurted out, "Actually, Shibi's strength is quite good, it would take some effort to defeat him. He's overlooked by many people, but I think he's the most troublesome in the school. Moreover, his personality is very good. If he were a teammate, he would be very reliable." Aburame Shibi. Is he the young clan head of the Aburame clan? Jiraiya was startled. He had forgotten about Shibi before. By the way, why did he overlook such a person earlier? Tsunade said suggestively, the Aburame clan is also a major clan in Konoha, always very low-key. As a teammate, they are indeed quite reliable. Is that so? Jiraiya looked thoughtfully at Minato. He wanted to train 3 civilian disciples, which was okay, but finding a few excellent and suitable teammates for Minato would also be good. Should he go back and observe Shibi? Oh, and in our class, there's a civilian ninja named Haruno Kazashi. His chakra control is very good, his fundamentals are solid, and he's always been first in our class in theoretical subjects. Nawaki said. Seeing Kazuki start recommending, and he also began to recommend. He couldn't understand why Jiraiya was so fixated on civilian ninja, so he tried to introduce a classmate to Jiraiya. Haruno Kazashi. I'll remember him. Jiraiya rubbed Nawaki's head. He wouldn't just accept those people as disciples based on Kazuki's and Nawaki's recommendations. He still needed to investigate them himself. Kazuki's expression, however, was incredibly subtle. He hadn't expected Nawaki to recommend Kazashi to Jiraiya. In the infinite Tsukimi world, Kazashi seemed to have become Hokage. But that was ultimately an illusionary world, and he remembered Kazashi was just an ordinary genin. He hadn't expected Kazashi to actually possess good fundamentals, good chakra control, and even be first in theoretical scores. It turned out that Sakura's good qualities were inherited. Oh, and Hayashi didn't come to our team. Instead, a main family child named Rinka came. Tsunade then added. Orochimaru quickly realized the truth, a playful look appearing on his face. Is it to protect the future clan head? The Hyuga clan is indeed still the same. They clearly have excellent heritage and powerful bloodline, yet no true strong individuals have ever appeared. That's not entirely true. Mito refuted Orochimaru's words. The Hyuga clan has faced crises several times in the past, but they always successfully overcame the difficulties. The most recent time was about 100 years ago, when they had a war with the Hagoromo clan. At first, the Hyuga clan was at a disadvantage, but eventually, their clan head at the time unleashed powerful strength, forcefully killing a large number of Hagoromo clan experts. Although he also died not long after the war, the strength he displayed at that time should have surpassed the Hokage level. What? Surpassing the Hokage level? Everyone looked sideways upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the Hyuga clan to have such powerful individuals. I think I've heard of him, wasn't it Hyuga Ikuzoku? Kazuki's heart, however, was in turmoil. Even though the Byakugan is very common, in reality, it is still very powerful. Not to mention the future Tenseigan, even the original Byakugan is a standard feature of the Otsutsuki clan. Look at Kagaya's Byakugan, then look at the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The Hyuga Byakugan has definitely degenerated. They turned what was originally max-level equipment into a mere telescope. Indeed, the Hyuga are trash. However, the Hyuga clan very likely possesses a method for temporarily creating the Tenseigan, but the death of that Hyuga clan head could very well have been a backlash. How could an ordinary ninja possibly withstand the backlash of the Tenseigan? Mito was somewhat surprised that Kazuki knew this. I didn't expect you to know about Hyuga Ikuzoku. This was a legend even in our era. However, how can a clan that has been passed down for 1,000 years be ordinary? Mito had one thing she couldn't understand. The Uzumaki clan was also a clan that had been passed down for 1,000 years. While their overall strength couldn't defeat the 5 great nations, they shouldn't have been annihilated in such a short time, leaving Konoha no chance to even rescue them. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan had trump cards. If they were truly provoked, it would be enough to cause several Hokage from those villages to die. But looking at the current situation, it seems that not a single Kage from the major villages died, so it's very likely that something unforeseen happened to the Uzumaki clan. Kagami's sacrifice further confirmed this possibility. But who in the ninja villages could achieve this at present? Chapter 30, Caged Bird Curse Seal. To effortlessly destroy the Uzumaki clan and kill Kagami, this is no longer something an ordinary ninja can achieve. Mito couldn't help but suspect that Madara was still alive, but how could that be possible? Back then, Hashirama had killed Madara, and on this point, Mito would not doubt Hashirama. Perhaps there is someone in the ninja world secretly causing trouble, and that person is very likely to harbor ill will towards Konoha. It's fine while she is here, but once she's gone, there will be no one to stop them. This is one of the reasons why Mito was tirelessly trying to nurture Kazuki as much as possible. I'm curious about some past events. Reading history can enlighten one. Only by understanding the history of the Sengoku era can one truly appreciate how precious the current peace is. Kazuki always believed that Hashirama had issues with his mind, but it didn't prevent him from being a great man. During the Sengoku era, various clans were constantly in turmoil. Some children, even younger than Kazuki is now, had already picked up weapons and killed people. In this era, although there are great ninja wars, which in some ways are an escalation of battles between clans, it is still quite peaceful in everyday life, and children do not need to directly kill or be killed. Compared to the Sengoku era, the current ninja village era is much better. As for why a one country, one village system was established instead of a military political integration, this is due to the limitations of the era. Even Kazuki had to admit that the vast majority of ninja are not suitable for governing a country. The one country, one village system is a compromise to the era. A person's energy is limited, should those ninja learn to govern a country. In Kazuki's view, these things are not set in stone. It's just a matter of whether people are willing to change. And even if Konoha wants to change and continue to reform this world now, it is powerless. It will still depend on Kazuki in the future. Reading history can enlighten one. Mito nodded thoughtfully. She found that Kazuki seemed to be getting more and more excellent. Back then, the Senju and the Hyuga clan also had quite a few collaborations, but neither the Senju nor the Uzumaki truly understood the Byakugan. Mito then patiently explained. Orochimaru loved listening to Mito recount various secrets. Compared to the various materials he found himself, sometimes Mito's accounts were more authentic. At this moment, he asked, is it because of the caged bird curse seal? This should also be a type of sealing jutsu. Is it really that difficult to undo? He hadn't researched the caged bird curse seal, but since it was a curse seal, there should be a solution. Mito was a contemporary master of sealing jutsu, could she solve it? Mito gave Orochimaru an annoyed look and said, the Hyuga clan's matters are very troublesome. Back then, Tobirama did research the Byakugan, and even asked me to help solve the problem of the caged bird curse seal. After a brief study, I found that the caged bird curse seal is almost unsolvable because it acts on the soul. Even the soul is confined. Why do they have to do this? Is it possible that the branch house members are not considered their clansmen? Nawaki and the others felt a shiver. It's to prevent others from obtaining the Byakugan. Kazuki explained softly, the Byakugan has a huge strategic role. Through the Byakugan, one can see very far, and having the Byakugan is quite convenient. Moreover, it is said that the Byakugan does not place a particularly large burden on the user, unlike our Sharingan. If our Sharingan is transplanted, it will cause a huge burden on the user, and they may even die from chakra depletion caused by the Sharingan. Therefore, we don't need a curse seal like the caged bird curse seal. Furthermore, if someone really steals our Sharingan and we find out, we generally hunt them down relentlessly, to the death. Jiraiya stroked his chin, but his words drew many disdainful looks. In that case, it makes sense, but why still have main and branch families? If it's to protect the Byakugan, then everyone should have it. Mito shook her head helplessly. She actually liked Jiraiya, but he was simply too naive. Some of his ideas were quite similar to Hashirama's, but his political intelligence was a bit too low. At least not as good as Tsunade and Orochimaru. She looked at Kazuki, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes as she asked, Kazuki, what do you think? Kazuki hesitated for a moment before speaking. Everyone has their own selfish desires. Perhaps at first, the caged bird curse seal had that intention, but as time progresses, it's hard to guarantee that no one will want to rule others and make others strive for their own benefit. Whether it's a clan, a village, or even a country, it's no exception. Power easily corrupts the human heart. He didn't know if these words would reach Hiruzen, but when facing Mito, he couldn't lie. Some things are better left unsaid, known only among those who need to know. Konoha has only been established for a few decades, and it's already starting to have problems, isn't it? If the Senju clan had not disbanded back then, and the third Hokage was also a Senju, then future Hokage would become the property of the Senju, until one day, everyone would be dissatisfied with the Senju and the Hokage. At that time, both Konoha and the Senju clan could be finished. Very good, Kazuki, I really didn't underestimate you. Mito nodded in satisfaction. She had thought Kazuki might conceal it, but in fact, Kazuki still spoke it out and even elaborated on it. It was not in vain that she had taken such good care of him. Perhaps in the future, the Uchiha will indeed produce a Hokage. It's thanks to Grandma Mito's excellent guidance. Kazuki quickly credited Mito. Hee. Mito smiled noncommittally. The Hyuga clan cannot allow everyone to be branded with the caged bird curse seal. That technique back then should only be usable by Byakugan users who don't have the caged bird curse seal. This can be considered a trump card reserved for the Hyuga clan. However, that technique has significant side effects. Before the village was established, when facing situations that the clan found difficult to handle, it was a means of protecting the clan. But with the establishment of Konoha, the situation has changed dramatically. At this, everyone fell silent. The main family would not go to the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. The probability of using the technique also decreased significantly. The main family became less and less important, and if this continued, the conflict between the main family and the branch house would constantly intensify. However, such matters, even the Hokage cannot resolve, let alone them. Chapter 31, Kazuki's teammate, Hyuga Rinka. Kazuki did not tell them that there was an Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and that was the true threat the Hyuga clan needed to guard against. He speculated that the caged bird curse seal was originally meant to defend against the Otsutsuki clan, but now everyone had forgotten its original purpose. It was likely that the Hyuga clan had even forgotten the Otsutsuki clan's existence. Alright, don't meddle in the Hyuga clan's affairs. It's not something you can handle anyway. Mito waved her hand and continued, this matter couldn't be resolved back then, and it's probably even harder now. Also, remember not to mention certain things to your Hyuga classmates. We understand, Grandma Mito. Kushina quickly responded, and the others also chimed in. The rest of the dinner was much more harmonious. Kazuki and the others listened to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade recount interesting experiences from their missions. Mito also occasionally shared amusing anecdotes from the village's founding period. This was a rare moment of peace. Before leaving Tsunade's house, Tsunade slipped a ninjutsu scroll into Kazuki's arms, softly instructing him, I went to great lengths to get this for you. Read it first. If you can learn it, then do so. If not, then forget about it. Absolutely do not take risks. The danger level of this ninjutsu is quite high. Only one person in the entirety of Konoha has ever successfully learned it. Remember, ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Even without this ninjutsu, it won't hinder you from becoming a strong individual. Yes. Kazuki glanced at the outside of the ninjutsu scroll. There was no name for the ninjutsu on it, and the others didn't notice what was happening. Tsunade clearly didn't want others to see this, so she quickly put the ninjutsu scroll away. He was very curious what ninjutsu Tsunade had given him. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Kazuki left with Mikoto. Once everyone had left, Mito finally spoke, asking Tsunade, what did you give Kazuki? The Flying Thunder God. I asked Sensei for it earlier. This kid has good spatial talent, and with the eyesight provided by his Sharingan, his reaction speed is also good. He might be able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If he can learn it, then I won't have to worry when he goes on missions in the future. Tsunade had some selfish motives. On one hand, she hoped Kazuki could become stronger and genuinely wanted to teach him some things. On the other hand, she also hoped Kazuki would master this life-saving ninjutsu so that if he ever encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat for the time being, he could take Nawaki and the others and escape. Mito thought of Tobirama's attitude towards the Uchiha. If he were to know that the person most likely to master the Flying Thunder God technique was actually Kazuki, would he be so angry that he'd come back to life from the Pure Land? The Flying Thunder God technique requires a strong foundation in sealing jutsu. Please guide them more when you have time. Tsunade then said a little sheepishly. During this time, my ninjutsu has reached a critical point, and I can't spare the time to teach him sealing jutsu. Besides, when it comes to sealing jutsu, I can't compare to you. Mito gave Tsunade a helpless look. Tsunade was actually very talented, but she preferred to study medical ninjutsu rather than devote more effort to sealing jutsu. Of course, Tsunade was still quite good. Nawaki, however, didn't have much talent for sealing jutsu. Sometimes, Mito couldn't help but wonder where his Uzumaki bloodline had gone. Even Kazuki's sealing jutsu talent was much greater than Nawaki's, even on par with Tsunade's. Fortunately, there was still Kushina. Every time Mito looked at Kushina, she saw so much of her younger self, and she treated Kushina like her own granddaughter. I was already planning to teach Kazuki sealing jutsu. In the future, he can also be a safeguard for Kushina. Although Hiruzen hadn't said anything, in Mito's opinion, the possibility of Kushina becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was still quite high. In the future, whether Kazuki and Kushina become lovers or remain friends, with Kazuki there, he should be able to help Kushina suppress the Nine-Tails inside her. Both the Sharingan and sealing jutsu were powerful tools for suppressing the Nine-Tails. However, some recent actions by the village made Mito a little worried. She wasn't unaware of the wood-release experiments, but in her opinion, the success rate wasn't very high. Yet, she couldn't overly obstruct such matters. Sometimes, she felt helpless. Kazuki returned home and bid farewell to Mikoto before taking out the ninjutsu scroll Tsunade had given him. When he saw the contents of the scroll, he was shocked. Flying Thunder God technique. He hadn't expected Tsunade to get him this ninjutsu. Was this the benefit of joining the Hokage faction and showing complete loyalty? The Flying Thunder God technique was given away just like that. The Flying Thunder God technique was extremely difficult to learn, but Kazuki didn't deny that it was a good ninjutsu, very useful for both travel and combat. The Sword of the Thunder God plus the Flying Thunder God technique, would he become a mini Tobirama now? He carefully examined the contents and quickly understood why the Flying Thunder God technique was so difficult to learn and why so few people had mastered it. The requirements were exceptionally high. However, he seemed to have gathered all the necessary elements now, so he could focus on learning the Flying Thunder God technique later. Before his Mangekyo Sharingan awakens, the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a very powerful ninjutsu. Even after awakening, this technique will remain useful. Izuna was ambushed and killed by the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, learning the Flying Thunder God technique didn't make one invincible. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, wasn't Tobirama still pinned to the ground by Madara's black rods, unable to resist? The next day, Kazuki arrived at Konoha's training ground 7 early in the morning. When he arrived, a girl about the same age as Mikoto was already quietly waiting. The girl was extremely cute, exuding a natural, pure beauty. Her Byakugan indicated her identity, Rinka, his other teammate. He hadn't expected it to be such a beautiful girl. Upon seeing Kazuki arrive, Rinka bowed very formally to Kazuki and said, "Hyuga clan, Hyuga Rinka. Please take care of me in the future. Hello, I am Uchiha Kazuki. Please guide me in the future as well." Kazuki felt a wave of helplessness inside. It seemed this girl was a bit rigid. Chapter 32, Team Introduction. Kazuki could clearly feel that this woman was even more rigid than others from the Hyuga clan. Even though she had taken the initiative to greet him, he still felt a sense of distance in her politeness. This was not an easygoing girl, but fortunately, she wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for him, which was within Kazuki's acceptable range. Moreover, the Uchiha and Hyuga have never had a particularly good relationship. After the Senju clan disbanded, under Tobirama's manipulation, the Uchiha and Hyuga began to compete for the title of Konoha's strongest clan. In reality, comparing the Hyuga to the Uchiha was an insult to the Uchiha. No matter how much the Uchiha declined, they would not fall to the point of being on par with the Hyuga. But facing such competition, what could the Uchiha do? Were they going to beat up the Hyuga? When Kazuki first entered the Ninja Academy, he had encountered challenges from the Hyuga clan, which were then easily resolved, thus establishing the tone for the Uchiha's top genius. In this era, if an Uchiha couldn't beat a few Hyuga, they couldn't even claim to be an Uchiha genius, and the key was that there were many Uchiha who couldn't defeat the Hyuga. After all, the Hyuga trained in taijutsu, and in their early childhood when chakra was insufficient, ninja like the Hyuga, who specialized in taijutsu, had an advantage in the beginning. Kazuki sat down not far from Rinka and took out the basic Sealing Jutsu comprehensive guide that Mito had given him earlier. Sealing Jutsu is very tricky and very difficult to learn. The basics are hard to learn, and improving is even harder. If it weren't for learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Kazuki wouldn't even want to learn too much Sealing Jutsu. Wouldn't a Chibaku Tensei after awakening the Rinnegan in the future solve most seals? However, the Flying Thunder God technique has extremely high requirements for Sealing Jutsu, forcing him to spend a lot of time studying these Sealing Jutsu. Fortunately, Mito, a master of Sealing Jutsu, was personally guiding him. Otherwise, he would have wanted to give up. But then again, Kushina has excellent talent in Sealing Jutsu. If he could somehow obtain Kushina or Mito's Sealing Jutsu talent, that would be perfect. Upon seeing Kazuki sit down and remain still, Rinka occasionally cast her gaze towards Kazuki, secretly observing him. Coming to Tsunade's squad this time was Rinka's own request. Otherwise, if she hadn't wanted to, the Hyuga clan wouldn't have forced her. In the Hyuga clan, she enjoyed the best resources that the branch house members couldn't even dream of, living a privileged life where everything was taken care of by servants or branch house members. Their only task seemed to be managing the branch house members and then procreating them. It seemed that other efforts were meaningless. Rinka didn't want to live that kind of life. In fact, she vaguely felt that the Hyuga clan shouldn't be like this. She had never told anyone about these thoughts, and when she heard there was an opportunity to join Tsunade's squad, she actively applied. She wanted to change her life, to become strong, not to be protected by the branch house, but to protect the entire clan. She was also very curious about Kazuki, the Uchiha's top genius. She wanted to see how much of a genius Kazuki truly was. Being stared at by Rinka, Kazuki was somewhat helpless, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't possibly tell her not to stare at him, could he? Fortunately, Tsunade and Kushina didn't make him wait too long. After about 10 minutes, both of them arrived at the training ground. Kazuki. Kushina enthusiastically ran to Kazuki's side and greeted him. Kushina. Kazuki nodded to Kushina, and then said, "This is our teammate, Hyuga Rinka." Kushina then noticed Rinka nearby, and when she saw her, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. What a cute girl. This instantly made Kushina wary. Mikoto alone had made Kushina feel immense pressure, so if another Rinka came along, would she still be able to put up a fight? Alright, from now on, you are all members of the Tsunade squad. I don't expect you to become close friends or anything, but I don't want your relationship to be too bad. Tsunade glared fiercely at Kazuki, then reminded them, next, introduce yourselves. You'll be performing missions together from now on, so getting to know each other is necessary. Kushina understood that Tsunade was hinting at her, but she wasn't afraid of Tsunade. Instead, she raised her hand and said loudly, how should we introduce ourselves? Why don't you start first, Tsunade-ne-san? In this squad, I am your captain. From now on, call me Tsunade-sensei in the squad. Tsunade gave Kushina a speechless glance, but still began her self-introduction. I am Tsunade, an elite jonin of Konoha, skilled in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. My hobbies are drinking and gambling, and I dislike troublesome things. My dream? To win every gamble against everyone in the world. That's truly a luxurious dream. Kazuki muttered to himself. If Tsunade really won against everyone, the price would probably be the destruction of the ninja world. He looked at Kushina and Rinka, and seeing that neither of them intended to speak before him, he began, Kazuki, 6 years old this year. I specialize in fire release and lightning release. As for hobbies, I guess I like good food. I don't want to see my friends leave me. As for my dream, world peace, I wonder if that counts as a dream. Wanting world peace, of course, counts as a dream. I hope one day you can bring peace to the world. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. She could feel that Kazuki wasn't lying, which showed he truly wanted world peace. Who said all Uchiha were crazy? Kazuki is such a good child. Next is me. My name is Kushina, I specialize in taijutsu and sealing jutsu, and I also know a bit of medical ninjutsu. I like living with my beloved good friends, and I don't want to see partings in life and death. My dream is to live happily together with the people I care about. As she spoke the latter part, Kushina glanced at Kazuki, then quickly focused her gaze on Tsunade. Don't worry. We will protect our homeland together. Tsunade understood what Kushina meant and affectionately patted her head. So well behaved. Chapter 33, Rinka vs. Kazuki. As time went on, with the companionship of Tsunade, Mito, Nawaki, Kazuki, and Mikoto, Kushina gradually developed a sense of belonging to Konoha. Now Kushina knew that war could erupt at any time, and she did not want Konoha to suffer the same calamity as the land of whirlpools. She did not want Kazuki and the others to endure the same fate as her. Rinka glanced at Kushina, puzzled, and then introduced herself, my name is Hyuga Rinka, and I specialize in gentle fist. There's nothing I particularly like or dislike. As for my dream, it's probably to become stronger and then master my own destiny. Become stronger and master your own destiny. That's a good ideal. Tsunade gave Rinka a meaningful look. Although the Hyuga clan wasn't exactly useless, there weren't many ambitious people among them. She hadn't expected that her team would get a Hyuga who wanted to become stronger, so she wanted to see how far Rinka could grow. Rinka looked at Tsunade openly and confidently. Among the female ninjas in Konoha, Tsunade was considered one of the best, and she hoped to learn a thing or two from Tsunade. Alright, I'm familiar with Kazuki and Kushina's strength. Next, you'll have a match with that kid, Kazuki, so I can see your strength. Remember to use all your power, or you'll lose badly. Tsunade glanced at Kazuki, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes, and pointed at Kazuki as she spoke. Kushina was too young and had been training for too short a time, so she probably wasn't Rinka's match, but Kazuki was different. She didn't believe that anyone in this age group could be Kazuki's opponent. Nawaki couldn't do it, and it was difficult for Minato to catch up to Kazuki. Only Jiraiya consistently and firmly believed that Minato could catch up to Kazuki in the future, or even surpass him. Kazuki could just suppress Rinka a bit, making the proud young lady behave a little more in her team afterward. As for how Kazuki and Rinka would get along afterward, that wasn't Tsunade's problem. If they truly clicked, they would naturally cooperate closely in the future. Jiraiya and Orochimaru didn't usually get along, but in battle, they could still entrust their backs to each other. If they couldn't click, then she didn't need to bother. When the war started, Kushina would go back to school, and Kazuki could join Nawaki's team. As for Rinka, as a Hyuga, the Hyuga clan probably wouldn't want her to go to the battlefield. Tsunade was quite open-minded in this regard. Yes. Rinka was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Tsunade to ask her to fight Kazuki, but this also suited her. She wanted to see the strength of Kazuki, the Uchiha's top genius. It should be known that she was also considered the Hyuga's hidden top genius, and her strength was no less than Hayashi's, even though she was a year younger than him. It was a good opportunity for the Hyuga clan's top genius to witness the Uchiha's top genius's strength. Fugaku, I am the Uchiha's top genius. Rinka looked at Kazuki with eyes full of fighting spirit, which made Kazuki sigh helplessly. Sure enough, Tsunade wouldn't make things easy for him. Then please enlighten me. Kazuki formed a confrontation seal towards Rinka. Rinka returned the gesture, and then her figure transformed into a leopard, quickly approaching Kazuki and striking him with a palm. Kazuki quickly blocked, entering into a taijutsu exchange with Rinka, continuously fending off her attacks. For a time, the thump-thump-thump sounds on the training ground were incessant. This scene made Tsunade's expression subtle. Kazuki was stronger than Rinka, that was for sure. Even though Kazuki was young, he already had the strength of a chunin, but Rinka's performance exceeded her expectations. She was quite good. The key was that the battle between Kazuki and Rinka resembled a battle between members of the Hyuga clan. If Kazuki had activated his Sharingan and used their own methods against them, Tsunade could understand, but Kazuki's Sharingan hadn't even been activated yet. The Sharingan was not the Byakugan, which possessed terrifying insight. Kazuki was using the Hyuga clan's techniques to fight Rinka. Anyone unaware would have thought Kazuki was also a Hyuga. Fortunately, Kazuki was not using Gentle Fist, otherwise, the Hyuga clan would probably have caused an uproar. Little did she know, Kazuki's situation was not as effortless as Tsunade imagined. What he had to do was defeat Rinka with taijutsu, and he also had to guard against Rinka using pressure points to cut off his chakra. If he stumbled in a ditch, it would be embarrassing. Rinka continuously attacked, but the more she attacked, the more anxious and angry she became. Kazuki seemed to understand Gentle Fist extremely well. Every time she attacked, Kazuki seemed to anticipate her movements and block her path. The opponent's taijutsu was superior to hers, and he also understood Gentle Fist well. Rinka quickly realized this, but the more she did, the more unwilling she became. In her relentless pursuit, she took a deep breath. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Finally, she used it. A smile appeared at the corner of Kazuki's lips. The moment Rinka's first palm landed on Kazuki's body, he dissolved into a shadow clone. A clone. Is this a shadow clone? When? Rinka was startled. Just as she opened and closed her eyes, trying to find Kazuki, Kazuki's voice suddenly rang out. Earth release, Headhunter Jutsu. Then, Rinka felt as if her ankle was grabbed by something. Before she could resist, she was dragged into the ground by this force, leaving only her head above the surface. Kazuki's figure also appeared beside Rinka in time. Looking up at Kazuki's face from below, Rinka's face was filled with unwillingness. That's great, Kazuki, you won. Kushina cheered, full of joy. Kushina, she's your teammate too. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Kushina in annoyance, then walked over to Rinka. Cooperating with Kazuki, she pulled Rinka out. As she pulled Rinka up, she asked, you used a single hand to form the seals for Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu earlier, using the stones by your feet to conceal it, but Rinka has the Byakugan. How did you know the Byakugan couldn't see through it? Chapter 34, Miscellaneous Missions. The Byakugan can see through clones, but for shadow clones, the Byakugan might not necessarily be able to see through them. Kazuki couldn't recall if the early Byakugan could see through shadow clones, but Kagaya's Byakugan certainly couldn't, at least not instantly distinguishing between shadow clones and the original. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tricked multiple times during her fight with Naruto. This is just an experiment, the Sharingan definitely can't see through shadow clones. As for whether the Byakugan can, I don't know either. It's just an attempt. Even if it fails, I have nothing to lose. At worst, I'll just win using other methods. Kazuki explained, wiggling his finger, a confident smile on his face. Honestly, Tobirama was truly cunning. He really tried every method to deal with the Uchiha clan. Ordinary clones would be seen through by the Sharingan, so he developed the Shadow Clone. To counter Izuna and prevent his Mangekyo Sharingan from tracking him, he developed the Flying Thunder God technique. To deal with the Uchiha clan's fire release, he diligently researched water release. He used water release even better than the Mizukage, can you believe it? Even the Bringer of Darkness Genjutsu was developed by him, specifically targeting the Uchiha to make their Sharingan lose its advantage. There has never been anyone who targeted the Uchiha as much as Tobirama. He couldn't defeat Madara, but when it came to ordinary Uchiha, Tobirama had them in the palm of his hand. Rinka was speechless. How little did he think of her? However, she also had to admit that Kazuki's strength was indeed superior to hers, and the key was that he was 2 years younger than her. He truly deserved the title of the #1 genius. Tsunade nodded slightly. This was also based on Kazuki's strength surpassing Rinka's, so there was no problem with Kazuki doing this. It was just that he didn't end up defeating Rinka with taijutsu and showcasing his monstrous strength, which disappointed Tsunade somewhat. Tsunade checked the time and said, "All right, the self-introductions are done, and I have a general idea of your strengths. I'll plan your training when I get back. It's almost time now. We need to go on a mission. I already picked up the mission yesterday." "That's great. We're going on a mission." Kushina exclaimed excitedly, eager to try. This was a mission. She wondered if they would be able to leave the village and fight ninja. Even Rinka's usually calm face showed a flicker of excitement. Clearly, for this Hyuga clan young lady, leaving the village for missions had become an obsession. Many members of the Hyuga V-Clan never even had the chance to leave the village in their entire lives, let alone the land of fire. But Kazuki's expression became a bit subtle. He had a feeling Tsunade might take this opportunity to trick them. It wasn't until Tsunade and her group arrived at the entrance of a hot spring in that Kazuki's composure completely broke. Tsunade was definitely doing this on purpose. "Tsunade-sensei, are you treating us to a hot spring bath?" Kushina asked expectantly. Tsunade had brought her to this hot spring in before, and it felt incredibly comfortable. However, Tsunade had told her that in the future, she must keep Kazuki in check and not let him frequent the hot spring inn, or he would forget to go home. Kazuki's eyelid twitched, and he asked with a somewhat strained voice, "Our mission wouldn't happen to be here, would it?" Tsunade looked at Kazuki with an expression that said, "You're a teachable one. You really are smart, kid. Indeed, your mission today is to clean this hot spring inn. What do you say? You can do it, right?" Huh. Kushina and Rinka were dumbfounded. One was a former Uzumaki princess, and the other was a young lady from the Hyuga clan. How could they have ever done such work? Now Tsunade was asking them to clean the hot spring inn, and this hot spring inn was the largest one in Konoha. Who knew if they could even clean it all? Even if they could, it would exhaust them severely. "Come on, I'm counting on you. This is the first mission for my Tsunade squad. I'm sure you won't disappoint me, right? If you fail even the first mission, it will affect your future mission assignments." A hint of slyness flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Back in the day, when she first became a ninja, Hiruzen had assigned them many disgusting missions that nearly broke them. Even Orochimaru, with his personality, was pushed to his limit. Now she could use those same tactics on her own disciples. Perhaps this was the joy of being a teacher. However, she wasn't entirely tricking Kazuki and the others. After all, as ninja, sometimes they needed to face many terrible situations. If they couldn't even clean a hot spring, then there was no point. "Tsunade-sama, you're here." The hot spring owner immediately greeted Tsunade upon her arrival. These 3 children will be cleaning the hot spring. You can just give them the equipment. Oh, and arrange a private room for me, and prepare some snacks and beer. No problem, right? Tsunade asked, pointing at the 3. No problem, I'll arrange the room for you right away. The hot spring owner quickly agreed. Tsunade was always generous with her spending. The cost of inviting ninja to clean the hot spring in this time would probably not even be as much as Tsunade's own spending. Alright, start cleaning. Don't disappoint me. Tsunade waved her hand at them, then walked towards the private room arranged by the owner, leaving Kazuki and the other 2 looking at each other. At this moment, even Rinka's expression wasn't very good. Alright, let's start working. If we can finish quickly, maybe Tsunade-sensei will even treat us to a hot spring bath. Kazuki said, picking up a cleaning tool and sighing faintly. Kushina, later I'll use shadow clones to help. If you don't mind, you can also use shadow clones. And cleaning in the hot spring can also be a form of training. Kazuki said this as he walked into the public hot spring, his feet stepping on the hot spring water. Water walking is an essential part of ninja training, requiring a high degree of chakra control. You haven't practiced water walking yet, so this is a good opportunity to train. Yes. I understand. Kushina showed a look of realization. No wonder Tsunade wanted to bring them to do this mission, it was for their training. She had misunderstood Tsunade. Rinka looked thoughtfully at Kazuki. Was that truly the case? However, it no longer mattered. She would just treat this opportunity as training. Chapter 35, Initial Mastery. As the young mistress of the Hyuga clan's main family, Rinka had received the best training resources of the Hyuga clan since she was young. She had also already practiced water walking, though she wasn't very proficient yet. This was a good opportunity to continue practicing water walking. Moreover, if Kushina and Kazuki could do it, why couldn't she? Genius always commands respect. Rinka knew that Kazuki was much stronger than her, and she could allow Kazuki to be the leader of this small team. Watching Kazuki and Rinka both start working, Kushina puffed out her cheeks, but still obediently cooperated with Kazuki and Rinka in cleaning. They were responsible for clearing out the trash and dealing with the dirt in the hot spring. She would help dump the trash and clean up the garbage on the ground. Surely there was no problem with that. Seeing this, Kazuki nodded slightly. Perhaps after they returned, he would teach Kushina water walking and tree climbing and other daily skills. With Kushina's chakra control, she could probably complete the corresponding training in a day. In fact, Kushina was a genius, and describing her as a mini-Mito was not an exaggeration in the slightest. Her chakra had an inhibitory effect on tailed beasts, and her chakra volume was almost 3 times that of Mikoto. Her chakra control was excellent, she possessed a large amount of yang-release chakra, and her sealing jutsu talent was outstanding. Such talent was quite rare even within the Uzumaki clan. It could be said that Kushina was more than just a little bit stronger than Naruto, but Naruto, with his Asura Chakra, was ultimately different from ordinary people. While they were working diligently, Tsunade was enjoying a relaxing hot spring bath, occasionally putting food into her mouth and sipping beer. Her life couldn't be better. If every day's missions were like this, Tsunade felt that being an instructor didn't seem so bad. So tired. Kushina dispelled her shadow clone and continuously rubbed her temples. Having a shadow clone handle a large amount of work, even with Kushina's physique, was unbearable for a while. Kushina looked at Kazuki. He wasn't from the Uzumaki clan, and he used more shadow clones than she did. Could he handle it? However, Kazuki's chakra seemed to be quite a bit more than hers. Was this really the amount of chakra an Uchiha should have? It's indeed a bit tiring. Kazuki also recalled his shadow clones. After a brief moment, he adapted to the situation. I had thought about using shadow clones for training before, but on second thought, it's still too tiring. The multiple shadow clone jutsu is listed as a forbidden jutsu for a reason. After a shadow clone disappears, the main body has to bear the corresponding memories. Not everyone is Naruto, who can ignore these damages. Even the current Kazuki needs to be careful when using shadow clones. Many people can use shadow clones, but only Naruto truly applies shadow clones with divine mastery. Not even Tobirama did that. Alright, you two go find Tsunade. I'll find a private room myself. After Kazuki settled things with the hot spring owner, he said to the two of them. If Tsunade wasn't willing to treat them, it wasn't impossible for him to treat them himself. Kagami had left Kazuki with good connections, allowing him to easily integrate into the Hokage faction. Otherwise, try letting other Uchiha do it. If it weren't for Kagami's connections, they would probably have decided to kill Kazuki the moment he displayed great strength. Let alone receiving so much resource assistance. One must know that the one primarily teaching Kazuki now was none other than the true big shot, Mito. In addition, the inheritance Kagami left for Kazuki was enough for him to live a comfortable life, as long as he didn't squander it or try to start a business. Similarly, Rinka was not short on money, and although Kushina only received living expenses from Mito, she was not short on money either. After obtaining Kushina's consent, the first heir of the Uzumaki clan, Mito handed over many of the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu to Konoha. To express Konoha's welcome to the Uzumaki clan, Hiruzen allocated many shop fronts to Kushina's name. Even Mito herself transferred a good portion of her assets to Kushina. In this way, Konoha's acquisition of the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu became well-deserved, unlike the opportunistic plundering of other villages. Other villages could plunder, but only Konoha could not do that. This also greatly enhanced Konoha's foundation. As for giving Kushina some property, Konoha could afford it. In fact, these properties were all donated to the village by the Senju clan before. This move not only earned Konoha a good reputation but also further won over Kushina's heart. If possible, attracting some of the escaped Uzumaki clan members would be even better. Fortunately, Tsunade was a very good teacher. Even if Kushina and the others didn't express it, she, as their teacher, didn't mind treating the three children to a hot spring bath. If she maintained a good relationship with them, she could borrow money from them if she lost money gambling, couldn't she? She had been eyeing Kushina's pocket money for a long time. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Kazuki and the other two had been carrying out various tedious missions in the village, and after the missions were over, they would train with either Mito or Tsunade. Each of them had made significant improvements. For instance, Kazuki had mastered many sealing jutsu and had even initially grasped the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this Flying Thunder God technique was still vastly different from Minato's level, and there was still a considerable gap even with Tobirama's. He needed a relatively long time for positioning and activation, which meant that Kazuki could not yet use the Flying Thunder God technique in combat. At most, it could only be used for travel. Yet, even so, it was enough to make Kazuki happy. This was the Flying Thunder God technique after all. Of course, Kazuki had not yet told this news to others, not even Tsunade or Mito. This wasn't considered concealment, as his current state couldn't truly be considered having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If it couldn't be instantly activated and applied in combat, how could it be called the Flying Thunder God technique? Chapter 36, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, Kazuki's overall strength was also improving at a visible pace. His age was naturally a period of rapid growth for humans, where physical development inherently boosts strength. Moreover, Kazuki had been diligently training during this time. Even if he only practiced sealing jutsu and the Flying Thunder God technique, such improvements were immense, not to mention Kazuki's other training. At the same time, over the past 6 months, he had also gained significant benefits in the combat arena. For example, defeating Itachi from his Chunin period granted him Itachi's combat wisdom. Defeating Izumi from the night of the Uchiha clan massacre granted him her ocular power. Defeating Queen Sarah granted him control over the Ryumayaku. Defeating Sasuke from the first Valley of the End battle granted him Sasuke's lightning release talent. Defeating young Yahiko granted him water release chakra. Defeating Senju Kawarama granted him his physique. Defeating Ebisu granted him Ebisu's basic ninjutsu knowledge. Thanks to Kazuki's own efforts and the achievements he racked up in the combat arena, his strength had reached the Jonin level, even subtly reaching the elite Jonin level. If such a thing were to be revealed, countless people would likely collapse. After all, Kazuki was merely a 7-year-old child. A 7-year-old Jonin was simply too shocking. Even Madara would probably suspect it was fake news if he heard it, as neither Madara nor Hashirama were anywhere near Kazuki's level at that age. In fact, Mito had previously worried about Kazuki's situation, especially when she saw that Kazuki's Sharingan had unknowingly awakened to the 3-tomo state, which stunned her. Kazuki was not a normal Uchiha. How could a Sharingan evolve just like that? Sometimes Mito couldn't help but wonder if Tobirama's analysis of the Sharingan was flawed. However, Tobirama's arguments were based on extensive data, and even Madara could not escape this reasoning, yet Kazuki's Sharingan evolved just like that. The Sharingan is only supposed to awaken when stimulated, and upgrade from 1-tomo to 2-tomo, and then to 3-tomo, when stimulated. However, Kazuki hadn't experienced any stimulation, his Sharingan just evolved. Kazuki's mental state was also very normal. Because of this, they could only conclude that Kazuki might be a special Uchiha, not to be judged by conventional standards. This day, after completing the day's weeding mission, Kushina looked at Tsunade with a disgruntled expression. Tsunade-Nizen, when are we going to do other missions? I'm sick of these tasks. Every day it's either cleaning or finding people, catching dogs and cats, helping to pick fruit and such. When will these days end? We're here to train. Kushina's dissatisfaction drew glances from Kazuki and Rinka. In reality, they too had long grown tired of such missions. Although Tsunade and Mito had given them considerable guidance during this period, and their strength had rapidly improved, they weren't here to do manual labor. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at Kazuki. What? You think so too? So what kind of missions do you want to do? This squad has an Uzumaki orphan, a Hyuga young lady, and an Uchiha Genius. If you leave the village, other villages and bounty hunters will all come swarming. Wouldn't that be even better? Kushina eagerly swung her fist. We're not weak, you know. Rinka's eyes also flashed with excitement. She desperately wanted to fight strong opponents. Sparring with Kazuki offered little sense of accomplishment, as his strength was far above hers. She was already no weaker than a Chunin. Kazuki was simply too monstrous. We can try taking on a mission. Kazuki mused for a moment before speaking. No matter what, we can't hide in the village forever. Humph. Tsunade snorted softly, then looked at the others. Seeing Kushina and Rinka's eager expressions, a smile appeared on her lips. All right then, go back and prepare. Tomorrow, we'll leave the village for a mission. Really? Kushina asked expectantly. Tsunade said with a mischievous look at the three, I hadn't intended to take you out on missions so soon, but since you all insist, then I'll take you out to see some blood. Yay. Kushina instantly started dancing with joy. 6 months. Who knew how she had endured these past 6 months? Almost every day she had to perform a tiring activity, either exhausting or dirty. Some missions were both dirty and tiring. Every day after returning home, she also had to study sealing jutsu with Grandma Mito. Kushina really couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, those hard days were finally over. Watching Kushina's reaction, a playful glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Recently, neither inside nor outside the village had been very peaceful. This was a good opportunity to bait some fish. One thing Tsunade didn't mention was that she was even more sought after in the black market than Kushina and the others. Their squad going out on a mission was practically like writing, "Come and hunt us down," on their team's name. Monkey, are you really going to let Tsunade's squad go out on a mission? Danzo looked at Hiruzen, who was puffing on his pipe, and questioned him with dissatisfaction. The continuous failures of the wood release experiments had made him uncertain, and he once again turned his attention to Kushina. She was their last resort. How could she leave Konoha? There are too many rats in the village lately. I need you to do something. Hiruzen gazed at Danzo and said, I trust you'll protect them, right, Danzo? You want me to protect them? Danzo frowned and said, I'm very busy, and my people are all investigating intelligence in other countries, especially the land of rain. Hanzo could declare war on us at any moment. How would I have time for this? Chapter 37, Acting as Bait. Danzo was very supportive of Hiruzen's idea of fishing, but he didn't have anyone available himself. The route suffered heavy losses in Uzumaki and hasn't recovered since. After recovering somewhat, Root continuously gathered intelligence outside and incited conflicts between other ninja villages. Konoha isn't afraid of war. A 2-on-1 fight isn't impossible, but a 4-on-1 would be unbearable for the current Konoha, so relations between the other villages must also be thrown into chaos. At this stage, if Danzo didn't focus on the Hokage position and instead concentrated on external forces, he would be a decent ninja. Because of Danzo's personality, he gained the support of many war-loving Konoha people. According to the information I've received, Kumogakure spies have been lurking around Kushina recently, likely intending to make a move on her. Hiruzen said, taking a puff from his pipe, his gaze deepening. Perhaps we can use this to uncover all the Kumogakure spies in the village. Danzo looked deeply at Hiruzen and said, I can lend you 2 root squads. For now, I can't spare anything else. Alright, I'll have Tsukumo go with them. Hiruzen nodded noncommittally. Hiruzen was very satisfied with Tsukumo. He always perfectly completed his missions, was powerful, and meticulous in his work, a ninja that couldn't be more perfect. Okay, by the way, give me another 10 million in funding. Research funds are running low. Danzo seemed to remember something and asked Hiruzen for more funding. Hiruzen frowned and said, Danzo, war is about to begin, and Konoha needs money everywhere. Isn't 10 million too much? Humph, too much. Not at all. After all, this is a wood-release experiment. If it can be researched, how can 10 million compare? Danzo snorted lightly. Is that how money is calculated? However, considering the current situation, Hiruzen ultimately chose to try anything to save a desperate situation. 10 million could still be squeezed out. The next day, Kazuki gathered early at the village gate, and by just before 7 a.m., the Tsunade squad had assembled. Seeing the rhombus mark on Tsunade's forehead that hadn't been there yesterday, a hint of surprise flashed in Kazuki's eyes. He hadn't expected Tsunade to have developed the Ine seal. This was a huge improvement for Tsunade. It seemed that her strength had also been steadily developing over the past year. The destruction of Uchiha, the sacrifice of Kagami, and the rising tensions between nations probably put considerable pressure on the people of Konoha. It was likely not just Tsunade, but also Jiraiya and Orochimaru who had gotten stronger during this time. He just didn't know if the 3 of them combined could defeat Hanzo. Let's go. Seeing the 3 of them in high spirits, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand and saying, stay close to me, and don't fall behind. With that, she cast a glance at the corner and was the first to sprint quickly out of Konoha. Kazuki and the other 2 quickly followed suit. The Tsunade squad's brazen departure from the village left the staff responsible for entry and exit registration at the village gate with a helpless bitter smile. Indeed, ordinary ninja still needed to register when leaving the village, but some ninja did not, and Tsunade was one of them. It wasn't Tsunade's Senju identity that granted her such privilege, but rather that in previous years, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had all worked in the Umbu. Even now, they had not left the Umbu ranks. When Umbu members leave the village, and the Umbu members gave them a gesture when leaving the village, these ninja naturally found it difficult to stop them, and indeed, they couldn't. Shortly after Tsunade and her group left Konoha, 3 Umbu squads, led by a white-haired ninja, exited Konoha through the Umbu special passage, following closely behind Kazuki and his group. Tsunade led the way, but she ultimately controlled her speed. Seeing Kazuki following her in an orderly manner, seemingly still at ease, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. This kid's speed and physique were both excellent. In terms of extreme speed bursts, Kazuki's speed might even surpass her own. Rinka was a Hyuga clansman herself and followed a taijutsu path, so her speed being great was within the realm of understanding. As for Kushina, her physique was also quite good, she even managed to keep up. It seemed that during this time, Kushina hadn't neglected other aspects of training besides researching sealing jutsu. It seemed that making them do so much manual labor was indeed helpful. Tsunade wasn't entirely trying to torment Kazuki and the others by giving them so many D-rank missions, it was also a form of training. Tsunade, intending to test the group, unconsciously picked up her pace. Gradually, Kushina, the youngest and without any special advantages, started to struggle, and her breathing became erratic. Next was Rinka. Surprisingly, Kazuki, theoretically the Uchiha with the weakest physique, didn't even have erratic breathing. It should be known that in terms of physique, Uchiha couldn't compare to Hyuga or Uzumaki. This made Tsunade sigh inwardly, calling him a prodigy. If she didn't know Kazuki's identity, she would have been tempted to suspect that Kazuki actually had Senju or Uzumaki blood. Having roughly determined their limits, Tsunade didn't continue to increase her speed. Instead, she lowered it to a level that everyone could accept. In a subterranean cavern in the Land of Rain, the aged Madara sat before the Geto statue. Special tubes connected his back to the Geto statue, which provided him with life force. Not far from him, Black Zetsu was eagerly awaiting, and there were also many white Zetsu in the room. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground and shouted in a peculiar tone, "Madara, the Uzumaki clan child has left Konoha." "So, she's finally left Konoha." Madara's face showed a playful expression. "Tell the Kumo ninja about this. If possible, help them abduct Kushina. Then, inform Konoha about it, aiming to make Mito personally take action." "Yes." The white Zetsu quickly merged into the ground. Chapter 38, Kagami's Killer, Madara. "Madara, will doing this make Mito aware of our existence?" After white Zetsu left, black Zetsu asked Madara with a slight hesitation. "Mito has probably already noticed something." Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. "Her being alive is, after all, a hidden danger to our plan. To let Nagato inherit my eyes, we overthrew Uchiha to prevent the Rinnegan from falling into their hands in the future. I just didn't expect that Kagami would see through my control of the Mizukage, and I had to take action to deal with him." Towards the end, Madara sighed with emotion. Kagami was definitely a very talented Uchiha. Unfortunately, the Uchiha betrayed him, especially Kagami, who even became Tobirama's student, which made him dislike him even more, so he died. The Mangekyo Sharingan he is currently using is Kagami's. Kagami dared to be an enemy of Madara-sama, he was asking for death. Black Zetsu flattered Madara. However, speaking of which, Kagami's son is now Tsunade's disciple and is even called the Uchiha's greatest genius. There are rumors that his talent is no less than Kagami's. Hashirama's granddaughter. Madara seemed a little dazed. Hashirama had asked him to hold the child back then, but he had refused. As for Kazuki, he was ignored by him. Kazuki has no brothers, so what if he has talent? He's just another Kagami. Without brothers, Kazuki cannot obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps Kagami's eyes could help Kazuki, as it has never been said that Mangekyo Sharingan between father and son cannot merge, but these Mangekyo Sharingan are in his hands, so it is absolutely impossible for Kazuki to get them. No matter how talented one is, if they can't awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they will eventually go blind and pose no threat. It's better to keep him as a whetstone for Nagato. It just annoyed him a little that Kazuki became Tsunade's disciple. Why are Uchiha always disciples of the Senju, and not the other way around? Sure enough, those Uchiha who remained in Konoha have long lost their backbone. Kushina is in Tsunade's team. For us, this is an opportunity. Black Zetsu's eyes deepened. If we capture Tsunade and Kushina, it might attract Mito. If Madara-sama makes a move, it might even be possible to capture the Nine Tails directly. But in that case, everyone will know that I am still alive. Madara shook his head slightly. I have the Geto statue providing me with life force, but after handing over the Rinnegan, I don't have much combat power. Mito, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, given her condition, living for at least another 10 years is not a problem. I may not be able to kill her in a short time right now. It's better to let her fight with other villages. As for Tsunade and Kushina, they are not our real targets. Just causing trouble for them will suffice. After a pause, Madara continued, also, let the ninja world truly descend into chaos. If all the villages turn against Konoha, Konoha definitely won't be able to withstand it, which would be detrimental to our plan. Provoke conflicts between other villages as much as possible. The more chaotic the ninja world, the better, to provide opportunities for Nagato's growth. Yes. As you wish, Madara-sama. A faint glow flickered in Black Zetsu's eyes. Like Madara, Black Zetsu also felt that Mito should die. If Mito didn't die, White Zetsu wouldn't even dare to enter Konoha. The more chaotic the ninja world, the better. Nagato's growth and Madara's death and subsequent revival will take some time, so it's necessary to reduce the ninja world's combat power as much as possible now. The Uzumaki clan is almost gone, and the descendants of Uchiha and Senju still need to be weakened further. After instructing Black Zetsu, Madara sighed softly. If Mito wasn't so troublesome, he wouldn't want to make a move against her. She was one of his few remaining old friends. When Konoha was first established, he often visited Hashirama's place, and Mito always warmly entertained him. Her cooking was quite good. He still remembered that when Konoha was established, Mito brewed several jars of sake, saying they would be opened and drunk when Konoha reached its 10th, 20th, and 30th years. It's just a pity that he and Hashirama fought to the death, and nothing else mattered anymore. After the infinite Tsukuyomi, true peace will come, and whether it's Izuna, Hashirama, or Mito, they will all be resurrected within the infinite Tsukuyomi. As for Tobirama, forget it, he doesn't deserve to live. He, Madara, wants to create a world without Tobirama. Tsunade led Kazuki and his group at a fast pace, only stopping to rest briefly when they felt tired, and then continued on their journey. After a day, they had already traveled more than 200 kilometers from Konoha. Looking at the panting and not-so-good state of Kushina and Rinka, and then at Kazuki, who looked like he had just warmed up, Tsunade stopped. All right, let's rest here for today. Here. Kushina looked around at the tall trees, a look of disdain on her face. Kushina had experienced hardship when Uchiha was destroyed before. But after running all day today, and having to rest outside, this life was a bit too hard. Do you still want to stay in a house? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Kushina in annoyance. After all, this is a mission. This environment is already considered quite good. In environments like the Land of Rain, where it rains every day and the ground is muddy, you can't rest properly at all. Kazuki said, Kushina, you can actually sleep in a tree. Relatively speaking, it's safer on the branches. Kazuki pointed to a large tree, then took a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack, tore open the packaging, took one for himself, and handed the rest to Kushina. Kushina hadn't experienced much hardship and had gained considerable experience under Tsunade, but Kazuki still couldn't help but take care of her. Kushina doesn't have a princess complex. She's just a bit naturally clumsy, boisterous, and adorably simple. Chapter 39, Ninetales' Chakra. Kazuki didn't feel there was anything wrong with Kushina like this. After all, she was just a 7-year-old child. Could he possibly demand that Kushina be as rigid as Rinka? How boring would that be? Children should have a childlike disposition. Kushina wasn't a troublesome child. On the contrary, she was very sensible. She was just more straightforward in front of her family and important people, expressing her thoughts. In fact, Kazuki was also full of dissatisfaction with such an environment. Let alone being here, he was dissatisfied with village life when he first arrived. This world has no convenient online shopping, no food delivery, no mobile phones, no computers, no mobile games, no computer games, no online thoughts. Such a world is incomplete. If he hadn't transmigrated into a world like Naruto, which requires strength, he would definitely find a way to develop various internet companies. He must make sure that all those apps for admiring beautiful women appear. As a transmigrator, Kazuki's adult soul couldn't get used to such a primitive environment, let alone Kushina. Kushina pursed her lips and didn't continue to complain to Kazuki. She knew that if she kept complaining, she would probably be sent back to the ninja academy by Tsunade, and then never be able to leave Konoha for missions again. Rinka watched the scene silently, then took out 2 military rations pills, put them in her mouth, looked up at the nearby trees, found a relatively thick one, and quickly climbed up. By the way, what's our mission this time? Kazuki looked at Tsunade and asked. It's mainly to let you experience bloodshed. Tsunade said, then took out the mission scroll and handed it to Kazuki. Kazuki opened the scroll and his lips twitched sharply. A spy base found within the Land of Fire. You want our small squad to deal with it? Isn't this Umbu's job? This is our first time working outside Konoha, and we haven't even seen bloodshed yet. Even for a bloodshed mission, shouldn't we be fighting rogue ninja or looking for trouble with bandits? Kazuki's words immediately caught the attention of Kushina and Rinka. Rinka hadn't expected Tsunade to give them such a mission. However, the more difficult the mission, the more challenging it was, and the more she looked forward to it. Her recent progress in strength was fast, but it ultimately couldn't meet her expectations. She needed powerful opponents to push herself further. As for fighting Kazuki, she wasn't that foolish. Anyway, she felt that Kazuki was hiding a lot, and when he fought her, Kazuki never used his full strength. How can a bloodshed mission be like this? Despite saying this, Kazuki still returned the mission scroll to Tsunade, his heart filled with eagerness. He also looked forward to fighting strong opponents. In the combat arena, he could fight without restraint, but in real combat, he couldn't. He still had to face every opponent cautiously. Otherwise, he might end up like Nawaki, getting into trouble in an unexpected place. Humph, you're happy, aren't you? Seeing Kazuki, Tsunade knew that he was quite satisfied with this mission. Indeed, no matter how good-natured an Uchiha was, they were still an Uchiha. They had a pursuit for battle. After we finish eating, we'll rest. Tonight, we'll take turns on watch. I'll take the first half of the night, and the 3 of you will take the second half. Tsunade continued. If they were outside the Land of Fire, or if Tsukumo and his team weren't following them, Tsunade wouldn't feel comfortable letting 3 children stand guard. Even if their configuration seemed perfect. Unfortunately, Kushina hadn't awakened Kagura's mind-eye like Mito, otherwise her sensory abilities would have been significantly enhanced. Alright. Kazuki didn't refuse. Kazuki, I feel like someone is following us. During the second half of the night, when it was Kazuki and their turn to stand guard, Kushina leaned into Kazuki's ear and whispered. Oh. Kazuki looked at Kushina with a hint of curiosity. He remembered that Kushina hadn't awakened Kagura's mind-eye, had she? When did she gain such sensory abilities? Hee, when we left Konoha, Grandma Mito gave me some life-saving things. I found that I can sense the good and evil of people around me. Kushina boasted proudly. Kushina was very happy today. She found that Kazuki was quite fond of her, even more so than Tsunade. Not just Kazuki, but even Rinka was maintaining goodwill towards her, which meant she had also come to regard her as a friend. This made Kushina very happy. Not long after they left Konoha, a group of people followed them. Some of them harbored ill will, while others harbored goodwill. Kushina was a little confused. What was going on? Kazuki's eyelid twitched. Mito must have given Kushina the Ninetails' chakra, right? And from the looks of it, this was very likely the Ninetails' chakra purified by Mito, otherwise, with Kushina's current body, it would be difficult to withstand this chakra. Even if she could withstand it, she wouldn't be able to use it smoothly. Rinka's heart tightened. She activated her Byakugan, scanned the surroundings, and imperceptibly nodded to Kazuki. It should be the village's umbu. The spy base shouldn't be the main target. We might be the bait to draw out the spies. Kazuki pondered for a moment and then gave his guess. Rinka frowned slightly, clearly agreeing with Kazuki's guess, but such a guess made her very uncomfortable. Anyone being used as a target would feel uncomfortable. Actually, there's nothing strange about it. If our squad has the chance to continue existing, we will inevitably attract the attention of hostile forces, and our bounties won't be lower than Tsunade-sensei's. Kazuki waved his hand and said, "We just need to do what we're supposed to do. Trust your comrades, trust Tsunade-sensei, and trust the village." At this, Rinka and Kushina both fell silent. What more could they say? If they said anything more, it would be a sign of distrust towards the village and Tsunade. Not far away, the sleeping Tsunade showed a smile. These children were not foolish. Chapter 40, Setting Fire. Resting in the wilderness meant limited conditions, and even with Tsunade and her group taking turns on night watch, their sleep was hardly guaranteed. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people, they were already ninja. Not long ago, Tsunade had even made them do all sorts of strange tasks. They had cleaned public restrooms, cleaned ranches, taken care of livestock, and even dealt with manure. They had experienced it all, and quite a lot of it. Therefore, Kazuki and the others were already accustomed to even the toughest and most tiring work. Tsunade's tasks hadn't significantly improved their strength, but they had certainly cultivated their mindset. Early the next morning, after a quick cleanup and some food, they swiftly headed towards the mission objective. Finally, around noon, they arrived near a valley. "This is the place. Let's rest up, then deal with the enemies inside," Tsunade said to the three, surveying the valley for a moment. "This time, you decide how to proceed with the battle." Kazuki then turned his gaze to Rinka beside him. "I'll trouble you." Rinka nodded slightly, forming a hand sign. Byakugan. Activate. The scene inside the valley instantly appeared in her Byakugan. There are 6 chakra signatures inside. 3 of them aren't too strong, 2 are not weak, and 1 is very strong. I'll take on the strongest one. Is it a problem if the remaining 5 are left to you all? Kazuki pulled out the sword of the Thunder God from his back. As for tactics, they were useless here. The valley itself was easy to defend and difficult to attack, with only one passage allowing easy entry. "Can you see any traps?" Kazuki then asked. Rinka shook her head slightly and said, "While the Byakugan can see many things, many traps are invisible." "Kazuki, why don't I go? At most, I can use multiple shadow clone jutsu to trigger all the traps," Kushina said, eager to try. She thought of her role. In terms of strength, she was far inferior to Kazuki, and even Rinka's strength temporarily surpassed hers. And Rinka also had the Byakugan, giving her an advantage in utility. This made Kushina quite unwilling, but now it was different. She could use multiple shadow clone jutsu to clear the way. "No need, I'll do it." Kazuki's eyes instantly transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. He could foresee a large number of traps inside, with explosive tags and kunai being the most basic. He was very confident in his speed, and as long as he was fast enough, those projectiles wouldn't be able to hit him. If it came down to it, wasn't there still the Flying Thunder God technique? His Flying Thunder God technique was relatively slow to activate, making it unsuitable for battles against stronger opponents, and the distance it could traverse was short. He couldn't perform like Minato and Obito in their battle, but against ordinary ninja, it was more than enough. "Help me check for any flammable areas," Kazuki said to Rinka. "Many. Their houses are all wooden, but there's a water source inside the valley." Rinka's voice was a bit low. She was analyzing how to attack. Kazuki hesitated for a moment, then asked Rinka and Kushina, "How many explosive tags do you have?" "Explosive tags, huh? Let me see." Kushina rummaged through her belongings, pulled out a stack of explosive tags, and handed them to Kazuki. Kazuki took the explosive tags, then looked at Rinka, who silently pulled out a storage scroll and handed it to Kazuki. "These are all explosive tags. What kind of teammates had he found? Look at Kushina's exploding tags, at least dozens, maybe even hundreds. And Rinka even used a storage scroll for her explosive tags. You guys are really well prepared for missions. He thought about how he couldn't even manage to stock up on some explosive tags. If he had so many explosive tags in the combat arena, he would have been going on a rampage there long ago. Thank you. Wait for me to force them out. You two wait at the valley entrance. Kazuki instructed the two, then glanced at Tsunade. He didn't ask Tsunade for help. He knew this was Tsunade's test for them. Kazuki wasn't the type to be timid. Instead, the Uchiha blood within him began to boil. Kazuki, be careful. Kushina quickly warned Kazuki. Don't worry, it's just a matter of fire. Kazuki smiled confidently, then his figure flickered and disappeared from their sight. Such a fast body flicker technique. Rinka clenched her fists. She thought she understood Kazuki's strength well enough. But she hadn't even forced Kazuki to use his body flicker technique. The gap between them was simply too vast. Tsunade, however, folded her arms across her chest and let out a light hum. He is hiding a lot of things. As she spoke, Tsunade frowned slightly. For some reason, her heart seemed to be growing lately, which made her a bit uncomfortable. Sometimes, being too big wasn't necessarily a good thing. It was also a bit too much of a hindrance during battle. Rinka fell silent. Indeed, Kazuki had hidden himself too deeply. Kazuki didn't choose to directly rush into the valley. Instead, he constantly moved along the valley's edge, setting up various small devices with steel wire on the trees. After a long time, he took a deep breath and swiftly charged into the valley. With a burst of speed, he easily entered the valley. His forceful entry triggered the internal traps. In an instant, countless kunai and shuriken shot towards Kazuki. A faint lightning glow emanated from Kazuki's body, further increasing his speed, and he effortlessly passed through the concentrated traps. At the same time, the sword of the Thunder God in his hand continuously swung, deflecting the projectiles attacking him. Who's there? Kazuki's sudden actions quickly alerted everyone inside the valley. But what greeted them was a massive fireball. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball about 10 meters in diameter attacked them. They all dodged, and because of their evasion, the houses behind them caught fire. As the houses burned, explosions echoed from the valley's edge. Trees, now ablaze, rolled into the valley, followed by a tremor of the earth, and countless rocks rolled down into the valley. Meanwhile, Kazuki swiftly retreated towards the valley exit. Chapter 41, Kazuki will die early. At once, the valley was ablaze with fire and thick with smoke and dust. This guy. How could Tsunade not understand what Kazuki had just done? He probably used the sword of the Thunder God to cut down trees. If the people of Konoha, especially Hiruzen, knew about it, they would probably scold him. Was the sword of the Thunder God meant for cutting trees? Tsunade burst into a wry smile. It seemed that using the sword of the Thunder God to cut trees wasn't entirely impossible. After all, it was just a weapon. Since it was given to Kazuki, what Kazuki did with the sword of the Thunder God was his own business. Alright, it's your turn. If anyone runs in another direction, I'll intervene. Tsunade signaled Rinka and Kushina that they could act. Upon hearing this, the two immediately ran towards the valley entrance. That hateful Uchiha brat. 6 ninjas rushed out of the base, looking at the short Kazuki, who displayed his 3-tomo Sharingan. The leading ninja gasped when he saw Kazuki. Uchiha with 3-tomo Sharingan were rare, and children with 3-tomo Sharingan were unheard of. He had never imagined that someone could awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. No, this child is terrifying and must not be allowed to live. Even if their entire squad is wiped out, they have to eliminate this Uchiha brat, otherwise, he will eventually become a major threat to the village. The leading ninja attacked Kazuki, who swung the sword of the Thunder God to block the massive shuriken thrown at him. Clang, clang. Kazuki and the opposing Jonin rapidly exchanged positions, continuously fighting. The giant kunai and the sword of the Thunder God constantly clashed, producing metallic sounds. Not long after their battle began, as the other ninjas were preparing to encircle Kazuki, Kushina and Rinka arrived on the scene. Seeing the situation, they quickly joined in, engaging the remaining ninjas. While Kazuki and the others were fighting, Tsunade infiltrated the valley. Looking at the fire-filled valley, she sighed softly. Now, many pieces of evidence and clues were gone. It seemed she would have to capture the enemy to find more information. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon a certain direction. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and she quickly approached that spot, picking up a bottle. She opened the bottle, took a slight sniff, and her expression drastically changed. Potent poison. It seemed to be salamander venom, but this bottle of poison was over 100 times stronger than ordinary salamander toxins. In other words, if this bottle of venom was used well, it could definitely poison hundreds or thousands of people. She wondered how much salamander venom they had brought. It seemed this stronghold belonged to the land of rain. A cold glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes. she did indeed love peace, but that didn't mean any country could provoke Konoha. If it were other great nations, Tsunade could somewhat understand, but now even the land of rain was provoking Konoha. Did they think Konoha was too easy to bully? Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then decisively put away the bottle of salamander venom. This was a good opportunity to study Hanzo's salamander toxin. If she could develop an antidote, Hanzo would be half crippled. When Tsunade arrived outside the valley, the battlefield had been divided. Kazuki and the enemy Jonin were engaged in a fierce battle, while Kushina and Rinka were cooperatively fighting 5 ninjas. This was unexpected for Tsunade. Initially, she hadn't had high hopes for Kushina and Rinka, as they usually weren't very harmonious. Yet, their cooperation was quite good. Especially Kushina, who at such a young age could master the multiple shadow clone jutsu and even use it in combat, which made Tsunade feel gratified. Even she felt gratified to be able to mentor such a talented team. Seeing that the 3 young ninjas were not in any danger, she chose to observe from the side, ready to intervene at any moment. For the 3 youngsters, this was a trial, but for Tsunade at this stage, everything was under control. However, this Uchiha brat's strength had indeed improved rapidly. He could already fight a Jonin. Even if this Jonin was just a Jonin from the land of rain, who was weaker than Jonins from the 5 great nations, his strength was still much greater than that of an average Chunin. Kazuki's performance was unlike that of a 7-year-old child. If he was given another year, he could probably become a Jonin. An 8-year-old Jonin. Who would believe such a thing if it were spoken? Even her own grandfather probably wasn't this strong at 8 years old. Can this brat really surpass Madara? This scene was also observed by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu from afar. Konoha seems to have experts following them. White Zetsu informed Black Zetsu of the information he had gathered. There are at least 3 squads following them 2 kilometers away, led by Tsukumo, who has recently been gaining prominence in Konoha. White Zetsu clones alone won't be able to handle them, unless Madara-sama himself intervenes. Then lure people from other villages here. Black Zetsu had no interest in Tsukumo. He was just an ordinary ninja and couldn't catch his eye. At most, he would achieve the strength of a Kage in the future, which for his mother could be resolved with just a glance. Not to mention his mother, even Madara wouldn't put the 5 Kage in his eyes, so how could he possibly respect Tsukumo? However, Kazuki did catch Black Zetsu's attention, not because he awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. For ordinary Uchiha, awakening the Sharingan too early was not necessarily a good thing. The Sharingan possesses extreme Ine release. If the Ine release is too strong and the body cannot keep up, it can easily lead to Kekkei illness. Take Madara, Indra's reincarnation, for example. If he were to awaken the Sharingan too early, Indra Chakra would probably help him shut down his Sharingan. Kazuki, awakening the 3-Tomo Sharingan at 7 years old, looked like a sign of early death, but the aura around him made Black Zetsu somewhat confused. This aura seemed somewhat similar to Indra Chakra's aura, but it couldn't be confirmed yet. After all, before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Indra Chakra was difficult to manifest, and outsiders could hardly distinguish it, not even Black Zetsu. Chapter 42, Killing a Jonin. Black Zetsu was quite familiar with Indra Chakra. After all, he had been studying it for thousands of years. He had studied almost every reincarnation of Indra, and found that before the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the chakra of Indra's reincarnation was only slightly colder than that of a normal Uchiha, and their ocular power was slightly stronger than that of a normal Uchiha of the same rank. Perhaps Asura's reincarnation could sense Indra's reincarnation, but Black Zetsu couldn't. Kazuki had a slight resemblance to Indra's reincarnation, but Black Zetsu quickly dismissed it. Madara was still alive, how could there be a second one? Could it be that Indra felt a single one couldn't defeat Asura's reincarnation, so he split his chakra into 2 to better fight Asura? If one couldn't win, then 2 would come together. Such a thing was impossible to even imagine, and furthermore, if Kazuki was truly Indra's reincarnation, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. Don't be fooled by how talented Kazuki appears now, seemingly very powerful, but with his current state, major problems will arise within 3 years. Let alone awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, whether he can even live is a question, and even if he does awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, his body won't be able to withstand that terrifying Ine release. Therefore, Kazuki absolutely cannot be Indra's reincarnation. Even if he appears incredibly talented and monstrous now, he won't live for long. Soon, Black Zetsu ignored Kazuki. No matter how talented, he would ultimately still die. Konoha was also destined not to give Kazuki Hashirama's cells. Of course, if one day Kazuki felt despair, he might consider recruiting him, and then he could give him a second life. However, all of this would only be possible after Kazuki felt despair. Following this, Black Zetsu swept his gaze over Tsunade, Kushina, and Rinka. All were talented ninja, but they had no impact on the overall situation. If nothing unexpected happened, the key to the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War would lie with these individuals. Die, die more. Brat. The Omega Kure ninja looked at the increasingly at ease Kazuki, and his heart grew anxious. At first, he had thought of using his adult body to gain an advantage in battle. No matter how talented the opponent was, he couldn't change the fact that he was still a child. But very quickly, he discovered that although the opponent was still just a child, his strength was surprisingly great, subtly even greater than his own. The most crucial thing was his speed. Besides Hanzo, he had never seen anyone faster than this Uchiha boy. And he was still just a child. If he was given more time, would Konoha really produce another Kagami? In this era, Madara's reputation had gradually been forgotten, replaced by Kagami, who was also a famous ninja of Konoha. Fortunately, Kagami was already dead. It's just the wailing of a defeated dog. You must be from the land of rain, right? I didn't expect you to dare to provoke us, Konoha. Who gave you the courage? Hanzo. Small countries must have the awareness of small countries. The reason you exist is merely as a source of missions for large ninja villages and as strategic buffer zones between large nations. What gave you the illusion that you could also provoke a major power? Kazuki mocked while launching his attack. At first, Kazuki was still testing the opponent's strength, and treated him as a good sparring partner, but now, he had lost interest. Although the opponent was a jonin, and perhaps even Hanzo's right-hand man, his strength was ultimately only SOSO. With the resources of the Land of Rain, it was difficult to cultivate a large number of powerful ninjas. The current Kazuki had already lost interest in the opponent. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached a point where he no longer put ordinary jonin in his eyes. So, the next step was the strength of elite jonin, and even Kage-level ninja. He wondered when the second great ninja war would happen. He actually started to look forward to it, to get stronger through war, to earn prestige for himself, and then to gain renown within the Uchiha clan and within Konoha. At least for now, Hiruzen was still willing to support him. He needed to grow faster, so fast that Hiruzen, Mito, and others wouldn't have time to react and change their attitude towards him. Kazuki, holding the sword of the Thunder God in his right hand, parried the enemy's attack. His left hand, hidden beneath his sleeve, quickly formed a single-hand seal. In an instant, the sword of the Thunder God glowed with lightning, and countless bird calls sounded. Kazuki's speed instantly received a massive boost, and at the same time, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. The enemy, enraged by Kazuki, was stunned for a moment, clearly caught in Kazuki's genjutsu. Kazuki seized this opportunity, and the sword of the Thunder God in his hand pierced the opponent's heart. Nothing special. Kazuki murmured, they don't even know that when fighting in Uchiha, you shouldn't make eye contact with them. The Land of Rain is really nothing special. He felt he might have been underestimated. He was an Uchiha. Afterward, he looked towards the battlefield of Kushina and Rinka, and found that the two of them cooperated very well. However, the enemy outnumbered them, causing them to only be able to passively take hits, with little means to counterattack. But constantly defending was not a long-term solution. Tsunade, standing to the side, watched their battle with her arms crossed. Seeing Kazuki defeat his enemy, she nodded slightly to him in approval. Clearly, Kazuki's performance exceeded her expectations. He had actually killed a jonin. A jonin from a small country was still a jonin, even though some jonin from small countries might not be as strong as Konoha's special jonin, but in some small countries, a jonin could even become the leader of a village. Kazuki's performance was astonishing. Unfortunately, in order to protect Kazuki, this matter could not be exposed, otherwise, he would probably become famous immediately. This child was only 7 years old. Kazuki seemed even more talented than what her grandmother had said. The ninjas on Kushina and Rinka's side saw that their leader had died and decisively chose to flee, scattering. Chapter 43, Experiences with First Kill. However, at this moment, it was already too late for them to escape, as Kazuki had already entered his hunting phase. Before they could run a few more steps, he charged towards them, bringing sparks and lightning with him. In just a moment, 3 had died under the sword of the Thunder God. As for the remaining 2, Kazuki did not continue the pursuit. Instead, he left them to Kushina and Rinka. Tsunade's intention for this mission was for them to experience bloodshed. If Kushina and Rinka didn't kill anyone, wouldn't their mission this time be in vain? Battles are not much different from regular combat training, they must grow. Some things cannot always rely on others. This isn't like Honor of Kings or League of Legends, where you need to steal kills and others can still get an assist. Kazuki didn't deny that everyone in the squad had their own value, but it was better to give up some kills. Seeing that Kazuki had no intention of taking all the kills, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. She used the body flicker technique to appear beside Kazuki and asked with curiosity, I didn't expect you to have so little emotional fluctuation after killing someone. What did you feel when you killed for the first time? Kazuki looked at Tsunade with a hint of curiosity. To be honest, he really didn't feel anything. Indeed, the opponent was a living being, but the education he received from a young age told him that the opponent was an invader and deserved to die. He felt his emotions were quite stable, almost unlike an Uchiha. However, Kazuki would not reveal his inner journey. Even if he told others, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Me. I didn't feel anything. Tsunade recalled her own situation. It seemed that Jiraiya had vomited, and as for herself, although it wasn't too good, she at least didn't vomit. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was emotionally calm. As ninja, once you go out to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. At that time, those who care about us are the ones who will truly suffer. Kazuki said quietly, so we must do our best to get stronger, not let ourselves die, and kill our enemies. Tsunade fell silent. She hadn't expected Kazuki to say such words, but upon careful thought, his words seemed very reasonable, and they also aligned with the will of fire. After all, it was still about protecting the people he cared about. He would feel sad for the deaths of his friends and those around him, and he would protect them. Sometimes, death is a release. They feel nothing after death, but the living suffer for them. Tsunade stepped forward and gently stroked Kazuki's head, saying softly, so, to keep others from being sad for you, you must protect yourself well. As for Kushina and Rinka, Tsunade wasn't too worried. In the future, these two would spend most of their time in Konoha. It's impossible for something to happen to them even within Konoha, or for them to be kidnapped, right? If that really happened, what would be the meaning of Konoha's existence? At this stage, Tsunade still had full confidence in Konoha. Kazuki's face showed a confident smile. He wasn't too worried about himself. Instead, he was worried about Nawaki and Mikoto. In fact, he was mainly worried about Mikoto. In the original plot, Mikoto didn't graduate so early. After graduation, she joined the Konoha military police force and then married Fugaku. But now Mikoto is Orochimaru's disciple, and most importantly, Nawaki's teammate. During this period, those around Nawaki are in grave danger. Moreover, Mito and Tsunade are very kind to him, and Nawaki is also his friend. Kazuki didn't want anything to happen to them. Kushina and Rinka ultimately did not disappoint Kazuki and Tsunade. Facing the two ninjas, they spent some effort but finally took them down. After dispatching their opponents, neither Kushina nor Rinka looked very good. Rinka's originally fair complexion became incredibly pale. Are you all right? Kazuki stepped forward and asked them with concern. I'm fine, I've seen worse. Upon mentioning this, Kushina's eyes dimmed. Evidently, she was thinking of the destruction of the land of whirlpools. Kazuki nodded slightly and then looked at Rinka, who shook her head, feigning strength, indicating that she was fine. Tsunade waved her hand and said loudly, all right, this stronghold has been dealt with. To reward you, we'll go to a nearby town for a good rest. You won't need to feed mosquitoes in the wild today. Aren't you happy? Can we take a bath? Kushina immediately chattered, I want to eat a big meal, and soak in a hot spring. Tsunade gave Kushina an exasperated look. How could this child be even more extravagant than her? She must have been a bad influence. Okay, I'll take you to eat a big meal. As for whether there's a hot spring, we'll have to see if there's a bathhouse in town first. Tsunade thought about her current mission and agreed. Kushina joyfully said, yay, Tsunade-Nisan, you're a good person. Rinka gazed at Tsunade thoughtfully for a long time. Connecting it to their conversation about the Umbu yesterday, she seemed to understand Tsunade's intention and ultimately said nothing. Kazuki shook the blood from the sword of the Thunder God and returned it to its sheath, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. These Omega-Kure ninjas were just an appetizer, not the main course. He was looking forward to the battles to come. Little did he know, his strength had already attracted the attention of Tsukumo and the root in the distance. Although the opponent was weak, he was still a jonin, yet Kazuki ultimately won and killed him. So, what level had this young boy's true strength reached? Chapter 44, Escorting Nobles. Kazuki, you're really amazing. Those ninjas just now were no match for you at all, you killed them in a flash. Arriving in the small town, Tsunade took them to eat delicious food, and Kushina exclaimed while eating. Ultimately, they were just Omega-Kure ninjas, and compared to Konoha's ninjas, they were still a bit lacking. Actually, you two aren't bad either. You held back 5 ninjas, and there was more than one chunin among them. Kazuki happily ate a piece of fatty beef, praising Kushina and Rinka. As if thinking of something, he pulled out a storage scroll from his waist and tossed it to Rinka across the table. There are still quite a few explosive tags in here, they should be useful later. Speaking of which, Rinka is genuinely rich. Kazuki had previously thought he was already very wealthy and extravagant, but in front of Rinka, he felt he had been too careless. Inside his storage scroll, there were at least 500 explosive tags. Which genin going out on a mission would carry more than 500 explosive tags? Kazuki certainly didn't. Not to mention Kazuki, even if Fugaku went out on a mission, he wouldn't carry so many explosive tags. It's not that the Hyuga clan is stronger than the Uchiha clan, or that they are richer than the Uchiha clan. In reality, two Hyuga clans combined still couldn't compare to one Uchiha clan. Rather, the Uchiha clan does not exploit its members like the Hyuga clan does. If the Uchiha clan head or elders exploited their clan members like the Hyuga clan, they would probably be overthrown by the ordinary Uchiha. The Uchiha do not have the caged bird curse seal, so their control over their clan members is nothing like the Hyuga. In fact, apart from the Hyuga, no other clan exercises absolute control over its members like them. Even the Otsutsuki clan on the moon couldn't do it, otherwise they wouldn't have been destroyed in the future. Rinka put away the storage scroll. She didn't ask Kazuki how many explosive tags he had used, how many were left, nor did she worry about how many explosive tags he might have pocketed. It seemed that in this regard, Rinka had confidence in Kazuki, or perhaps she simply didn't care about this matter at all. After all, it was just a few explosive tags, how much money could that be? Perhaps it was only money that an ordinary genin might not even earn in a year of missions. Tsunade-sensei, how long do we need to stay in this town? Rinka put away the storage scroll and looked at Tsunade meaningfully as she asked. Tsunade's lips curved into a smile. It seemed Rinka also understood something. If nothing unexpected happened, Kazuki probably had some suspicions when he left Konoha. Following that, Tsunade looked at Kushina, who was eating heartily beside her. This one probably hadn't discovered anything. She was too naturally naive, just like Nawaki. It was a good thing Kazuki was by her side, otherwise she would worry that Kushina would be deceived later on. But then again, Kazuki was the most dangerous one. Kushina had no defenses against Kazuki. If Kazuki sold Kushina one day, Kushina would even help Kazuki count the money. Forget it, Kushina's matters are no longer her concern. Mito has highly approved of Kazuki, treating him no worse than Nawaki, and has turned a blind eye to Kazuki and Kushina's relationship. It seems she doesn't object to them being together. It's just that Kazuki has an ambiguous relationship with Mikoto. Such a philandering man is truly exasperating. It seems that if Kazuki chose one, the other would be very pitiful. Fortunately, there is no monogamy system in the ninja world, it's just that everyone implicitly adheres to it. The daimyo had countless women, more than Tsunade could count. Rest for a day, then leave tomorrow. Prepare for the second mission. Tsunade pulled out a mission scroll from her embrace. Since we've left the village, we might as well do a few more missions. Kazuki, Rinka, you two have completed quite a few missions, and your strength is sufficient. When you return, you should be able to advance to Chunin. At that time, I will recommend you to participate in the Chunin exams. Why can Kazuki and Rinka take the Chunin exams, but not me? Kushina immediately became upset, glaring at Tsunade in dissatisfaction. The prerequisite for becoming a Chunin is that you must be a ninja. Although you are currently on missions with me, nominally, you are still a Ninja Academy student, you aren't even a genin. How can you become a Chunin? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Kushina in exasperation. This ungrateful little girl was simply taking her kindness for granted. Once the war begins, Kushina will be the safest. If possible, she even hoped that Nawaki, Kazuki, and the others could always study at the academy and never become ninja. Kushina instantly became dumbfounded. Oh, right, she hadn't graduated yet. Thinking about it, if Kazuki and the others became Chunin while she wasn't even a genin, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What's the next mission? Kazuki wasn't interested in the Chunin exams. Even if he became a Chunin, he wouldn't be the youngest Chunin in Konoha. In fact, he had been somewhat held back. 6 months ago, even if he had applied for the Chunin exams, Tsunade and the others wouldn't have allowed it. This was a disguised form of protection for Kazuki, at least they gave him 6 months of healthy growth time. As long as he wasn't unlucky enough to encounter a particularly powerful enemy, Kazuki could face it calmly. We need to escort 3 nobles to the Land of Fire's capital in the Land of Rivers. Tsunade paused, then continued to explain, during this period, the situation between the daimyo is not very friendly, and war could begin at any time. Smaller countries are likely to become battlefields, and even nobles could be affected by the Great Ninja War. Some daimyos who favor Konoha and are close to the Land of Fire naturally choose to go to the Land of Fire's capital to avoid this. Is that so? Kazuki nodded thoughtfully. Such a mission wasn't difficult for them. However, entering the territory of another country, is that really okay? Kazuki looked at Tsunade, utterly speechless. This woman was having them act as bait, and she wasn't even pretending anymore. Moreover, it wasn't just them who could draw hatred. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and Konoha's top medical ninja, also attracted negative attention. Chapter 45, Change in Hiruzen's Mind. Hiruzen, Kazuki's strength has already reached the Jonin level. Danzo rushed into the Hokage office, speaking to Hiruzen with a somewhat displeased tone. He's Jonin level. As expected of Kagami's child. Hiruzen's expression froze for a moment, then he said with joy. Kazuki's talent was outstanding, and with Mito's guidance, it felt miraculous for him to possess Jonin level strength at 7 or 8 years old, but it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Foolish. That's an Uchiha. Danzo clearly hadn't expected such a reaction from Hiruzen, and he looked at Hiruzen irritably. How could he be happy about Kazuki's excellence? Did Hiruzen not remember how difficult the Uchiha made things for them when they returned to Konoha? Kazuki already had Jonin strength, wouldn't that mean he'd be Kage level at 10 and comparable to Madara at 15? Once that time came, would Konoha listen to Kazuki or belong to them? At that point, if Kazuki wanted to become Hokage, would they stop him or not? Danzo could tolerate Kazuki being a genius, but he couldn't tolerate him being a genius to this extent, affecting his own power, and even becoming an obstacle to him becoming Hokage. What if he's an Uchiha? He's Kagami's child. Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then understood what Danzo meant. He picked up his pipe, took a puff, and said earnestly, no matter what, he is our nephew. He will become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Moreover, the great ninja war is about to begin. The stronger Kazuki is, the better. I wish he were comparable to Madara right now, to see if other villages would dare to make a move. There was one point Hiruzen didn't mention. Kazuki was, after all, his grand disciple, his own person. In the past year, Hiruzen had been quite good to Kazuki, sending him weapons and ninjutsu, not skimping on any benefits. If Kazuki could truly grow into a second Madara, then if he wanted to become Hokage, wouldn't he need to accumulate some more merits? Why not set a small goal first, like unifying the ninja world? Then everyone would remember it as Kazuki's achievement, and also remember that it was accomplished during his, the third Hokage's reign. Once Kazuki matured enough, he could hand the Hokage position over to him, and they could have a harmonious coexistence. This didn't seem entirely unacceptable either. However, judging by Danzo's expression, he seemed to have some prejudice against Kazuki. Kazuki was clearly very well behaved and had even gained Mito's approval. Even if Kazuki was an Uchiha, his teachers, Tsunade and Mito, and even Hiruzen himself, occasionally went to teach Kazuki. If Kazuki still didn't have Konoha in his heart, didn't have the will of fire, then his own biological father, Sarutobi Sasuke, should just change his surname to Uchiha and be called Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha are uncontrollable. Danzo looked at Hiruzen, angry at his lack of concern. This matter won't be kept secret for long, the Uchiha will definitely not be obedient afterward. What if they use this to threaten us during wartime? And don't forget the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Kagami once said that after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, an Uchiha's personality will undergo a huge change, and they will become increasingly radical. So Kagami became increasingly fond of Konoha. Hiruzen gave Danzo a subtle look and said, don't worry, you are Kazuki's uncle after all. Even if he truly becomes Hokage in the future, he won't make things difficult for you. Damn it. Danzo was angered to laughter. Who wanted to see Kazuki become Hokage? That's mine. Whoever competes with me for the Hokage position is my enemy. He felt like a clown. Finally, Danzo pulled out his trump card, then what about you using the village's resources to supply the Sarutobi clan? When the Senju clan disbanded, after you became Hokage, a lot of the resources that should have gone to the common people were taken by your Sarutobi clan. Yes, you, Hiruzen, didn't take a single needle or thread from the people, but what about your clan members? What about your Sarutobi clan? Talented ninjas from your family were placed in important positions, while those without talent were arranged by you in safe positions like the Ministry of Finance, the Ninja Academy, and the Medical Department. Can you honestly say there are no problems with this? Not to mention anything else, even a dog kept by your second uncle, Sarutobi Kojiro, has a corresponding official position. Hiruzen's eyes instantly sharpened as he said, Danzo, are you threatening me? Danzo said coldly, I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling you the truth. Kazuki has a good relationship with you, he won't threaten you or act against you, but what about your family? Don't forget, he'll have to take care of the entire Uchiha clan then. Where in Konoha are there so many positions? Do you think Kazuki will take action against them then? Hiruzen, ever since you became Hokage and your family benefited, we have had no way back. Don't just think about yourself, think about your family too. Hiruzen fell silent. If Kazuki hadn't been so outstanding, he would have wanted Orochimaru to be the next Hokage. Orochimaru was an orphan. Becoming Hokage wouldn't affect the Sarutobi clan, and the Sarutobi clan could even assist Orochimaru in becoming Hokage, with both sides helping each other. After Orochimaru became Hokage, he would then support a civilian ninja to become Hokage, and at that time, the Sarutobi clan would be able to rest easy. They would be the standard Hokage faction. Hiruzen theoretically could have realized such a thing himself, but the pressure of the war was simply too great on him, and he urgently hoped that Kazuki could grow stronger as soon as possible. Danzo spoke eloquently, Hiruzen, Kazuki needs to be suppressed. He is no longer suitable to be the one to keep the Uchiha in check. Why not hand him over to me? My root desperately needs excellent personnel like him. I will cultivate him well, train him as root's successor. This will also be worthy of Kagami. Hiruzen gazed at Danzo with deep eyes, which made Danzo feel as if he had daggers in his back. At this moment, he felt that Hiruzen seemed to have seen through him. After a long while, Hiruzen finally spoke, Uchiha Kazuki will not join root. He is Kagami's child, and I am willing to trust him. Although Hiruzen rejected Danzo, at this moment, he no longer referred to Kazuki affectionately but instead used his full name. Clearly, Danzo's words had left an impact on his mind. Chapter 46, Kazuki can't become Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo looked at Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. As long as he had Kazuki and trained him to be his tool, the position of Hokage would be his, and the ninja world would be unified under his control. By then, what was the first Hokage, the second Hokage, or even the third Hokage? In front of him, fourth Hokage Danzo, they would all be nothing. He was the one who would truly lead Konoha to strength. By then, he would prove to Tobirama that he was wrong, and that he was the most suitable candidate to become Hokage. But Hiruzen's lack of cooperation left Danzo feeling unwilling. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Hiruzen exuded the aura of a Kage. No matter what the future holds, Kazuki is a ninja of Konoha, and a future pillar of the village. You are not allowed to lay a hand on him. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, slammed the door, and left, leaving Hiruzen sitting on his seat, staring blankly at the door. He knew that Kazuki was the most correct choice, but for the sake of his own clan, he had no choice but to abandon him. Of course, he wouldn't truly target Kazuki. He would still be a good Hokage, Kazuki's uncle Hiruzen, but he just wouldn't provide him with as much help in the future. He wouldn't provide help when Kazuki competed for Hokage. Sorry, Kazuki, a Hokage with a clan is not a good Hokage. To prevent you from encountering the same difficulties as me in the future, I can only prevent you from becoming Hokage. I believe you will understand me in the future. As he thought about it, Hiruzen became determined. If nothing unexpected happened, Danzo would probably target Kazuki later, and he only needed to provide Kazuki with some help when necessary. Danzo was still too naive. Kazuki had no idea that Danzo and Hiruzen would have such a conversation. If he had known, he would probably have spit blood. He had even defended Hiruzen in his heart before, thinking that the Hokage conspiracy theory was nothing but nonsense. As long as he joined, he wouldn't have to worry about being suppressed for the time being, but he didn't expect that he would face the problem of being suppressed before he was even 8 years old. Unlike before, Tsunade intentionally slowed down their group's pace this time. They were moving like they were on an outing. On the way, Tsunade also guided the three in their training, telling them what to pay attention to during their journey, and also told them about places she had visited, interesting things she had encountered, and where the hot springs were comfortable and the food was delicious. By the way, kid, your lightning release seems to have made quite a bit of progress. Tsunade exclaimed when she saw Kazuki still practicing his lightning release chakra nature transformation on the road. If Nawaki had been as diligent as Kazuki, she wouldn't have to worry about him. Yes, I have indeed made some progress recently. I heard that the Reikage and his people have a lightning release chakra mode, which not only gives them great destructive power and terrifying speed, but also enhances their defense. Unfortunately, I haven't seen them, otherwise I would definitely study it thoroughly. Kazuki's lightning release talent was already considered one of the best in the ninja world. You can mock Sasuke for either being beaten or being on the way to being beaten, but you cannot deny his talent in lightning release. He mastered Chidori in a short time, and later fiddled with Chidori in various ways. Every ninja's talent is different. Fugaku actually denied Sasuke's talent because his fire release learning talent was not as good as Itachi's. Isn't this the same as Naruto not being good at using sealing jutsu and thus thinking he is not from the Uzumaki clan? As for Sasuke losing to Killer Bee after awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, isn't that a normal thing? Was Sasuke at his peak at that time? He did awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he hadn't gotten used to those eyes yet. His usual curse mark was deleted by Itachi. It would be strange if he could win. At that stage, Sasuke was probably even worse than him during his fight with Itachi. He hadn't even found his fighting style yet. And after gaining Sasuke's lightning release talent, Kazuki easily researched Chidori stream/current, which didn't seem very difficult. Lightning release chakra mode. I don't want to face those guys. Tsunade's lips twitched slightly. The lightning release chakra mode was not something that an ordinary ninja could learn. You would at least need to be an elite jonin. There probably weren't many people in the entire Kimogakure who had mastered the lightning release chakra mode. Kazuki's current small body couldn't withstand the attacks of those strong individuals. Tsunade felt that it would be best if Kazuki didn't encounter those people. Heh, I'm quite looking forward to it, of course. As for the third Raikage, let's forget about him. Kazuki was more or less still a little wary when he mentioned the third Raikage. In terms of overall strength, Hiruzen might not be inferior to the third Raikage, but if it was a one-on-one fight, the third Raikage should still be above Hiruzen. Even if he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan now, if he didn't have any particularly powerful ocular jutsu, he probably wouldn't be a match for the third Raikage. The Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but it's not invincible. What you lack most now is combat experience and time. In the future, you won't be inferior to them. Tsunade patted Kazuki's shoulder and comforted him. But, kid, are you starting to grow? You've grown at least 10 centimeters this year, haven't you? You're the one who's growing. You've leveled up at least 3 times this year. Kazuki muttered to himself, but ultimately didn't dare to say it out loud. If he did, his fate would probably be no better than Jiraiya's. Not yet, just normal growth. As a medical ninja, if you observe carefully, you should be able to tell. Kazuki paused and then added, it might also be related to my recent lightning release training. Lightning chakra stimulates physical development, but there should still be a few years until puberty. Alright, it seems there isn't any. Tsunade felt Kazuki's cells and nodded slightly, saying, then you should be able to grow very tall in the future, possibly over 185 centimeters. Nawaki would probably cry if he knew. You've already caught up to his height. I'd be very happy if I could reach 178 centimeters in the future. Chapter 47, What are these white things? Kazuki sincerely advised, Nawaki will grow taller, and besides, 1.78 meters isn't short anymore. Orochimaru, well, okay, he is almost 1.8 meters tall. Actually, nearly half of the adult men in the Uchiha clan haven't reached 1.78 meters. So there's no need for you to worry too much. Moreover, height has nothing to do with strength. Hokage-sama isn't particularly tall either, but that doesn't affect his strength. I hope so. My parents aren't short, and my grandpa was very tall too. Tsunade sighed helplessly. If he's too short, it'll be hard for him to find a partner later. Kazuki said, you don't need to worry about that, do you? Being a bit short or a bit ugly actually doesn't matter. As long as Nawaki grows up, he'll have strength, he'll have background, he'll have money. Speaking of money, Kazuki glanced at Tsunade uncertainly, as if it would be very difficult for Nawaki to have money. No amount of money would be enough for Tsunade to squander alone. Maybe it's better not to harm other people's daughters. With Nawaki's personality, it's quite normal for him to be a mama's boy. He's been graduated for over half a year, and it's said that all his salary has been taken by Tsunade, leaving him no money even for snacks. With Tsunade's wasteful habits, even a young lady from the daimyo's mansion might not dare to marry Nawaki. Kazuki remembered many transmigrators who, upon arriving in the ninja world, made Tsunade their primary target. Regarding this, he wanted to say that they were very brave, the kind who weren't afraid of going bankrupt. Putting everything else aside, even Kazuki himself had been asked for money by Tsunade. Fortunately, he held his ground and didn't lend money to Tsunade, otherwise, that money would definitely be gone. Tsunade is indeed very good at making money, no doubt, but her rate of squandering is far greater than her rate of earning. Seemingly sensing Kazuki's strange gaze, Tsunade looked at Kazuki with dissatisfaction and said, what do you mean by that? Nawaki is still young, and he shouldn't keep money on him. I'm doing this for Nawaki's own good. Alright, you're doing it for his good. Kazuki silently mourned for Nawaki for a moment but didn't say much more. It's better for a friend to die than for me to be poor. Tsunade should just continue to torment Nawaki. Tsunade snorted softly, deciding not to talk to Kazuki anymore. She had figured it out. Kazuki wouldn't fund her gambling, he was heartless. It's better to build a good relationship with Rinka. Kushina is also out of the question, as she would tell grandma about her gambling, unlike Rinka who doesn't treat money as money. Tsunade-sama, we entrust our safety to you. Tsunade lived up to her name, she commanded respect wherever she went. Not to mention her status as the Konoha princess recognized by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, her identity as Konoha's top medical ninja was also acknowledged by many nobles. As wealthy individuals, they naturally hoped to have a good doctor treat them when they fell ill or were injured. Befriending Tsunade might save their lives in the future. In many people's hearts, they would rather offend Hiruzen, the third Hokage, than offend Tsunade. No need to worry, you've paid us. And thank you for your trust in the Land of Fire. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling them to get into the carriage quickly, as they still had to travel. In this world, the status of nobles is very high, although sometimes, Kazuki doesn't understand why these defenseless ordinary people have so many relatively strong individuals willing to die for them. During the Great Ninja Wars, it was usually ninjas who participated, rarely affecting nobles. Just like during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Mei, the Mizukage, still needed to protect the daimyo. For such useless existences, why not just let them die? If the ninjas showed a little indifference, perhaps the Akatsuki and White Zetsu wouldn't care about these people at all. These nobles also kept some ninja and samurai. There were fewer than 10 nobles, but they had hundreds of guards, and many carriages transporting vast amounts of wealth. Putting everything else aside, even Kazuki's group was given a carriage for their movements. Do you think those people will make a move? Inside the carriage, Kazuki suddenly asked Tsunade. Rinka quickly looked at Tsunade. This matter concerned the true purpose of their outing. She was risking her life with Tsunade. If Tsunade wasn't willing to tell them the truth now, then this teacher would be a bit too unreliable. What does that mean? Is another village going to attack these nobles? Kushina looked at Kazuki with some suspicion. No, we are the biggest bait. Kazuki shook his head slightly, his gaze deepening. Ever since we left Konoha, many ninja have been following us, most of them Umbu members. They are not here to protect these people, but to protect us. If other villages knew about our squad situation, they would probably target us too. Us. Kushina blinked. No wonder Grandma Mito told me to be careful. So this is what it was about. But why are there still people holding ill will towards us? And they're very close. Oh. Kushina, you sensed it. Tsunade quickly asked Kushina. Mito had the ability to detect others' good or ill will towards her, so could it be that Kushina had also mastered it? Grandma Mito left a trace of chakra on me earlier, and I can do it now. Kushina scratched her head. She opened the carriage curtain and pointed to a tree not far away, saying, "There's one on that tree." Kazuki's mind stirred, he hadn't sensed anything. Combined with Kushina's sensory abilities, it was clearly a power of the Nine Tails. He quickly thought of a possibility, White Zetsu. Since they were already out, then let the ninja world become even more chaotic. He pulled out a kunai and, following Kushina's direction, threw it towards the tree. Just as the kunai was about to pierce the tree, a white phantom emerged from the tree, dodging the kunai. This is... Tsunade's pupils suddenly contracted. Even she had never seen such a strange person. Without waiting for others to react, Kazuki's figure flashed, and he appeared before White Zetsu, swinging the sword of the Thunder God to stab at White Zetsu. Chapter 48, Danzo, the Major Suspect. Enemy Attack. The moment Kazuki rushed out, the samurai reacted, drawing their weapons and guarding their surroundings. Oh my, we've been discovered. White Zetsu was forced out, showing no panic at all, but rather a playful smile. So it was White Zetsu. I wonder if Black Zetsu is also monitoring the area, and what about Madara? Who was White Zetsu targeting? These nobles. Impossible, they are not important enough to be targeted by White Zetsu. Rinka. She is only a Hyuga, not an Otsutsuki. Madara and Black Zetsu probably don't even consider the Hyuga clan worthy of their attention. As for Tsunade, it wouldn't be her either. After all, she is not like other ninjas. She often took on missions outside of Konoha before. If Madara really wanted to attack her, he would have done so a long time ago. Me. Kazuki had a bad premonition. Could it really be that they were coming for him? Could it be that his 3 Tomo Sharingan at such a young age caught the attention of Madara and Black Zetsu? Or perhaps his Indra Chakra was targeted by Black Zetsu. However, the most likely target is Kushina. Kushina is very likely to be the future Ninetales Jinchuriki, and Madara cannot possibly ignore her. Immediately after, Kazuki guessed another possibility. Could Kagami have been killed by Madara? The Mangekyo Sharingan is not invincible, but an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan will become a standout in the ninja world. Even if they encounter a powerful enemy, they can still escape. But Kagami was easily dealt with. There are only a few in the ninja world who can achieve this. Being betrayed was a possibility. The previous Kazuki also speculated that it might have been Danzo who made a move, or that he was ambushed by the Uchiha clan head. But now, it seems that Madara, that old geezer, is also highly suspicious. Thinking of this possibility, a hint of killing intent flashed in Kazuki's eyes. Although he didn't have much affection for Kagami, the other party was, after all, his biological father. Since Madara might have killed Kagami, then he also needed to kill Madara once. Vaguely, Kazuki's ocular power seemed to be slowly increasing at this moment. Swish. The sword of the Thunder God in Kazuki's hand instantly pierced White Zetsu's chest. This. I've been pierced. Am I going to die now? White Zetsu poked the sword of the Thunder God in his chest with his finger, then tilted his head and fell down. What exactly is this thing? Tsunade quietly walked to Kazuki's side, looking at the fallen White Zetsu with a serious expression. The other party doesn't seem to fear death at all, and there's no blood. Is it not the main body? The ninja world has all sorts of strange ninjutsu, and Tsunade's guess is not impossible. When he was hiding earlier, my Byakugan didn't see him. Rinka said, her face not looking very good. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Rinka was quite confident in her Byakugan. The Byakugan is considered one of the 3 great dojutsu in the ninja world, so it naturally has its pride. Leaving aside the legendary Rinnegan, which Rinka had never seen and didn't know how powerful it truly was. But as for the Sharingan, once it reaches the Mangekyo Sharingan stage, it is indeed much more powerful than an ordinary Byakugan. Of course, their Byakugan also has trump cards, but once used, the backlash is something they cannot withstand. Normally, the Byakugan is known for its reconnaissance, but this time, it couldn't even detect the opponent lurking beside them, which made Rinka somewhat disheartened. The Byakugan can't even detect them. Tsunade's expression became extremely serious. If there were more such undetectable guys, wouldn't they be susceptible to all sorts of infiltration? Yes. Rinka nodded, her face grim. Kushina, are there more? Tsunade looked at Kushina and asked. Yes, over here, over there, and over there too. Kushina closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then pointed in several directions. Without waiting for Kazuki to react, White Zetsu's figures slowly appeared. Oh no, they actually found us. Can the Uzumaki clan sensory ninjutsu detect us? That doesn't make sense. We weren't discovered when we infiltrated Uchiha back then. This is the power of the Nine Tails. This girl is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After White Zetsu appeared, they started chattering, while simultaneously fleeing in all directions. Stop them. Tsunade immediately shouted, taking the lead and charging towards one of the White Zetsu. Kazuki, Kushina, and Rinka quickly followed, launching an attack on the White Zetsu present. At this moment, even Kushina, who was usually quite oblivious, understood that these White Zetsu were not good news. She was just a bit naturally clumsy, not truly stupid. She could clearly feel the strong malice these guys had towards her, so how could she let them go? Black Zetsu and Madara probably thought that Kazuki's group wouldn't be able to detect White Zetsu, and didn't arrange too many White Zetsu. With everyone working together, they easily captured and even killed all of the White Zetsu. What exactly are these things? They don't bleed at all, and they seem to have no internal organs. Kushina looked at the White Zetsu she had killed, dumbfounded. Following the Tsunade squad, Kushina had learned a lot. Tsunade was training her to be a smaller version of herself. Therefore, she also had some involvement in medical ninjutsu. But upon seeing such creatures as White Zetsu, Kushina's small head was filled with big question marks. Are these really people? These guys? Tsunade's face was extremely grim. If she hadn't been mistaken just now, these guys seemed to have some connection with wood release. One White Zetsu even tried to attack her with wood spikes. Could it be that these guys are all wood release experimental subjects? Tsunade knew a bit about Hiruzen and Danzo's research, but she didn't intervene. Her grandmother, Mito, turned a blind eye to this matter, but if one were to truly trace it back, the first person in Konoha to conduct wood release research was the second Hokage, Tobirama. Even Tsunade couldn't say no. What kind of monsters has Danzo, that scoundrel, researched? Chapter 49, Great Ninja War on the Horizon. These guys don't seem to be human. Kazuki said as he held up a White Zetsu clone, examining it. Compared to humans, they're more like plants. They don't even have internal organs. Tsunade nodded with a solemn expression. She ultimately didn't tell Kazuki and the others that this might be a product of Konoha's wood release experiments. It wasn't that she didn't trust Kazuki, but rather that he was too young and shouldn't be exposed to such dirty matters. It was hard to guarantee that his mindset wouldn't change. Tsunade decided to protect these children's innocence and prevent them from knowing the village's dark side before they turned 15. And the truly dark part of the village was actually her granduncle, Tobirama. Moreover, there were outsiders here, nobles and samurai, so it was inconvenient to let them know these things. She pulled out a storage scroll and collected all of the White Zetsu bodies. Although she suspected these might be products of wood release research, and that these White Zetsu might not have come to harm them, but rather to protect, no, to be precise, to monitor them. Didn't Kushina say that these guys harbored ill will towards them? This certainly couldn't be Hiruzen's doing. The only person Tsunade could think of was Danzo. Sure enough, that dog Danzo had ill intentions. It was correct that her granduncle hadn't let him become Hokage back then. Let's put these things away first and take them out after we return to the village. Tsunade explained softly. She decided that once they returned, she would definitely make her teacher properly reign in Danzo. A stealth ability that even the Byakugan couldn't detect. If Danzo had such a team, wouldn't everyone have no privacy in the future? So, are we still doing this mission? I have a feeling something will go wrong with this mission. Kazuki didn't know how Tsunade made her guesses, but he strongly suspected Madara was up to something. If Madara truly made a move, their entire team would be wiped out. The mission has progressed this far, we can't refuse it now. Tsunade looked meaningfully towards the noble carriage nearby, then said indifferently, besides, since Kushina can sense their presence, it's not a big problem. What's more, aren't the seniors still here? As long as the opponent isn't an exceptionally powerful entity, there won't be any problems. And how could those ninja casually make a move? Alright. Kazuki naturally couldn't reveal anything about Madara. Moreover, he was actually still excited about the upcoming battle. Black, the Kumo ninjas have already learned about Kushina and Rinka. They are heading towards Tsunade's team. A white Zetsu reported to Black Zetsu. When Madara was absent, Black Zetsu was the representative of Madara's will. Of course, even when Madara was present, only White Zetsu and Black Zetsu themselves knew whether White Zetsu listened to Madara or Black Zetsu. It seems a great ninja war is about to begin. Black Zetsu revealed a slight smile. The Rinnegan had awakened, and it wouldn't be long before he could rescue his mother. However, before that, he still needed to weaken the ninja world's strength as much as possible. Also, to test whether his two older brothers had any contingencies in the ninja world, the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clan all needed to be tested. Oh, right, the Hyuga too. And who knows what happened to those Otsutsuki on the moon. The Uzumaki clan is now almost extinct, so the Senju and Uchiha have become the primary targets. So the key is still to target Konoha. Suddenly, Black Zetsu's expression changed. He said in a hoarse voice, the white Zetsu near Kushina have been discovered. It seems to be related to the Nine Tails. That woman Mito hasn't died yet. It seems she gave some of the Nine Tails' chakra to Kushina. This woman's talent is truly outstanding. Even Black Zetsu had to admit Kushina's excellence, as not just anyone could withstand the Nine Tails' chakra. Even if this Nine Tails' chakra had been purified by Mito. If Kushina was allowed to continue growing, she would probably become another Mito in the future, and then they would still be unable to get White Zetsu into Konoha. They still needed Kumogakure to abduct Kushina, which could also trigger a great ninja war. If Kumogakure killed the Uchiha's greatest genius, abducted the backup Nine Tails Jinchuriki, stole the Byakugan, and severely wounded Hashirama's granddaughter, and Konoha still had no reaction, then he, Black Zetsu, would call Hiruzen the ninja world's most patient person and call him a ninja hero. Once both sides start fighting, have White Zetsu help the Kumogakure side and block those Umbu. As if he thought of something, Black Zetsu instructed the White Zetsu beside him. Kazuki didn't know that Black Zetsu was once again targeting them, or rather, had always been targeting them, practically relentlessly. Kushina had actually become a hot commodity. This was also a huge test for Kazuki. On the way to escort the nobles to the daimyo's mansion, they were usually inside the carriage. This also gave Kazuki more time to rest and train. After all, a noble's journey, even if it was as fast as a ninja's, from the land of rivers to the land of fire's daimyo's mansion, if it didn't take a month, the land of fire would feel embarrassed. Wouldn't that make the land of fire's territory seem small? Finally, the monthly refresh opportunity for the combat arena arrived. White Zetsu. 4th Great Ninja War, Hyuga Hinata. 5 Kage Summit, Mifune. Young Senju Tobirama. Seeing the 4 names that appeared in the combat arena this time, Kazuki's eyes immediately lit up. Mifune was not someone Kazuki could defeat. Mifune during the 4th Great Ninja War was definitely a Kage-level expert, probably even stronger than the current Tsukumo. Kazuki had fought Tsukumo before, and honestly, he at this stage was far from Tsukumo's match. As for White Zetsu, Kazuki was confident in dealing with them, as long as it wasn't that special White Zetsu. Otherwise, he was confident in facing them. Hinata during the 4th Great Ninja War. Kazuki forgot if she was a Jonin or Chunin, it should be more likely Chunin. Hinata was a classic example of someone with talent who just hadn't fully displayed it. Chapter 50, Kazuki is the real Hyuga. Hinata possessed the innate conditions to become a strong individual. Her talent was undeniable, given that Tonari valued her. However, other aspects of her character limited her from becoming truly powerful. Her timid personality and lack of significant ambition prevented her from becoming a truly strong individual. Of course, if Hinata were told that becoming the strongest in the ninja world would allow her to date Naruto, she would likely rise immensely. Even if she didn't become the strongest, she would at least be more suitable than Sakura to be a member of the 3-person squad. Some people also said that Hinata might not have become strong because she didn't eat enough, or wasn't full. That's a good reason. Kazuki also thought there was some truth to it, as ninjas are very particular about nutrition. Hinata from the time of the 4th Great Ninja War. He was confident in facing her. Of course, what he cared about most was young Tobirama. Tobirama, that old man, had too many things he wanted, such as combat talent, sensory abilities, ninjutsu talent, water release talent, and various talents for scheming. Although Tobirama didn't possess Hashirama's power, his strength was still considerable. It could be said that in that era, if not for the cheat-like existence of Hashirama, Tobirama would have been the most suitable to become the Senju clan head. According to the intelligence Kazuki received, Tobirama was even more capable than his father. One can only say that Hashirama and Madara were a bit too overpowered. Fortunately, it was only young Tobirama. Kazuki dared not even imagine what a grown Tobirama would be like. Kazuki glanced at Tsunade beside him, then immersed his mind in the combat arena. White Zetsu was easy to deal with and Kazuki obtained White Zetsu's chakra, though this left him a bit disappointed. A single White Zetsu's chakra didn't amount to much. If the future Kakashi knew, he would probably cry with envy. Although defeating Hinata took some effort, Kazuki still managed to deal with her, and the combat arena allowed him to obtain Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. This is a secret high-level taijutsu passed down only within the main family, incorporating chakra-shape transformation. Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists combined with 8 trigrams 64 palms made Kazuki feel like he resembled the Hyuga even more than the Hyuga themselves. Leaving aside other things, although Rinka had already mastered 8 trigrams 64 palms, she hadn't mastered Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists, otherwise, she would have used it long ago. After all, Rinka was only about 10 years old. For her to achieve this, she was already considered a genius of the Hyuga clan. The ninja academy of this era was not like the 6 years during Naruto's time. Thinking of this, Kazuki couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No matter how incompetent Hiruzen was in his old age, he did indeed protect some children by changing the schooling period from 4 years to 6. It's a pity he doesn't have the Byakugan. Otherwise, Kazuki felt he could imitate the Hyuga when going out to cause trouble later on. Byakugan, 8 trigrams 64 palms, and Gentle Step Twin Lion Fists. If he said he wasn't from the Hyuga clan, no one would believe him. Kazuki temporarily couldn't use these openly. Young Tobirama didn't make Kazuki expend too much effort. Kazuki estimated that Tobirama at this stage should be the Tobirama from the time of Hashirama and Madara's first falling out. Tobirama at this period wasn't really a youth yet, he was only about 8 or 9 years old, though if one insisted on calling an 8 or 9-year-old Tobirama a youth, it could be considered so. However, one should not assume that because Tobirama was young, his strength was not great. In reality, he already possessed Chunin-level strength, and coupled with his cunning personality, fighting him was quite tricky. It was the kind of style where even if I die, and you kill me, I will still make you lose a layer of skin, make you injured, and then let other members of the Senju clan kill you, this evil Uchiha. Fortunately, Kazuki was not afraid of getting injured in the combat arena. As long as he was willing to sacrifice, he could defeat Tobirama. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating young Senju Tobirama, obtaining Senju Tobirama's sensory ability. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. As he silently chanted in his mind, Kazuki couldn't help but feel excited. Indeed, Tobirama was a treasure trove. When Kazuki previously used the Flying Thunder God technique, what he lacked most was sensory ability. In reality, his sensory ability was already quite good, but to effectively utilize it during high-speed movement was somewhat insufficient. This was also the main reason why he could use Flying Thunder God technique but couldn't apply it in combat. As time went on, he was confident that even without the help of the combat arena, his sensory ability could improve. But acquiring Tobirama's sensory ability was different. Only then did Kazuki realize how terrifying Tobirama's sensory ability truly was. This was merely the sensory ability of Tobirama in his youth. Later on, Tobirama could even sense the Ten-Tails chakra signature from Konoha. Perhaps in terms of sensory precision, some ninjas performed better than Tobirama. But if it was about sensory range, Tobirama was very likely the best in the ninja world. Now that Kazuki had obtained young Tobirama's sensory ability, sensing within a 10-kilometer radius was not difficult for him. If he only sensed large chakra signatures, his sensory range could increase by at least 3 times or more. And now, Kazuki was almost certain that he could use Flying Thunder God technique while moving at high speed. I'm almost invincible. Kazuki shouted internally. Of course, this wasn't to say that Kazuki felt he was invincible just because he could use the Flying Thunder God technique freely, but rather that the Flying Thunder God technique gave him true self-preservation ability. Relying on Flying Thunder God, Kazuki could escape even if he couldn't win. Given his current talent, as long as he was given time, he could grow to unimaginable heights. What's wrong? Kushina asked with a hint of curiosity, seemingly sensing Kazuki's emotions. Something I couldn't figure out before, I just understood it all at once. I'm about to master a ninjutsu. Kazuki said confidently. Chapter 51, The Strongest Summoning Beast. Oh. What kind of ninjutsu? Tsunade also looked over at his words. Recently, unable to go out gambling, Tsunade was too bored, so she patiently taught Kushina and Rinka. As for Kazuki, he was temporarily overlooked by her. She felt that besides medical ninjutsu, she didn't have much else to teach Kazuki. As for the Ine seal, she wasn't sure if Kazuki could learn it. It was tailor-made for her, and girls could learn it, but for a boy like Kazuki, it would be very difficult. Guess. Kazuki looked at Tsunade mysteriously, then pulled out 2 kunai from his backpack, gripping them with both hands. Under the gaze of Tsunade, Kushina, and Rinka, the characters World Peace appeared on the kunai. This is a Flying Thunder God mark. You've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade looked at Kazuki in disbelief. Tsunade had some understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Like Hiruzen and the others, she had also studied the Flying Thunder God technique back then. Unfortunately, like everyone else, her spatial perception was only average, better than ordinary people, but far from reaching the standard for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Although she had some expectations for Kazuki before, she felt the success rate wouldn't be too high, and even if he did master it, it probably wouldn't be usable in a short time. She didn't expect Kazuki to actually succeed in learning the Flying Thunder God technique. It's not a complete success yet. I've solved some key issues, but it might still take some time to truly apply it in combat. I need some battles to adapt, because as you know, in high-level combat, the difference is often just a tiny fraction. One careless mistake, and the enemy isn't killed, but I die instead. Kazuki frowned and said, even if I truly master the Flying Thunder God technique, for now, I can only use it for travel. That's already very impressive. Tsunade mumbled. She already knew Kazuki was a genius, but she hadn't expected him to actually learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If her granduncle knew about this, he would probably question life itself. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique was definitely one of the most difficult ninjutsu in his mind. It is said that when Tobirama created the Flying Thunder God technique, he spent at least 10 years. Kushina, Rinka, you two should take these. If anything happens in the future, I can come to your side immediately. Kazuki instructed. Unfortunately, I don't have chakra metal, so you can't use chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God mark on them. Otherwise, if you encounter danger, as long as you activate the mark on them, I can come over. Tsunade said regretfully, chakra metal is hard to find. My granduncle didn't seem to forge many Flying Thunder God kunai back then, and they were all left in the land of lightning. They won't return the kunai to us either. And you gave them to Kushina and Rinka. Why didn't you give one to me? Sure enough, I, your teacher, have no standing in your heart, do I? She felt like she was going to be infuriated. Kazuki was too heartless. She had poured her heart out to him, teaching him her super strength and medical ninjutsu. The Sword of the Thunder God was also something she specifically asked Hiruzen for to strengthen Kazuki's power, seeing his interest in lightning release. After that, she even gave him the Flying Thunder God technique. Her grandmother, Mito, was willing to teach Kazuki, at least half of that was probably due to her influence, right? But what about Kazuki? After learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he didn't even give her a kunai. This was too heartless. Could it be that she wasn't good to Kazuki? No, it's not that. You probably don't need me to protect you for now, do you? Kazuki looked at Tsunade somewhat exasperated. Ultimately, these two kunai are temporary. Later, I still need to find a way to create those special Flying Thunder God kunai. Tsunade crossed her arms and turned her head away, clearly not satisfied with Kazuki's answer. Kazuki pointed to Kushina and Rinka beside him and continued to explain, all right, in my opinion, you don't need my protection, they do. Aren't we going to fight strong enemies later? Providing them with some assurance is reasonable, isn't it? You said before that if we inject chakra to this kunai, you can immediately rush over. Is it very difficult to forge? Rinka asked while playing with the kunai in her hand. Kazuki quickly explained, it's not that I can immediately rush over, but rather that when you inject chakra, I can sense it immediately, and then use the Flying Thunder God technique to get to you. Of course, whether I come or not still depends on whether I'm willing. If it's too far, I can't sense it. It's pretty much like a summoning beast. Rinka glanced at Kazuki. Although it depended on whether Kazuki was willing, if it could really be done like that, it would be a safeguard for her. Kazuki definitely had strength comparable to a jonin, he just hadn't shown it normally. Kazuki's face instantly darkened and he said, I am not a summoning beast. When my granduncle first created the Flying Thunder God technique, he got the inspiration from summoning beasts. Tsunade's lips curved into a smile. Rinka was a very interesting child. Tsunade liked it when Kazuki was put in a difficult position. Later, she could secretly spread the word that Kazuki was the strongest summoning beast, which would definitely put Kazuki in a difficult position for a while. That would be quite interesting. So, does that kunai require chakra metal? Rinka asked, gazing at Kazuki. Yes, if possible, chakra metal is the best choice. If there's no chakra metal, a good special refined iron could also work, but chakra transmission would require more consumption. Kazuki thought of chakra metal and felt a pang. He had money, that was true. Kagami had left him a considerable inheritance, and he had completed many missions during this time, so Kazuki was quite wealthy. But even with so much money, he couldn't buy much chakra metal. The entire Konoha didn't have much chakra metal in stock. The Hyuga clan does have some chakra metal. I'll get it for you after I go back. Rinka nodded thoughtfully. Then thank you very much. No need to thank me. Anyway, the kunai that are forged will be in my hands, so they're actually mine. Chapter 52, Differences Between Fiction and Reality. Speaking of which, the second Hokage also knew the Flying Thunder God technique, so why did he still die in the land of lightning? At this moment, Kushina looked at Tsunade with confusion. She had heard Tsunade talk about the Flying Thunder God technique before. Logically, Tobirama, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, even if not invincible, should have been the safest ninja. Yet, he still sacrificed himself during a mission. This left Kushina bewildered. Hearing Kushina's question, Tsunade's expression also became complex. She then turned her gaze to Kazuki beside her and asked, "Kazuki, your father was also there at the time. Did he ever tell you about this?" "He mentioned some things. At that time, the second Hokage took him and the third Hokage to Kimogakure, attempting to form an alliance with Kimogakure to deal with other villages. However, just as they began their meeting, the Gold and Silver brothers led their elite troops in a rebellion. Not only were we ambushed, but even their second Raikage died from their surprise attack, caught off guard." Kazuki glanced deeply at Tsunade when he spoke of the Gold and Silver brothers. Apparently, the Gold and Silver brothers were also descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and they even used the so-called treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, Kazuki was very suspicious that these so-called treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths were just small toys made by Hagoromo before he matured, or toys he made for Asura and Indra. These tools were useless to the matured Hagoromo, but they were still effective against weaker individuals. Even a Kage-level expert could be ambushed by them if they weren't careful. Of course, what made Kazuki curious was that the characteristics displayed by the Gold and Silver brothers should belong to the descendants of Asura. They didn't have sage eyes, but their physique was quite good. Moreover, Indra seemed to have only left behind descendants like the Uchiha clan, but Asura was different. The Senju and the Uzumaki were all descendants of Asura. The Gold and Silver brothers should also be descendants of Asura, but for some unknown reason, their relationship with the Senju clan wasn't very good. Kazuki was very suspicious that the reason Asura was able to defeat Indra and gain Hagoromo's approval to become the successor of Ninshu was not just because Asura believed in love, but also because he could propagate the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. Imagine, as an ancient emperor, you have two sons. One son is very filial and somewhat capable, while the other is very intelligent but a bit unruly. The filial son found many women and spread your bloodline far and wide. The other excellent son, however, was only focused on his career and had no interest in romantic relationships. Finally, under your arrangement, he painstakingly had one child and then stopped thinking about procreating. If it were you, who would you choose as your successor? Ahem, of course, this was just Kazuki's random thoughts. However, no matter what, Hagoromo definitely showed favoritism towards his two sons. If it was truly for the good development of Ninshu, Indra's abilities would have made it easier to develop Ninshu. As a father, upon discovering that his child has done something wrong or doesn't align with his wishes, he should communicate his thoughts to the child and strive to guide them well, rather than directly choosing another child and rendering the first child's efforts useless. Anyway, from Indra's perspective, Kazuki would also choose to resist and oppose his father. Ultimately, Hagoromo was too arrogant. Even when choosing the successor of Ninshu, which concerned the peace of the ninja world, he directly chose someone with a hidden flaw. Of course, one could also say that Hagoromo chose democracy at that time. Given Indra and Asura's styles, Indra chose to solve problems by himself, while Asura relied on everyone. As subordinates, they would obviously prefer a leader like Asura. But the key is, Indra was actually a capable leader. It's no wonder many people believe that the ninja world's millennium of chaos was a conspiracy by the Sage of Six Paths. Even a transmigrator like Kazuki, after understanding the truth of this world, couldn't help but suspect that it was merely a conspiracy by Hagoromo. Of course, discussing these things is still a bit too early for him. He needs to get stronger as quickly as possible. Before reaching the Six Paths level, thinking about these things is futile. It's pretty much what the sensei told us. Tsunade nodded slightly and said, the Gold and Silver brothers' rebellion was too sudden. At first, Granduncle and the others thought it was an ambush from Kimogakure. So, at first, they were in disarray. After they reacted, the second Raikage was already dead, Granduncle and the others were already injured, and Sensei also sustained many injuries. Afterward, to cover others' escape, he chose to stay behind. Is that so? The Hokage personally covered the retreat for his escorts. Kushina frowned. She really wanted to ask, weren't these people supposed to protect the Hokage? Why did the Hokage have to cover their retreat in the end? This behavior seemed to align with the will of fire she had learned, but wasn't it different from the ninja code taught at the Ninja Academy? Did the third Hokage and the others truly do nothing wrong? Of course, no matter how simple-minded Kushina was, she wouldn't ask this question out loud. After all, the current Hokage and Kazuki's father were involved. Kushina was just a bit simple-minded, not truly stupid. Darn it, thinking like this will make her brain grow. Tsunade pressed down on Kushina's head and said softly, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Sometimes, choices are temporary, and no one knows what choice they will make at that moment. If it were her, when her team encountered danger, she would probably tell Kazuki to quickly take Kushina and Rinka away, right? She then turned her gaze to Kazuki and said, "Kid, what's the maximum distance you can teleport with your Flying Thunder God technique now? If it's just myself, I can teleport about 20 kilometers in one go. If I'm taking people, the further the distance, the more people I take, and the more chakra those people have, the more chakra I consume. If I were to take our entire team, about 7 or 8 kilometers shouldn't be a problem." Kazuki naturally held back some information. If it were just himself, he could teleport about 50 kilometers. Chapter 53, Becoming a Mini Tobirama. The teleportation distance of the Flying Thunder God technique mainly depends on Kazuki's chakra and his sensory range. Kazuki's chakra reserves are growing, having unknowingly surpassed Tsunade's. Sometimes, Tsunade even wonders if Kazuki isn't an Uchiha after all, but a Senju. Is that so? Wait, leave some Flying Thunder God marks on land. If you really encounter danger, take Rinka and Kushina and leave. Tsunade breathed a slight sigh of relief. 20 kilometers is not very far for a ninja. If they ran at full speed, it would only take a few minutes, but Kazuki and their speed are enough to ensure their safety. As long as Kushina and Rinka are fine, then she herself should also be fine. Even if she sacrifices herself, that is a ninja's destiny. I know. Kazuki nodded slightly, then a smile appeared on his lips. However, this battle isn't necessarily pessimistic. Could it be that other villages would send Kage-level ninja over? Kazuki knew that Tsukumo was following behind them, and with himself and a group of root ninjas, if they really encountered Hanzo, it wouldn't be impossible to fight him. Originally, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru wouldn't have been able to defeat Hanzo a few years later. The lineup of Kazuki, Tsunade, and Tsukumo isn't incapable of fighting, it's just that their coordination isn't as good as Tsunade's original team. Some good coordination means 1 + 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 3. However, there are only a few powerhouses like Hanzo in the ninja world. In the current ninja world, Madara is undoubtedly the first, Mito is the second, followed by the 5 Kage and Hanzo. Hanzo doesn't have the title of demigod yet, but with his current strength, he should be one of the best among the 5 Kage. Probably not. Tsunade also felt relieved upon hearing this, realizing that she might have been overthinking. However, to complement the Flying Thunder God technique, I need to research a new ninjutsu. Kazuki then sighed helplessly. The compatibility between Chidori and the Flying Thunder God technique isn't very high. If he didn't have the Flying Thunder God technique, Kazuki would have continuously developed Chidori before awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, researching Chidori current, and then, based on lightning release chakra mode and with super strength, creating a Chidori current different from Sasuke's. But now that he has the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt he might need to research Rasengan. Of course, forming a Rasengan is not the most suitable for him right now. Although he has a lot of chakra, it hasn't reached the level of a ton of chakra. Ninjutsu. Why not just use the sword of the Thunder God to slit their throats? Your swordsmanship is excellent. You've mastered Uchiha-style swordsmanship very well, and you've learned a lot of the Senju clan's swordsmanship. Tsunade said indifferently, my granduncle used the Flying Thunder God slash to kill Madara's younger brother. I heard he was also a powerhouse no less than my granduncle. Before that time, their battles had always been a mix of wins and losses. Uchiha Izuna. Kazuki sighed a little. If Tobirama had died back then, and Izuna was still alive, would Konoha not have turned out this way? Yes, exactly, that Uchiha Izuna. It said he suffered very severe injuries at the time, and Madara's eyes also had problems. Taking advantage of his injury, he stole Izuna's eyes, and at that time, Madara's eyes received a further enhancement. I don't know the exact situation, but my granduncle said all of this. Madara is truly despicable and shameless, even stealing his own brother's eyes. Tsunade sighed when mentioning Izuna. Kazuki said, Izuna is Madara's younger brother. As far as I know, Madara has a brother complex. A brother complex means treating one's brother as more important than anything else. How could he possibly gouge out his brother's eyes? Kazuki looked at Tsunade, speechless. The Flying Thunder God back then severely wounded Izuna, and Madara's eyes also had problems. The Mangekyo Sharingan gradually loses its light with use. To preserve the Uchiha clan, and for his brother, Izuna gave his eyes to Madara, but he didn't expect Madara to gain eternal light from it. However, it's understandable for the second Hokage to smear Madara, after all, he hated Madara the most and was suppressed too terribly by Madara back then. After a pause, Kazuki continued to add, if Madara was truly someone who would even gouge out his own brother's eyes, do you think first Hokage-sama would still consider him a close friend? Tsunade fell silent instantly. After a long while, she finally smiled and said, indeed, with my grandfather's personality, if Madara were truly such a villain, he would not have considered him a lifelong close friend. Then Tsunade continued, however, the fact that the Mangekyo Sharingan loses its light is something I didn't know before, and no one ever mentioned it. Is it a secret of your Uchiha? It's not a special secret. Kazuki shook his head slightly and said, I believe the second Hokage must have researched it, and Konoha's higher-ups should also be aware of it. I only heard it from my father. Perhaps most Uchiha don't even know about this. Anyway, Kagami is dead, so he might as well pin everything on Kagami. Could Hiruzen and the others even use Edo Tensei to bring Kagami back? Is that so? Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. She didn't doubt Kazuki's words. After all, Kagami had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan back then, so it wasn't impossible for him to have told Kazuki some things. But the Mangekyo Sharingan causes blindness. Then wouldn't Kazuki be in great danger in the future? Perhaps it's better to help Kazuki develop his other abilities as much as possible. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, whoever wants to use it can, but she won't let the Mangekyo Sharingan cause blindness. Kazuki doesn't need the Mangekyo Sharingan to increase his strength. Lightning release and the Flying Thunder God technique are enough for him to use. What's wrong with being a little Tobirama? Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, can't Uchiha become strong? I don't know much about Madara. I usually heard about him from my granduncle, and my grandmother rarely mentions him. However, I heard that your Uchiha clan doesn't have a very good opinion of Madara either. Tsunade sighed with a hint of melancholy. Kazuki said, after all, the Uchiha clan also needs to survive, and slandering Madara is politically correct. Strictly speaking, the current Uchiha clan head is also a rebel to Madara. If he doesn't slander Madara, where would his legitimacy come from? Chapter 54, Mito's Blatant Favoritism. That day, the group stopped their carriages and horses, happily eating noodles when their expressions suddenly turned serious. These past few days, their lives had been much better than at the start. These nobles couldn't endure hardship, and the carriages were very comfortable, with no bumps at all when sitting inside. Their food and drink were also prepared according to the nobles' standards. This was also thanks to Tsunade. Ordinary ninjas wouldn't receive such courtesy from these nobles, but Tsunade herself was a noble, and her status was even above these ordinary nobles. Of course, their food also needed to be inspected, as it was hard to guarantee that no one had been bribed. What's wrong? Tsunade stopped eating and looked at Kazuki, asking. Quite a few powerful chakra signatures are approaching. Kazuki pressed his fingers to the ground and said, among them, there are over 10 Jonin-level chakra signatures, and the chakra signature of the leader is above yours and Tsukumo-senpai's. Even above ours. Tsunade frowned. She was willing to believe Kazuki's sensory abilities. A ninja capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique wouldn't have poor sensory abilities. Although the strength of a ninja and the amount of chakra they possess are not directly related, having more chakra is always beneficial. However, as a person trains their chakra, especially in nature transformation, their chakra signature changes, and many sensory ninjas often gauge an opponent's strength from this signature. Yes, but it won't have much impact, and it's not impossible to fight. Kazuki said, eager to try. I want to see how strong such a powerful person really is. Tsunade frowned slightly. She felt that Kazuki was courting death. Sometimes, trying it out leads to death. Even she would be at risk of dying if she encountered a truly powerful opponent. Just because you've learned the Flying Thunder God technique doesn't mean you can be reckless. Tsunade reminded Kazuki in a hoarse voice. She had long regarded Kazuki as a disciple, like a younger brother. He was one of her own. She naturally did not want to see Kazuki suffer any mishaps. I know, but fighting such a master is very dangerous, but if there's no pressure, I can't improve. Kazuki spread his hands and said, don't worry, Tsunade-sensei, if you're gone, I can definitely awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade. You bastard, are you looking to die? She furiously grabbed Kazuki's hair, instantly turning his head into a bird's nest. However, if she were gone and Kazuki awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan because of it, she would be very pleased. It would prove that she was very important in Kazuki's heart. Kazuki snorted, if possible, I even want to find Tsukumo-senpai and go ambush those Kimo ninjas together. Are you sure they're from Kimogakure? Tsunade frowned, this was not good news. Yes, most of them are lightning release users. I can sense the aura of their kind. Besides Kimogakure, I don't know which village has so many lightning release users. Kazuki's lips curved into a smile and he said, so, Tsunade-sensei, what do you plan to do? Tsunade looked at Kazuki, then at Kushina and Rinka. As for the nobles, she temporarily ignored them. Even though the other party had provided delicious food and drink all the way, she still didn't take them too seriously. Otherwise, she would not have come out on this mission. At this moment, she was somewhat hesitant, unsure of what to choose. Actually, we can set traps on their way here. Rinka extended her hand and suggested to the others, actually, my father was a bit worried before I came out, so he made a lot of preparations for me. I have a lot of explosive tags here. Explosive tags. Tsunade's lips twitched slightly. What? Can you blow them up with explosive tags? She had never heard of any powerful person being killed by explosive tags. However, if it was to cause some trouble for those Kumo ninjas, it could still be done. You use them for self-defense then, Kazuki and I will meet the enemy together, as for you, protect yourselves. Tsunade then swept her gaze towards where the nobles were, and whispered into Rinka's ear, if it really comes down to it, you take Kushina and leave, don't worry about the others. Okay. Rinka cast a sympathetic glance at the location of those people. She had seen how those people had flattered Tsunade along the way, but she didn't expect that they meant nothing in Tsunade's heart. Kazuki, however, was unconcerned. But then again, these nobles were their protection target this time, weren't they? Making a choice between protecting oneself and one's comrades versus protecting the mission objective was a difficult decision. In reality, it depended on how one chose, just like this mission. If Tsukumo were to execute it, and people died, and Danzo's heart was a little darker, then Tsukumo would become the object of scorn for countless people. Actually, I also have a trump card. Grandma Mito left me an insurance. At this moment, Kushina spoke weakly. Tsunade instantly felt sour. Mito left Kushina insurance but didn't leave anything for herself. Who was Mito's real granddaughter, herself or Kushina? However, Tsunade still asked, what trump card did Grandma leave you? I don't know either. Grandma Mito said I would know when the time came. I don't know what it is. Kushina scratched her head and said, but I think it should be a very powerful technique. Kazuki looked at Kushina with a deep gaze. He thought it must be the Ninetails' chakra. Kushina's previous displays had confirmed this point. However, if she really unleashed her power, Tsunade probably wouldn't be her opponent, would she? Kazuki then turned his gaze to Tsunade, who was somewhat hesitant. Whether to take the initiative or stand by and wait, Tsunade was unable to make a decision at once. She was not only responsible for herself but also for the entire squad. If possible, she would rather Orochimaru carry out this mission. She didn't want to do it at all. Anyway, the heads of Nawaki, Hizashi, and Mikoto were very valuable. Fine, kid, we'll face them together proactively. Finally, Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, her fighting spirit soaring. Chapter 55, Killer Bee. Stop. The muscular, dark-skinned men who had been leading the charge suddenly halted his advance, and the ninjas behind him, following orders, stopped their movements. Bisama. A light-skinned ninja made a hand seal, clearly using a sensory ninjutsu. A moment later, he said to the leading men, there's a trap, and quite a few ninjas are laying an ambush not far from here. A trap. The men sneered, his body enveloped in a glow of lightning chakra, and he charged directly into the so-called trap. It was a display of boldness, knowing there was a tiger in the mountain yet choosing to go towards it. Of course, he wasn't afraid of those traps. As the men stepped into the trap, a rumble of explosions sounded, and countless kunai flew towards him, yet they caused not a single scratch on his body. Oh no, it's Killer Bee. Tsukumo, hidden in the forest, saw the newcomer, and his expression became extremely serious. His right hand unconsciously gripped the short blade on his back, and he held his breath, ready to strike at any moment. Killer Bee. Kazuki blinked. Killer Bee is the second in command of Kimogakure. His strength is not much inferior to the Raikage. Tsunade whispered in Kazuki's ear. Every generation in Kimogakure has a bee. They are the Raikage's right-hand men. Their position is equivalent to Danzo's to Sarutobi-sensei. Kazuki nodded in understanding. He remembered that the future Killer Bee was also the fourth Raikage's bee. He hadn't expected that his first mission outside Konoha would involve encountering this generation's bee. However, what the opponent was using should be the lightning release chakra mode that he had been longing for. Just a short while ago, he was talking about wanting to see the lightning release chakra mode, and now he actually saw it. I didn't expect you to have the potential of a jinx. Tsunade then complained. She kept her gaze fixed on where Tsukumo was located not far away. Once Tsukumo made his move, Tsunade would also strike without hesitation. Ah. Kazuki pursed his lips, thinking about how he would deal with this Killer Bee. Sasuke's experience told Kazuki not to use lightning release in front of a strong lightning release user, unless your lightning release is stronger than theirs. Sasuke was crushed when facing the fourth Raikage. Although, if the Raikage hadn't had Gaara's help, he might have perished with Sasuke. At that time, the Raikage was a bit impulsive. But the fact proved that Sasuke's Chidori was inferior to the fourth Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. I'll leave a flying thunder god mark on you, Kazuki said, placing his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. All right. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Kazuki was only leaving a flying thunder god mark on her clothes, not on her body, and she was willing to trust Kazuki. Even if it was permanent, what then? Could Kazuki possibly harm her? In such a battle, Kazuki would undoubtedly play a huge role later on. Boom. Just as Kazuki left a flying thunder god mark on Tsunade, B had already made his move, launching an attack first in the direction of the root ninja. He kicked a root ninja with unimaginable speed, leaving him in an unknown state of life or death, and then attacked the other ninjas. Move out. Tsukumo saw that things were not good, drew the short blade from his back, and slashed towards B. Unlike Kazuki, this time, the short blade in Tsukumo's hand was enveloped in terrifying wind release chakra. Wind release counters lightning release. Tsukumo was most proficient in lightning release, and he could almost be said to be Konoha's most proficient lightning release user at the moment, but there was still a gap compared to B. Tsukumo was also very skilled in wind release, and when combined with his swordsmanship, it was even more compatible than lightning release. Wind release's penetrating and tearing abilities were his forte. Konoha's White Fang, As expected, you set up a trap, didn't you? Facing the White Fang slashing towards him, B's hand was enveloped in a terrifying aura of lightning. His fist met the White Fang short sword, and he actually directly blocked the White Fang's short sword. This made the surrounding people gasp in cold air. Tsukumo was a renowned strong ninja in Konoha, yet the opponent blocked his attack with his bare fist. Attack! The other root ninjas all moved to gang up on B. Let's go help. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then said to Kazuki, he alone is not his match, I need to go help. You decide who you want to deal with. Those Kumo ninjas who came later are all quite strong. Also, do not use lightning release in front of someone whose lightning release is stronger than yours. In Tsunade's opinion, B almost countered Kazuki. Although Kazuki had talent and Chidori was a good ninjutsu, there was still a considerable gap when compared to B. It wasn't that Kazuki's talent was truly inferior to B's, but rather that B's ninjutsu was learned, not self-created. Self-creation is always harder than learning. However, the later ninjas were different. Tsunade was confident that Kazuki would do better than them. Moreover, killing more of these Kumo ninjas would also be a way to weaken Kumogakure. Tsunade leaped out and headed towards B. At this moment, the scene had already descended into chaos. The root ninjas all engaged the Kumo ninjas. There was one thing Kazuki had to admit. These root ninjas were indeed killing machines. When facing enemies, they resorted to all means. Even if it meant dying themselves, they wouldn't let the opponent have an easy time. However, Kazuki would not consider them comrades, as no one knew if these people would turn on him at a critical moment and attack him. Ever since he transmigrated to Konoha, and into the Uchiha clan, Kazuki knew that Danzo would be his enemy, even though Kagami and Danzo were comrades and their relationship was quite good. But their becoming adversaries was only a matter of time. Just look at when Danzo attacked Shisui, he didn't hesitate at all.